in and out.
All right. I think it's running. Okay, yeah, it's live. It's live. Wait, I've got a black screen over here.
No, you'll be fine.
Wait, no, I'm back. Good evening. Good morning, actually, almost. Lads and lassies, how's everybody doing today? Coming to you live from Texas.
Woo!
Woo bye! Holy dog shit, Texas. How is everybody getting on? I've got Skeletor in the back over here. So, we've been getting up to some major shit. Big time. Well, maybe not so much you. Me and JL Warren more so.
Yeah, you and JL have been really...
Me and JL have been tearing it up, man. Big time. We went to some weird places today, I can tell you guys that. Let me know in the side chat, how is the sound? Is it a lot better than it usually is? I'm guessing it is.
For sure, I can tell.
For sure. I'm looking forward to hearing this back so that I know for...
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. So
It'll be good. It'll be great. We got a lovely little doggo over here. Come here, big fella. Come. You're a little bit bigger than the dogs that they're used to seeing on my streams. He's a good boy. Except he nearly murdered the neighbor's dog, but anyway, whatever. So I got to Texas eventually. Unfortunately, I did have to stop off in the purgatory of the South, which is Atlanta. That was no fun. What else did we get up to? Team broke his rib. What else?
We went to a bar last night.
We went to Cheesecake Factory, which I thought would be a cheesecake shop, but it turns out it's a bar that sells cheesecake. And food. Where else did we go? We went to...
The bartender was a fan of both of ours.
The bartender was a fan of both of ours.
He watches our videos.
Which was awesome.
He found us through Schrodinger's.
He found us through Schrodinger's cat. We met up with Mark, who's also a big supporter of the channel. We met up with him today again. Where were we?
Deep Ellum.
Deep Ellum. Deep Ellum.
Yeah.
I thought it was Deep Ellum. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna go with that.
Ellum.
Deep Ellum. And we met some really interesting folks down there. Actually, we got some very interesting characters. It was a lot of fun. We actually got some really good footage down there too. We thought we found Luna here in Texas.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Can we show them that? Is there a way of Oh, it's on the camera.
No, we can't.
Bollocks.
Hey, that's a short coming soon.
All right, we got a short coming soon. We nearly found Luna. Well, we thought we found Luna, but it turns out that it was the wrong Luna, and we got in trouble for trying to attract Luna's attention. But we had a lot of fun. We were walking down around. We went to Hooters, but we didn't. What?
Yeah, I said yeah. Titties,
We went to Hooters.
Titties
Titties and wings.
No titties.
No titties, no wings either, because there was a 1 hour wait to get into Hooters. So I was like, screw this. I'm too hungry. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure I would have enjoyed myself in there very much, but I wasn't going to wait an hour for chicken wings. No way. So we ended up going down to Deep Ellum, which is this really, really cool part of Dallas. And it kind of reminded me of, what's that video game? Fucking Grand Theft Auto. You know when you go, in Grand Theft Auto, when you go into different areas of the city, you get different specific types of people in those areas.
Yeah.
So you go into the posh part, you get everybody driving Lamborghinis. Then you go down there, and it is like hipster central, but it's like caricatures of people. Like, so there's the biker district, and everybody's like outrageously stereotypical biker.
Weren't they not? Like every single person had on the headband.
They had like the headband, and they were all like looking tough with like really stupid. Like, they had these really stupid patches on, like, but it was like they were weekend warrior bikers. They were the kind of bikers that would get their ass kicked if they turned up to one of my biker bars. But no, they were really cool guys. We met up with a few of them there, had a really good time. Then we went to a really cool bar where we're going to be doing our meetup next Saturday. CBC, Cold Beer Company. Cold Beer Company in Deep Ellum, Texas. So we're going to be...
This.
So we got this from Mark today. This is called Balcones Brimstone. Texas... Balcones Brimstone. Pot distilled Texas scrub oak smoked whiskey. And it's dark.
We're about to take a...
Yeah, we're gonna take a shot of that. I'll have my my man there go get it. So anyway, we were down there, and then there was this whole load of bikers down there that were riding like these really old school shovel heads and pan heads. They were complete douchebags, actually. They were douches. So? Dude, they were douchebags, man. They were all, because they were like sitting around like all tough, and I'm like, you know who I am? do you know who the fuck
moment
I
you
am?
said, where are you from? They were like, oh, I've been there.
Yeah, I was like, do you know who the fuck I am, man?
Let's take this shot.
With their little tiny ass bikes, but they were cool though. Slancha.
Hey, Mark Beiser, if you're watching.
Mark Slancha.
Thank you. It was amazing hanging out.
Oh my fucking lad.
Woo!
Oh, that's. Oh, it keeps coming back. What the fuck is that?
It's good.
All right, stream over.
It's good.
Why is there a burnt rubber taste at the end of it?
Because that's good whiskey.
Oh, fucking hell. Mark, I'd love to say thanks, but
it's got like an oaky after.
it's got an oaky. It's like I just went up and licked an oak tree.
Yeah.
That was
I could imagine this being like the leftover parts. Of
instant regrets. Ah, fuck me. They left that in the barrel too long. Oh.
It's still good though.
Oh. No, it wasn't. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to react like this. Oh, that really did not go down well, man. That went like you've seen me drink whiskey. I drink whiskey like it's water, but that did not go down too smooth. So anyway, we found this really cool biker bar. Really, really cool, actually. Reno's Biker Bar. And it was a cool place. The guy working behind the bar was absolutely awesome. And we had orange Jameson.
So they had the Jameson bottle, the tree?
Oh, yeah, they had a Christmas tree made out of Jameson bottles. It was so cool. It was really, really cool. Mark says he warned us about that, but
Mark!
That wasn't enough of a warning.
Mark, that had an amazing oaky afterbirth. I love it. Thank you very much.
It's 106 proof.
Was it?
That explains
that's
the.
A pretty good strength whiskey.
Yeah, it's a pretty.
Most of it's 80. So.
Yeah, that's pretty heavy. That's gone straight to my ass. Anyway, so we're going to be meeting up at CBC in Dallas on Saturday night in Deep Ellum at what time-ish?
We'll say roughly about 7 o'clock.
Roughly about 7 o'clock, and we're going to do a little bit of a beer crawl or a pub crawl, whatever.
Yeah. We'll do a pub crawl.
It is a really cool place. It's popping down there, man.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
We were there, it gets so much more crunk.
Yeah, and we were only there till like 8 p.m. And then myself and JL Warren went on a seedy tour of Dallas.
The adult stores.
The adult stores of Dallas. We are getting, shall we say, a gift for somebody that you all know and love. And I will say no more on the matter. I'll fill you all in.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, no, you know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we can't say anything, but yeah, we're getting a gift for somebody. So myself and JL Warren went around the seedy adult stores of Dallas purely for research purposes. I would just add purely for research purposes. Candy. We were looking for candy. We were pretty hungry. I think her name was Candy. Anyway, I'm not sure. But anyway, so we had a really good time there. Myself and JL saw some stuff that you can't unsee. So we went into one of these places, right? I can't get into too much detail because YouTube and because my mom watches these. So we went into this one really seedy place. Yeah. And they had rent by the hour rooms at the back, right? And I was like, I gotta know what's in there. I was like, I can't not know what's in there. So JL just turns around and he's like, hey Haas, can we go and have a look out the back? He was like, yeah, sure, man. And then he just opened it up and let us in. We were like, oh my God, I wish I never saw this. It was so gross. It stunk in there too. It was gross. But it was a cool experience, except for some of the things we saw. But I won't get into that on YouTube. God, 106 proof, man. I'm feeling that already. That's a sharp one. That's a stinger right there. Okay. That's a burner. So anyway, yeah.
Everybody, I'm in the chat.
He's in the chat now, so you can tag him. We did have a send nudes thing up there, but we can't get it working. Because you might not know this, but I operate solely on nudes now. So yeah, because I just sell them.
We could get it to pop off for 1 second. So
we could do that. We could do that. We got a send nudes thing coming up in the back here. So not you, Mark. We already saw all we needed to see last night, but So we're going to be meeting up in Deep Ellum, but we'll be doing a proper stream tomorrow night, the two of us, and we're going to be trying to do one with Johnny O and with JL Warren at some stage. So we'll be doing a few streams in the meantime. What are you doing?
Send nudes towards the end.
Yeah, do the send nudes towards the end.
So when we get demonetized, it's towards the end.
Yeah, it's right at the end, so it's not a big deal. So we we checked out that place today. It was really, really cool. We met some cool people there too. Some pretty cute dogs, and there was that 3-legged dog that freaked me out because I didn't know it was a 3-legged dog.
Oh,
and it walked past me. I was like, oh
that
shit.
That one kid that his mom was an anti-masker and his dad was an anti-vaxxer. The one that had 3 legs. The 3-legged
What?
kid.
What did I miss? Oh, okay. 106 proof here, man. God damn. I was like, that was a puppy, man. I don't call them puppy parents, but anyway.
The hybrid between
Oscar asks you, Team Skeptic, do you really want a nude of a 350-pound, 47-year-old man? Yes. There you go. That answers that question. Yes.
I'll sell it to J.L. Warren.
He will love that. Absolutely. We so yeah, myself and JL went to all the creepy, seedy places. It was really good fun though. It was like I don't know. It was like a kind of a.
Walmart.
Oh, we went to Walmart, but we got rushed out by that angry guy that worked behind the counter. He was like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I was like, fuck, man. Like,
yeah, he was.
He was so angry, man. It's like, dude, you got loads of time. Chill the fuck out. So yeah, we got rushed out of Walmart. We went in there. I didn't even get to fucking buy a shotgun or anything, man. It was crazy. We'll get the shotgun tomorrow. Don't worry. Whiskey and a shotgun. So we went in there. I bought just some bits and pieces or whatever, and the guy was like, hurry up, hurry up. We were like, fuck, man, chill. Hope all's well, Mr. Diddy. Good to see you, man. Stop trying to steal that guy's... Oh, yeah. So Danny says, stop trying to steal that poor guy's driver's seat. So we have to settle the debate of who drives on the wrong side of the road. Yeah, well, you guys do.
No.
And actually, I can back that up with science. I can back that up with facts.
No,
I got receipts.
Okay, so...
All right, hold on. Let's just side chat, right? Now, forget your whole America. Oh, this is America, and we drive on this side of the road, and you can't do shit about it. I'm talking about the science here. Why do we drive in Ireland and the UK and Australia, all the former Commonwealth countries, and Japan? Why do we drive on the left-hand side of the road, the correct-hand side of the road, I should say?
I'm going to tell you why we do it on the other side in America, because when in y'all's fucking rules, 2 drivers cannot high-five each other as they drive by. Only in America can 2 drivers high-five each other as they drive by. This is about freedom.
No, of course we can high-five each other as we drive by. What are you, stupid?
Wait.
You're just reversing it, you dumb shit.
No, but we can't. No, that's strong.
No, everybody can. Everybody can. Now, where you guys do win,
America.
Where you guys do win is when it comes to riding a motorcycle. Exactly. So you can wave at the other guy, the hand drop on a bike over here, because the left hand's on the inside, right? So both motorcyclists will have their left hand out. In Ireland, you can't do that because you have to take your hand off the throttle and your bike slows down really fast and you crash.
Better.
But I'll tell you why. Hold on a sec. I'll tell you why we drive on the correct side of the road in Ireland, right? It's because it goes back to the days of people riding their noble steeds, right? So it was from mounting a horse. You wouldn't mount a horse in the middle of the road, which you would have to do if you rode on the right-hand side, because usually you would mount a horse from the left. That's why the port side of a ship is the left-hand side of the ship, because it's the side that would go up to the port.
So if you mounted it from the left side.
So if you had a horse facing that way and you mounted it from the right.
I was about to say, I only mount it from the center, but I wasn't realizing that your center point, your center line, was looking at the horse's ass. I thought you were...
It is, because you're talking about the direction of travel.
When you said you mounted it from the left, I was like, so you literally climb over its head.
Oh, you were looking at its side profile.
Yeah.
Okay, that's stupid. Yeah, but even if you were looking at its side profile, if you're mounting it from the left, if the horse was facing the other way, you'd be climbing over its ass.
Depends on what side you're on.
That's
if
why.
You're on the American side, you'd
so why do you not call the side of a ship a left or the right hand side? You call it port or starboard for that very reason. So it's the port side of a horse is where you mount the horse, because and you ride on the left, right? And you ride on the left because if you mounted the horse from the starboard side while you were riding in the opposite direction, you'd have to mount the horse from the middle of the road.
Nobody here is here to get a history lesson.
I don't care. You're getting it either way. Randy Nickel, good to see you. Jesus Christ, Mark. That stuff is hitting me right in the back of my head. The rabbit says cars were invented in America, so the right hand side is the right side.
Exactly.
And what side of the road did Americans drive in back then? The left-hand side. Not only that, but you people, you Americans, did not invent the motor vehicle. It was invented by a German, I believe. No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, first mass-produced car.
No, that is the first human being ever to.
First car. Hold on. Carl Benz. It's even got car in his first name.
Car, yeah.
Carl Benz applied for the patent for his vehicle powered by a gas engine. Not as catchy as car, to be fair. Back in 1886 in Germany. So you were wrong. Sorry, bud. Hate to break it to you. He stole. Cultural appropriation. He stole the idea from the Americans. Carl Benz, and he was a German. So it's not like the Germans make good cars or anything.
Nah,
not anymore. They used to make great cars. Now they don't make such good cars. You know what I mean? But anyway, so that is why you mount your car from the right.
I don't mount my car.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I just got a flaw in my own system here. Oh well, no, because horses are one-seaters, so it doesn't matter. So actually, never mind. Just disregard that. I was right anyway. Let me see here. The practice is believed to date back to ancient Rome. Romans steered their carts and chariots with the left hand to free up the right hand so they could use weapons to defend themselves. So actually, I said this today in the bar. Yeah. We were talking about this, and somebody was like, don't y'all drive on the other side of the road? I was like, yes, we do drive on the correct side of the road. I was like, the reason is because it keeps our right hand free for sword use. That's exactly why we do it. Because we're not allowed to have guns in Ireland, so we have to carry sabers.
But I would say when y'all ride around and you put your hands out and you're like, yeah, woo, like people do when they drive, you're more at risk for hurting your strong hand. Because if I do this in my car, my strong hand is in the middle.
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Like when you stick your hands out the window, when you take your hands off the steering wheel and drive down the highway.
No.
Close your eyes and you're like,
that's the other thing. The highways here are crazy, man. Like Irish roads are mad. They're nuts. Australian roads, really, really good, but the drivers are just bad drivers, right? Texas roads are terrible. The drivers are terrible. Your indicators on your cars are the same color as the brake lights, so I don't know whether they're stopping or turning. JL Warren keeps making wrong turns, so I've never seen somebody do so many U-turns in my life. JL Warren does so many U-turns, he may as well be in NASCAR. He's just going around and around in circles all day long. We were driving for 4 hours on this one block. I'm not kidding. Maybe a little bit hyperbolic.
We missed one turn.
And
we went from an 11-minute ride to being out like 8 minutes.
There you go.
Further away.
Danny for $5 says, hold on. Oh, I don't have my glasses. Danny for $5, thank you so much, says, oh my God, don't mount your car, you sicko. Yeah, exactly. You just got to leave it cool down. Then you're all good. You're good to go. The Rabbit says, you can't high-five another driver if you drive on the left-hand side. We've established this. Yes, you can. Because you're driving on the left-hand side, but you're also, your driver's seat is on the right-hand side. So you absolutely can high-five. And if anything, it makes more sense to high-five if you drive on the left-hand side because it's the right hand, which is most people's dominant hand. You see what I'm saying?
Somebody said, give me a mic. I tell them we'll have 2 mics set up.
Oh yeah, we'll have 2 mics set up tomorrow. So yeah, we'll be doing a proper stream tomorrow. This is just something just for fun, just before we go to bed.
Yeah, probably.
Get all snuggled up.
I'll set up a second mic on my computer.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Be all good.
It's cold in here now.
Oh yeah, so this is the other thing, right?
Seriously.
Lizard Boy over here is complaining about the cold. I'm roasting. He's complaining about the cold. We were in his car yesterday. He had the heat on full blast. The sun was blaring in the window, and I was just like, ugh. And he was like, I'm telling you, man, I'm a straight up lizard, man. I was like, yeah, I fucking know. I'm dying over here. Let me see here. Correction, the highways aren't crazy. Texas roads are crazy. Just want to throw that out there. I've driven in Texas. I've driven it other party United States. Texas is crazy. It is crazy. It's cool, though. I really like it here. It's really, cool. It is really cool. I got to wear a Stetson today. Yeah. You know, it was a lot of fun, man.
Texas in general is super based, man.
People in Texas are super based. They're also really respectful. Mm-hmm. And they're really very kind and also very approachable, actually. Like, I always had this impression that Texans were kind of a bit more standoffish, but not at all, man. Mm-hmm. Anybody I spoke to was just super approachable, really nice, really mannerly here. Really mannerly. Like, I feel bad swearing here because it seems like people don't swear here as much as I would. You know what I mean? But
Tell them about 4-wheel parts. You went there.
oh man, so I went to Team's dad's work yesterday, and I was like still half asleep. I was still pretty jet lagged, but we got in there. So basically, he takes really huge trucks and makes them even bigger.
Yeah.
That's basically what he does. So he takes like an 18-foot tall truck and makes it into a 30-foot tall monster truck. And we're just walking around in this enormous warehouse full of car parts. And I come across these tires, and they come up to my shoulder. Like, they legit come up to my shoulder, and they're wider than I am. Just tires for a regular truck. And I was like, holy shit, these tires are big. And his dad's like, oh, they're just the small ones. And then we go down to the next aisle, and they're basically tractor tires that somebody's putting on their, you know,
A 4x4.
on their, like, Toyota Camry or something. It was crazy, man. That place was awesome. I got a really cool hat out of the deal, too, which is awesome. Belisha says, when I was in Dublin, I made an American left turn. Oh, yeah, no, you can't do that. Turn. Oh, is that the hook turn? Oh, no, yeah, okay. So that's turning, like, right. Over here, you can turn right on a red. It's some, you know, in most cases. In Ireland, you can't do that because you would crash into the car coming the other way because...
Oh, yeah.
But you could turn left on a red technically, but we don't allow that because we're not crazy.
So she's basically saying that she was turning...
She was doing an American right turn, which is a left turn in Ireland.
But she was turning right.
On a red,
Okay, yeah.
which you can't do anyway. Which makes perfect sense.
Here. We just drive anywhere. Who cares
I
who's
noticed.
on the other side
And
of
the
the
other thing I noticed about Texas is there's not a lot of road markings. It's kind of like just figure
Road
it out.
markings?
Yeah,
Like
like
signs.
lines. No, like lines and shit on the road. It's just, hey, you can figure it out. There's no point when your trucks are wider than a house. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, it has been a lot of fun. We got to go back to Walmart, like when we have time to actually go in there and buy all the shotguns. And
Yeah, we need to go down to like South Dallas Walmart where it's super ghetto.
yeah,
People yell at each other.
that's what I want to see.
We need to get yelled at by a fucking meth addict.
I gotta go in there and
That's
just
what we need. We need to
stir
go
some
find-
shit up,
Let's
man.
go downtown and go find somebody that's just like twacked out of their mind walking around to yell at us. Like yell just something crazy.
I'm used to that. I lived in Perth, man. That's
It
like
happens a lot here,
that
too.
is like
And downtown at
daily.
night, it's the
Like you
craziest.
just mind your own business. Remember the guy that came up to us today looking for a cigarette?
Oh,
So
yeah.
get this right. This guy comes up to us today, right? He wanted a cigarette from me. I was like, yeah, no problem. I gave him the cigarette, which he immediately sold for
Hold on,
$1
hold
to the
on.
guy sitting right next to me.
Yeah. You're missing a big part. So the guy comes up.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Hold
yeah.
on, let me see the mic. I'll just talk at. Oh, okay. So the guy comes up and he's like, "Hey, everybody. I'm not trying to hustle you. I don't mean to be offensive." And immediately you just know that's somebody who's asking you for money. And so he goes up. We had this newly met friend of ours that the guy from the bar,
Scott.
the one that was like, "Go try those tacos across the
Yeah,
street,
yeah,
those
yeah.
Mexican tacos."
Those
right after I
ginormous
said,
tacos,
I was
yeah.
like, "We should go right there and try those tacos." And then he's like, "Y'all should go there and try those tacos. It's really good." So we're sitting there, and the guy walks up and he says that, and I already know what time it is because I used to live downtown. So anytime someone says that, they're begging for money. And the guy that was with us, Scott, he was like, "So if I give you this $1, what are you gonna do?" He's like, "I'm gonna pay $5 and go up to Plano and go check myself into rehab up in Plano. I need $5 for a train ticket."
And he was
First
like, it's
off-
only $3 for a train ticket.
Yeah. First off, you ain't got to go to Plano for no rehab. There's plenty of rehabs downtown. Second, he ain't going there. So then he was like, the guy goes, "How about this? You'll work for the $1. You go get me a cigarette, I'll give you $1. So then he asks Irish Demon, "Hey, you got a cigarette?" So the Irish Demon gives him the cigarette. He gives it to that guy. The guy gives him the $1. And that guy like looked like he was super happy for that $1.
Yeah, he was.
And so I asked him straight up, like we asked him, we said, "What's your drug?" And he's like, "Crack." So I just straight up asked him, I was like, "Say, bro, are you about to go buy crack with this?" Like I guarantee you, he didn't go fucking take
Well,
a
no,
$5.
we saw him later.
Was he cracked out?
Yeah, he was absolutely wasted. Myself and JL and Mark were heading back to Mark's car.
That's hilarious.
And we saw him. I was like, "Hey, that's the guy that's on his way to Plano 2 hours ago." But I know he was a nice dude. He was he was a nice dude. He was a harmless kind of bloke. Skeptic Dank in the house for $5 says, "Come to Ohio if you want to see stupid amount of snow. We still got huge snow drifts from last snowstorm and another coming this week." How would you hold up in snow? You just
I don't.
you would just
Dude.
shrivel away.
No. Last year, a year ago, like this.
Yeah, I
almost 2
remember.
weeks,
I remember.
This whole house was empty. Like there was a hole right up here in the roof where there was snow coming into the house. No electricity. I had no heater, no hot water, no heat, no electricity, no nothing, and it was negative 10 degrees. And I
Damn.
was sitting in here. I could see my breath. The electricity would come on every 5 or 6 hours. The electricity would come on for an hour. So during the hour, we would put all the computers and stuff in one room, turn everything on, mine everything as hot as we could, and it would just heat the room up over an hour. And in that hour, the electricity would go out, and we'd sit here for 6 to 8 hours in the darkness, me and my son, just trying to stay warm.
That sounds like a horror show, to be
Butt
quite
to
honest.
belly, you know?
Like, I mean, I don't know how you'd survive in our house. Like, our house in Ireland is cold, man.
Well, because you can always put clothes on, you can only take so much off.
Well, that's what I always said. Like, in Australia, it was so hot that, like...
Seems like it'd be cold there.
What? In Australia?
Yeah. I don't know why I always thought it would be really cold. Maybe like in this far south Australia, it's really cold, right? In the wintertime, it didn't get cold?
No.
Oh.
God, no. It just gets
Forgive
wet.
me
It's
for
just
my
hot and
language.
wet. Like, where I was, it got to 48 degrees Celsius the other day, which in freedom units is about 400 degrees Fahrenheit or something.
Yeah.
It was crazy hot. But one time I was out in the desert, out in a place called Jigalong, and it was 52 degrees Celsius. That's hot. That is hot.
Mark says negative 10. It only got down to 3 degrees. It felt like negative 10 to me. Okay?
Like, I
The
rode...
bones were shaking.
Let me tell you this, right? I rode from Cork all the way up to Longford, which is like a 6-hour ride on the bike, and back in -4. So, like, there was ice on the road and my helmet. There was literally ice on my helmet. I'll tell you a funny story. One time when I was about 19, I saw a motorcycle for sale up in Dublin, which is about a 5-hour ride on a regular sized motorcycle. But this was like a little clown bike that I really wanted, an 80cc, and I was like 350 pounds. I rode that thing down from Dublin on I'll never forget it because it was my brother's birthday, the 15th of December. I left Dublin at midday and I didn't get back to Cork until 2 in the morning, and I rode the whole way, and it was freezing, and it was so cold when I got back that there was crystals of ice in my schmig, in my beard, like, and Mrs. Demon had to put me in a hot bath. I couldn't move. I was so cold, man.
Well, I was just about to say something that I forgot. Go ahead, I'll remember.
Oh, but now you put me off. Well done. Oh, yeah, you're probably wondering, what's this? Langer. You're a langer. It's perfect for Team Skeptic. A langer is like, I don't know. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Well, it's not a good thing. If somebody called you, oh no, you fucking missed your chance. A langer is like, you know, if somebody was being a dick, you'd be like, oh, you're such a langer. Like, it also means penis too. So, what were we gonna say?
Nothing.
He can't laugh. You should see his face right now, right? He's trying so hard not to laugh because he broke his fucking rib yesterday. We think.
Yeah,
We're pretty sure.
I hurt my rib.
Because I was in bed and all I could hear was like coughing in here, and then oh fuck, I fucked something up. Oh shit, something ain't right. Oh fuck. So I came in there. I was like, what the fuck is wrong? He's like, I think I just broke my rib. And you've been messed up all day with that,
Dude,
man.
it's been hurting. It's like I don't, I mean, I'm not really like I don't bitch about shit a lot. So
You have bitched about it all day
when I
long,
say
man.
something's hurting like that, it means it's fucking.
We were walking around Walmart and he was just like, oh man, I'm really fucking hurt now. I'm really fucking hurt now. I was like, dude, this was your idea to come out. Like, I was quite happy.
Like, hey, Walmart closes in 30 minutes.
You were like, let's go. I was like, are you sure you want to go? Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, he broke his rib from coughing or laughing, a mixture of both, I think it was.
Yeah, maybe.
And then I nearly died from laughing because I thought it was the funniest thing ever.
What I was gonna say.
Oh, here we go.
I was gonna I'll tell them too. I'm looking at getting these like little mini bikes that are stretched out, and I forgot what they're called.
Honda Ruckus.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I want one of the nicer ones that are like $7-8 grand that are like stretched out like a.
There's one that you can get. I'll show you later. It's a Honda Ruckus, but it's a belt-driven one, so you get an extended swing arm on it. They look sick, man. They look
I
sick.
think that's what I was looking
They're
at.
Korean-style chopped scooters.
Yeah,
are
that's what it is.
amazing.
And they go like 40 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, well you
drive 'em on
can
city streets.
you can get the 125cc Ruckus that goes like 60
Yeah.
because you can get a power stroke, and
See, I
they're
would get that- I
sick,
would
man.
Get that just to ride around town. Just
Oh
to
yeah,
ride
yeah,
around.
for nipping around town. I wouldn't go outside the city in it.
No, I wouldn't jump on the highway either.
I wouldn't park it
I would
outside that
take it
biker bar
all
we
the
were
way-
at today,
oh,
for
yeah,
example.
I'd go down there with the fucking colors.
Oh yeah, full colors on a
Just
fucking
Hell's
50cc
Angels tattooed across my forehead.
on a 50cc
Yeah.
moped. Oh Jesus Christ, that wouldn't.
Oh, shit.
I wish you could see him right now. He's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
It's worth the pain. Thank God.
It is worth the
I'm
pain.
a blast, man.
But at least it's not me that's in pain. I don't think I'd be saying that if I was the one in pain. To be fair.
Nah, you being here has been fun. So.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been a fucking good time. We've had a.
Yeah.
Oh, we're only just getting started. I've only just kind of started to get over the jet lag now.
That would hurt.
It's like being in a nursing home, man. Every
No,
time I was
it's
like,
fine.
and then the house is so hot, and I'm coming in. He's like,
I'm
hey,
freezing.
hey, let me show you this right now. Let me show you this. I'm like, dude, I can't actually be in this room. It's too fucking hot.
Oh,
It's ridiculous. Fucking hell.
it's not fun.
42 degrees Fahrenheit in Omagh, Northern Ireland right now. What's 42 degrees? That could be really hot or really cold. I have no
It's
idea.
about what it is here. Here it is right here. This is temperature. Right now here.
We're 52 degrees Frankenstein right now. So
Freedom units.
freedom units, 52 degrees freedom units. I had somebody go off at me in my comment section over that the other day, by the way. I was saying like, so, oh wait, no, it wasn't temperature. It was the date structure. So it makes perfect sense to me that you do day, month, year, or year, month, day. But month, day, year makes no sense, man.
But if you asked me what my birthday was, I
Yeah,
would
you'd be like
go-
February 4th, but
Yeah.
but we don't. We say like the 4th of February. It makes way more sense. It is the 4th day of the second month of the 2022nd year. Makes perfect sense. But anyway, so I just made a point. I was like, America and I think one African country are the only countries in the whole world that use that system, right?
That African country rocks. So.
Fuck that country. It makes no sense, right? So I just made it was a joke anyway.
Yeah.
And this guy went ballistic in the side chat. And I was like, lol, dude, chill. And he was like, no, fuck you. Don't you talk about Merkel like that. You want to come out here and you're going to talk shit about our date system? It's like, dude, are you serious? Like, really? This is what you're getting upset about? Like, all the crazy shit that I've said and done over the past couple of years, and this is what you're getting upset about? So I know you folks like seeing people get a good tasing. Now, I've been tased before. It's no fun. I've been accidentally tased before. I've tased myself before on my thigh. Not fun. And I've been tased by my mother-in-law because she fancies herself a bit of an electrician and she's not very good at it. So when she tries to fix lamps and stuff, and then I go to, you know, just gently turn the lamp off and I get blown across the room. She thinks it's hilarious. I don't. She calls it getting the fuzzies. I'm not even joking here. Like, she legitimately says, oh yeah, you just got the fuzzies. No, lady, I got blown across the room because you were messing around with electronics again. Stop touching electronics. Anyway, leads me to what I was going to say in the first place, which is we're going to be putting on, well, I think we can make it happen, a shock collar. You still have a shock collar, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to put it on a shock collar and I'm going to get shocked every time, whatever. So is it a different amount of shock for different levels of super chat or
I don't
memberships or
know.
something? Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll figure it out. I had another idea. Let me know in the side chat what you think, right? We should do a quiz, a general knowledge quiz, right? So we'll have JL or somebody come in, right?
The shocker's not been that kind of fun.
That's roughly what it looks like. So we're going to have JL or somebody to be the quiz master, right? So what we're going to do is he will ask us X amount of questions each, right? And for every question we get wrong, we're going to get shocked.
I'll have to charge it, but
What you reckon?
there's the shocker right there.
And then the other one is the super chat shocks. I saw you do that. That was fucking insane.
Oh yeah, the super chat shocks.
Can we test this out or?
I don't think because it's not working. Plus, it's hooked up to my super chat thing.
Oh,
Well, it's hooked up to my phone, which is hooked up to my super chat.
fuck's sake. too many buttons and stuff. All right, let me just get to these super chats before we go on. We got Irene B sends $10 US with somebody going lol. It looks like they're tugging off the floor. Look, I mean it, like the super sticker looks like it's somebody doing dirty things.
Right.
It does. I'm just saying. Hey, I say what I see. Marty Mad Scientist in the house. Good to see you, my friend. For $5 California dollars says, how sick is a world where a fleet of drunken Irishmen can't pick a fight? Sure, we stopped World War III, but I'm a bit disappointed in my family. That's a true story. For anybody who doesn't know what just happened in Ireland today or yesterday, I'm not really sure because the world's round and I don't know where I am. So the Russian Navy decided to bring some warships off the coast of Ireland, and the Irish Navy consists of one guy in a rowboat, basically. So we couldn't stop them from doing shit. So all of the fishermen in my home port decided, you know what, we'll go out and fuck with them instead. So if they went into the exclusion zone, which is still within Irish waters, they're fully legal to go in there, but it just meant that the Russians couldn't do their tests. So basically a load of Irish fishermen just went out and go, hey, Boris, fuck off. That's basically what happened. They had to turn the ships around and go home. Like a few guys with a couple of trawlers were like, oh yeah, you want to fucking take us on, do you? Old Popeye McGrath goes out and starts causing trouble. And yeah, Boris had to turn around, man. But yeah, so we did stop World War III. You're welcome. You are welcome. Stephen Alley for 2 US says, put that down. We know where it's been. Don't ask. Put what down? What did I? Oh, did you put that on your unit?
What?
The shock collar.
Oh, no, I didn't. Because I was going to.
Right.
But somebody pointed out that I've got enough haters out there that they would probably report me for encouraging self-harm.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
I can use it the way it's designed to be used, but I cannot use it outside of its design.
Because there's have you ever heard of Jack Murphy from what's his thing called? Jack Murphy Live. He's the guy from
I don't know. Like I've heard of him, but
he's got this group called the Liminal Order, and it's like alpha male teaching you how to be an alpha male and all this kind of shit. Yeah. So people on Earth did videos of him and his wife doing adult things on something where you pay for people to do adult things or whatever. And he had one of those shock collars. Not very alpha, especially I've seen the videos, okay? As far as alpha goes, no, hey, look, alpha is what alpha is. You can do things that other people don't think are alpha, and that's the most alpha thing ever because you don't care what they think. But he cared what they thought, and he lashed out, and he Streisand himself big time. He should have come out and just been like, yeah, and I like that shit. Take it or leave it. Fuck you. That's the most alpha thing he could have done. You want to see it? Pay me for it. You know what I mean? That's the way he should have rolled with that. But he would have been better off just doing the shock collar thing. I'm just saying, like, except for so it was like the shock collar system, but you would pay a super chat, and it would activate a different type of electric device inside him.
He had that?
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Yeah, I tested it out for scientific purposes.
Good.
Do you want to swap chairs?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How's your rib?
It hurts. It does. It's a little painful.
Oh my god, man! I'm telling you, we went into Walmart. We were going to take one of those buggies. You know those buggies you can sit in. We should film that, man.
I'll do it.
Oh, we got stopped like proper auditors today as well. Remember?
Yeah.
He was a really nice guy, though. He was a lovely guy. He welcomed. Oh yeah, all right. Get this right. Pull in a little bit. So we were inside where were we?
Micro Center,
where they have like cameras and microphones and all that kind of shit. And we spotted these two really dodgy looking fuckers, like really dodgy looking guys. And we were just walking along. He was filming me, and we were just carrying on like pork chops walking around the shop. And next thing I was like, hey, I think that guy's trying to steal something.
Yeah.
So then he's filming it. The guy stuffs something down his jocks, takes off out the door, and then we were going over to tell the manager, hey, I think somebody just jacked some shit. But before we could even say it, he was like, y'all can't film in here. And I was like,
private property.
This is private property.
Filming.
You got to get... And it was like, he... Was it my imagination? Did he say we had to get permission from Homeland?
Home Office.
Oh, see, the Home Office to us is like Homeland Security. That's why I was like, what is this fucking place?
Like corporate.
Okay. So he kind of carried on us a little bit.
Yeah, when he told me we couldn't do it because it was private property,
we were like,
said,
okay.
No, this is a public accommodation.
I know my rights.
First Amendment.
Yeah, you guys hate the First Amendment here at Micro Center. Okay, great. That's.
But what we actually said was, "Oh, okay, I appreciate that."
Tard.
We just went, "All right, okay, I appreciate that," and we
then
were like, "Cool, man." And he was like, "Oh, if you guys want to film, you can just let us know and we can sort that out." We were like, "Oh no, we don't actually give a shit about the place. We were just filming me." I was just going to give it the whole, because he was like, "Oh, if you guys want to film in here, you just get onto corporate, we'll set something up." And I would have just given it the whole, "Oh yeah, that'd be great." Him? No, he was like, "Oh, we're not actually interested in any of the products or filming in here. We're just filming him." And I was like, "Really? You have to go there?" Hank's Corner, thank you so much for $5 says, "Irish Demon, welcome to Texas. Has TS," who's TS? Never heard of him. Taken you out to fling freedom seeds yet? Not yet.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be doing that in Las Vegas.
Yeah, we're going to be doing it at Battlefield Vegas.
Battlefield Vegas. It's bloody expensive, but it's going to be worth it.
Yeah, did you look at the prices?
Yes.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah, I nearly cried, but it's going to be worth it.
I mean, a one-time thing, go and shoot like a World War II weapon.
I want to shoot maybe a Tommy or something.
Yeah? You're going to do Tommy and not a M1?
They have an M1 Abrams, maybe.
Nah, they
fuck
do
yeah.
have no, they have an M1 Abrams there you can shoot.
Get the fuck out of here.
Dead ass serious.
Depleted uranium rounds, or
well,
just like
I don't
probably
know.
steel rounds?
I don't know if it's an M1 Abrams though. I know it's an American tank, but the main American tank is the M1 Abrams.
Well, so yeah, but like
I'm sure it's a decommissioned.
It could be. It could be like a Sherman.
It might be a Sherman.
Like a replica Sherman. Because there's only one firing and driving Sherman left in the United States.
It would be, if it was a replica, it would be a replica.
That's $2.5 million if you want it.
But for like $10,000, you can take it. They'll set up a tour where you can go out into the desert and shoot cars and shit like that.
They have a German, or genuine World War II German, I won't say the word, a World War II German flak gun that you can fire. It's 25 Gs for one shot.
Oh, man.
And it's legit, too.
Donna, you have a great idea. I need to take you cow tipping, boy.
You think I haven't been cow tipping before?
Do they have cows in
Bro,
Ireland?
Do they have cows in Ireland?
I thought cows were unique.
What do you think
America.
we milk? I did see Longhorn yesterday.
Yeah?
Yeah. He didn't know I was watching, though.
Longhorn?
Yeah, we saw some Longhorn cattle yesterday. That was fun. That was pretty cool, actually.
We got it by Bowie.
We went down to Bowie. Man,
Bowie,
that place. Hey, let me tell you. Did I tell you about that cafe? There's a cafe. I can't remember the name of the town, but the name of the town starts with K, right? So let's call it.
Oh, yeah. You told me.
Dude.
Tell them the story. That's funny.
It's like Kaysville or something, right? So this little town, we'll call it Kaysville. I know it started with K. And they have a cafe, like a diner there. Now, this place, as soon as you go in there, all you can hear is cows and banjos. Like, it was proper, like, doom, 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 doom. And I got a picture outside this pawn shop that was just a shack with a gun, like a real gun that was, like, rusty and shit. And over the door it said, "This ain't no museum, buy shit or get out." No shit. It literally a sign that said, "This ain't no museum, buy shit or get out," right? So, of course, I didn't buy anything. I just fucking stood there enjoying the show, right? So we're driving along, and the lads were telling me about there's a cafe in this place, whatever. It starts with K, whatever the town is. So let's call it, what would we call it?
I called it Katie because I thought he was talking about Katie.
All right, let's just say Katie. Sorry for any Katie people living out there, but
yeah, you're not.
Let's say it's Katie, right? The name of the cafe is Katie Coffee Club, right? Which doesn't sound too bad. It actually sounds kind of nice. It sounds like somewhere where the moms would go after church, right? But
hold on. Everybody in the chat, their initials. Put them in the chat if you
put the initials of the. Actually, would that
Club.
flag up though?
Put several spaces and dots.
Yeah, put several spaces and numbers and stuff. But basically, it was Katie Coffee Club, but they did that really fun artistic thing where they swapped out the C for a K. 3 big red Ks, and the rest of the word was really small. So it was just a cafe on the strip with K, and then another one of those letters, and then another one of those letters. Because if I put them all together on YouTube, chances are I'm probably going to get. But that wasn't actually Katy, Texas. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that because that's the only thing we could think of. But it's not. It is not Katy, Texas.
Oh man.
What?
I need to take look at that chat, Logan.
Super
Logan
chat?
Salmon said, well, yeah, you have a super chat too. But Logan Salmon said, I need to take you to go see a real snake. I do. I need to give you some tall boots. And some like real tall, like the real like, not just like decorative cowboy boots.
Have you ever heard of a little place called Australia? So I lived in this small little island called Australia that has, I think 8 of the top 10 most dangerous snakes, including the 3 top ones, right? I stood on one by accident when I was on patrol one night, right? Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Jenabella, expectation versus reality. Thank you so much for 20 California Canadian dollars. Says, my fave man with my second fave man, that's you, from across the pond from me. So he's the second favorite man.
Nah,
is there a
I'm the
card
favorite.
for
I'm the
SC to sign? I think there is, isn't there?
I don't know.
Let me, if you could email me, Jenna, irishdemonvids@gmail.com, and I will be able to get back to you on that in the morning. I'll find out for sure. I'm pretty sure there is, but I will find out in the morning, and I'll get back to you if you just drop me an email, and I'll let you know. Hopefully find Luna while you're out and about. Now, funnily enough, you say that, Sparky's opinion, because we did,
I want to show that.
Did I film it on my phone, though? I think I might have.
We filmed it on my camera.
Thank you so much, Miguel, for the super duper chat over on PayPal. PayPal's still open because I need to buy a load of shit actually. I need to get a new camera and I need to get a new microphone. So PayPal's still open if anybody wants to throw a tip in the tip jar.
That's to you, though, right? Put your PayPal.
Oh yeah, that's to me. Yeah, Irish Demon Vids. Yeah, so we're covered on that, right?
Well, I'm still a couple of hundred down.
Oh yeah, he's still a couple of hundred down, but we'll do a stream tomorrow night. He's not worried about it.
Collect anything, and I have to pay that part out of my pocket. That's basically paying my own way.
You're damn right.
Johnny.
Yeah.
And you from Ira.
Rightly so.
And you and Johnny
Rightly
paid.
so.
So I'm not worried about that. That's where we're at right now.
Now, to be fair, right, he has been capitalizing off my Irishness, like with those lovely young ladies last night in the bar. Right, so.
Oh yeah. Tell us.
All right, so
I
he.
played that off good though. I played that off good, regardless of what y'all think. I did not say a single declaratory.
Okay, to be fair, right, you did stick to the rules of the game.
Yes.
But, you did use me as a big Irish worm.
Well, how am I supposed to ask? How am I supposed to have a conversation? Hold on, let me talk.
All right, let him tell the story because he tells it better than I do.
All right, guys, look. So, last night, of course, I can't remember who it was, whether it was you or JL or Mark.
It was actually your idea. We had nothing.
No. I didn't say it.
You just said, "I'm going to do this. I bet I can," and we were like, "Okay." And then you were like, "No, I bet I can." And we were like, "Okay." And
no,
like,
somebody
"I'll show
challenged
you."
me. Somebody said.
No, you challenged yourself the whole time because you were already well on by the time we got there.
Oh, whatever, man. I was kind of, but
Yeah, you
so
were steaming.
there were these two chicks. They were attractive, I'll say.
I'm not saying that because.
You don't think so, but I do.
No, I think they were. Look, being real,
Captain
they were.
Pretentious over
They
there.
were very, very attractive, very nice young ladies, and that's all I'm saying on that matter. Sorry, Mrs. Demon, I love you.
They were fairly attractive women. Mr. Demon was being.
One might think they are, and I could understand why.
Mr. Demon was being perfectly respectable, Mrs. Demon.
I was actually being very nice.
And so the challenge was, could I get one of their phone numbers? Only asking questions without saying any like, hey, I'm Skeptic. Nice to meet you.
You
could not.
YouTube.
Yeah, I could not do that. Everything had to be a question. So I opened up. I was like, hey, how are you guys doing tonight? And they were like, good. And I was like, would you mind if I, sat down and chatted with y'all for a second? And they said, yeah, sure. And I said, what are you guys drinking over here? And they were like, strawberry daiquiris, I think. And I was like, would it be a problem if I bought you one, your next one? No, it wouldn't be a problem. I said, do you see that guy down there? Because I just ran out of questions. She goes, yeah.
I will just butt in here real quick, right? So myself and JL were watching this really keenly from the other side of the bar, right?
I'm smooth, though.
And he's chatting away. I don't have a problem. He's chatting away. Next thing I see him turn around, point directly at me and say, you see that guy down there? And I was like, well, here we go. And JL was like, there he goes. He's going to use the Irish thing now.
I didn't use the Irish thing.
Yes,
I said, this is something I'm doing. I was like, I got into my best Saw voice, and I was like, would you like to play a game? And they were like, yeah, sure.
We got to tell him about the chick behind the counter as well.
Alan.
Because you made her earn her wage that night, man.
Oh, yeah.
Big time.
Oh, yeah.
I was super nice to her. So there was this
nice
young lady. No, you were nice to her, but you kept calling her Alan.
Yeah, because she's from Allen,
She's from Allen, Texas. Well, no, I think she mentioned she lived there momentarily.
No, she lived in Oklahoma. She worked in Allen, Texas. She was filling in Frisco.
There we go. All right.
So I was calling her Alan.
So she kept calling her Alan, and I was like, I didn't want to say anything, right? Because I'm a new guy here. So I was like, is that normal for a lady to be called Alan in Texas? Maybe it is. I don't know. I know a lady called James. Okay? LeDonald. So if my friends back home from my hometown are watching this right now, or my brothers, they'll know who I'm talking about when I say I know a lady called James. I'm not being, what's the word? Evasive. It is literally facetious. It's literally a woman that I know, and her name is James, and her sister is called Kieran, which is generally speaking an Irish boy's name, right? And the reason that they're called that is both of their uncles had a terrible accident, and they were named after their uncles. That's basically what it is. And
hey,
so,
straight up, I have two really good friends of mine, brother and sister. Dude's name is Leslie. Girl's name is Kevin.
Leslie is okay. I know men call Leslie.
And I know
one of my best friends is Les.
I know about 4 Kevins that are females.
That I can't get my head around because that's objectively a male name. Like, subjectively. Like you can call your kid whatever you want,
I think
right?
The only name that you cannot get away with calling a girl is John.
Or Anthony or something. Anthony. This is my daughter, Anthony.
My brother's name is
He's dying over here, man.
The lady at the fucking bar today had just a very similar haircut to my brother Anthony.
Yeah. So then we met a lady at the bar last night called LeDonald, and you told me it was LeDonald.
No, I didn't.
I was calling her LeDonald all night.
I was trying to be respectful.
Oh my god, man! I was calling her.
She could beat me up,
dude. She was so strong, man. So basically, we met this really nice lady who I until just now thought was called LeDonald. I was calling her LeDonald all night, man.
Her name is LeDonald.
Is that why you were laughing all night at me when I was speaking to her? I was like, "This is my new friend LeDonald." She probably thought this is some weird Irish guy who doesn't speak English. I was calling this lady LeDonald. She was so nice, and she's like, she looks like maybe a professional bodybuilder or something. Like she was like 0% body fat. Really impressive. She was really nice, actually. She was lovely. Well, she probably didn't think much of me because I was calling her LeDonald all night. But no, she was. We met such lovely people since I came here. We met some nice ladies in the bar today with that one lady's husband. They were so nice, man. The people, that area was awesome. They were such everywhere we went. The biker bar was a little bit. It was kind of funny because, right, I'm not blowing my own trumpet or anything here. Okay, of all the bikers that were in that bar, I was the only real biker. These were all like weekend warrior type bikers, right? But they were doing the whole, biker thing with the bandana and like the jackets and shit. And I was like, this is like a meme. This is like a meme. Oh, he was real deal.
I think he was real deal.
Well, he wasn't a 1%er.
No,
like, he told me he wasn't a 1%er. But he was a real deal. Yeah.
That means that he ain't fucking around.
Oh yeah, no, he's legit. He was a nice dude too, man. We chilled with him for a while. But we met some really cool people. Yeah. He was straight up with that guy, man. He was not messing around. But yeah, we met some really cool people. It was such a nice place. The guys in the bar were awesome. They were really. He was really cool, man. He looked like Jesse James, the motorcycle builder. He probably was because he fell on hard times, man, after the whole West Coast Choppers thing. But anyway, so Team's just gone to try fix his ribs. He legitimately did break his rib, by the way. Like, he actually broke his rib. Sorry, I think I might have missed the super chat there. Let me just... Hank's Corner for $5 US says, I haven't sent SC shirts to Tellas for all of y'all to wear. I have sent. Oh, man, that's awesome. At Glenda's court hearing, hopefully I guessed the right sizes. So for me, it's probably going to be a 2XL. For him, probably a child's schmedium. Child's schmedium. We'll give him schmedium. He likes him baggy.
I wear an Asian child small.
So, man, that is...
like the 6 to 9 month
full on schmedium. Yeah, because it's hard to get him t-shirts because usually they only make onesies in that size.
Yeah.
Like, what are they called? Baby girls. Baby girl. Yeah, we'll get him a little snuggy baby girl. But yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that for you setting that up. And I'm sorry for anybody who's messaged me over the past few days that I haven't been able to get back to. I haven't had mobile data. So when I get home, because we've been out all the time, when I get back, I've got like an hour before I crash and burn asleep to try to like answer everything, and I've just been getting tons of messages and stuff. So sorry to anybody that I've missed. I will be catching up on all that tomorrow because we'll be at the house most of tomorrow working. So, me says broke a rib coughing. What is he, 80?
I did it when I was in the military too. I had pneumonia real bad.
Yeah, he had pneumonia.
Cracked a rib.
It's because he's quite soft. He's quite soft.
No.
That's why he joined the Navy. NANA for 666 Hail Sagan says, tell team he sucks at returning messages. Hail Satan.
Oh, hold on. Tell him I'll do it right now.
He's going to do it right now. Oh, no, you're not. Not while I'm doing all this shit. Do it later.
Okay.
I'll make sure he does it. Mandy Collins says, easy for you. Easy to do if you're in the wrong position. He was sitting up straight. He was...
When I hurt my rib, I was laying down.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. You were in an awkward position, yeah. Because, see, when they get to that age and they're that frail, you kind of have to make sure that they're lying in the right position. I have to keep coming in and turning him in the night so he doesn't get bed sores and all that kind of stuff.
Whatever.
Let me see. So, yeah, that's great. Thank you so much for sending those T-shirts. That's going to be really nice to wear those. Hank's Corner.
Oh, yeah.
He's got SC. I thought he sent them to Teleklein.
Oh, well, maybe. I mean, not.
So yeah, we'll be meeting up with Tella when we get up there anyway. So we'll go set that up. On and off. I'll message her tomorrow and we'll get things sorted out.
We're gonna be there on the 5th.
Oh yeah. We'll sort all that out. So for anybody we haven't figured out yet, we'll do this tomorrow before our live stream tomorrow. We'll have a proper announcement of the time and date for our meeting in Dallas. We'll also be in Vegas. We won't set a time for that. I think we'll just kind of do it on the fly because. Yeah, we're going to be there super early, and we don't know where we're going to be, basically. So, yeah, you can just let us know, and we'll try to sort that out. Zatsu says, found any new Harley Davidson chips? Right. So yesterday, we went down to Johnny O's house. We had an absolutely awesome day. Team had to stay at home and try to sleep off his broken rib. And so we were at Johnny's place yesterday.
Oh, no, that was y'all went to Bowie.
Well, we went to Bowie, but we were at Johnny's house for a while as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So we were at Johnny's house, hanging out with the kids. His kids are amazing. They're the nicest. They're the most awesome kids.
They're cool.
They're so sweet, man. And they just, I felt so welcomed. It was just, they were brilliant. They're just such a lovely family anyway. I mean, goes without saying, but we had a great time. I had pecan pie, which was one of the American dream things for me. I also had Taco Bell this morning at like 8 o'clock. Biggest mistake I've ever made in my life. I was on the phone to Mrs. Demon, and she was like, oh, you should just order in Taco Bell. I was like, hell yeah. So I did. Terrible idea. Sorry, Taco Bell. It sucks. It really does. But I had a chimichanga today. That was amazing. I've always heard of it, but I never had one.
I can make you really good chimichanga.
That thing was good. But I'd like them smaller so I can actually eat it.
I make chimichangas that are this
because
big and like April size.
This thing was this size, right? Yeah. And it was covered in stuff, which was awesome. But the only thing they gave me to eat it with was a spoon. And, spoon and tortillas. Try not to laugh now. Try not to laugh. Do you want me to ring the grandkids, or I'll call the grandkids in?
I'll have grandkids, asshole.
Sorry, I think I missed the chat. Did I? No, I didn't. Virgo Jennifer says, I agree. Taco hell is gross. I tell you what. So a few things that I forgot about America. All right. Number one is that Taco Bell seems to have a bit of a reputation.
Bad reputation.
Right. And being a foreigner, being introduced to that is not fun. I can tell you that straight up, right? So I ordered Taco Bell and it got here and the guy got lost. That was my fault because when I did the Uber Eats thing, I put the pin in the wrong place. So he ended up out the back and I was walking around chasing this guy down. He could not see me and he'd only been on Uber for one day. And he was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, man. I was like, no, bro. I was like, it's my fault, man. I put the pin in the wrong place. He was like, oh, I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry, man. So I gave him a good tip. I was like, hey, man, like it really is my fault. I'm sorry. So off he went, but it was cold, but that was my fault. So then I made the mistake of eating it cold, which was a terrible mistake. And I regretted it.
That was all this morning?
That was 7:30 this morning.
I don't know how you did it, bro.
Oh, I did it. It was not fun. I wouldn't do it again, put it that way. But McDonald's doesn't do burgers before fucking 11 a.m. Oh man, that was devastating because I woke up with a craving for a burger. I had a meat tube.
Oh yeah,
We ate a meat tube. It was good.
I eat meat tubes, do I not?
He legitimately eats meat tubes. This human being over here ate my body weight in meat yesterday.
I eat almost here. Not almost today, but I ate quite a bit. I had that big ass hamburger at the bacon burger at the place, the bar.
Do you remember how bad I was in that bar when we got there? We went in and I was hungry, so we were walking down towards the bar to get something to eat, and I hadn't had any caffeine yet today at that point, right? Because we'd just been on the go non-stop since we got up, right? Yeah. So I was like, I just crashed. As we were going in the gate, there was all these beautiful, really old shovel heads and awesome Harleys outside the front. And he was like, oh man, let's look at the... I was like, I just need caffeine right now. I just need caffeine. So I'm sitting there sipping on a Red Bull because they didn't have coffee. They didn't have lattes. So I only do lattes. But I was sitting there drinking my Red Bull. And next thing I turn around, this guy is eating a burger the size of my head. And I turn around, I'm talking to this lovely lady. Remember the two nice ladies that were there with the little dog? I was chatting to them, and I turn around, it's gone. I was like, was there something wrong with your burger? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, did they take it back or something? And he was like, no, I ate it. I was like, what? How the fuck? He ate a steak when he got home, then meat tubes.
I had a couple meat tubes.
Yeah, man.
I eat, man. People think I don't eat, but I eat.
And Mark can stand testament to that too, because when he was here last night, you were gnawing down on stuff then too.
What did I eat last night?
The sous vide beef. Oh no, you didn't have the sous vide beef. You had something last night.
I did eat something. I remember that I ate something. I can't remember.
Oh man, the cinnamon toast, the diabetes toast.
Oh yeah, diabetes.
Oh man, it was delicious. It was delicious, but it was diabetes toast. So I'm gonna get a duck.
Cinnamon bread, butter with
sugar on top.
Brown sugar caramelized on top.
Oh yeah, that's what it's all about.
It's good too.
Hold on, let me get closer.
Did Mark pizza last night? Mark, you're in the chat.
Mark, you're in the chat. Did you have a piece of that? No, I think you might have had to turn it down because he was being careful about the sugar.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Because I remember eating it and I was like, this is so good, but I feel so sick, but it's too good to not finish it. Brando Ham 94, thank you so much for $5 says, team's a well-known glitzy guzzler. Just got home from work to see you fine lads. Cheers. Thank you so much, my friend. I hope you had a good day at work. Commander Darklight with the brown sugar. It was lovely. It was really nice. I did get diabetes, but it was good. Pat says go to Whataburger. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do because we have a lot. Was that what they were? Yeah. Let me tell you this.
You did like those. You said you liked
they were great. They were great.
But they were kind of cold. So
but they were really good though, man. But we got, I got Popeye's chicken the other day, right? I've been raving about this nonstop. Popeye's chicken was great, but the Popeye's French fries were amazing.
I gotta take you Long John Silver's. They got good French fries.
Man,
they cook their French fries in fish batter. Like there's fish batter on the French fries. That
sounds amazing.
It is.
Well, myself and Jen have beer batter chips, which are the thick steak fries, like steak fries. Yeah. Beer batter, steak fries, and it's like a salt and pepper batter. Oh man, it's amazing. But I'm gonna get a duck during the week. I'm gonna cook us all my favorite meal to cook, which is Fauginese style braised duck. Yeah. You guys, I'm telling you, it is like. See, you haven't seen me cook yet. All right, I'm going to blow my own trumpet here, straight up. I am a great cook. Like, I am a... Trumpet? What you mean, am I gonna? I already did. But, yeah, you should just pull that rib straight out. I feel like I could just peel him open and take it out. But, I am a good cook. I'm not a good baker, though, which is strange because my dad is, well, I suppose... You know, the ability to bake isn't necessarily handed down through your genetics either. I would actually have to learn how to do it. But my dad is a master baker. He's a master baker and a master confectioner. Like, he's got the paperwork. My dad could make anything, any dessert, any bread, anything, all from memory. He doesn't weigh anything. He just does it. It's incredible, actually. Like, you wake up in the morning, you say, Dad, can I have some croissant? And he'll be like, yeah, no problem. And he'd just start throwing stuff in a bowl. And then there it is. And it's like, how the fuck? But Mrs. Demon's a great baker. She's a really good baker. But I'm a good chef. Yeah. But I used to cook as a job. So, I mean, you know, my first job when I was 13, 14, was cooking. Like I cooked for years and years as my job. For all through my teens, I cooked. But then I won Irish Young Chef of the Year, 2010 or 2011. I gotta send you a picture of the trophy I got. It's pride of place, and my mom does it. Oh no, I won Irish Young Board Bia Irish Young Chef of the Year. I beat 2,500 people.
They all got a fucking first place trophy.
They all got salmonella poisoning actually, so that's how I won. But no, seriously, I'm gonna make braised duck, and we'll do a live taste test. That'd be fun.
I'm gonna make you Korean beef.
I'm looking for it. I love Korean beef. We used to go to a place in Australia. I reckon you would love it. Ararang. It's just meat, just wall to wall Korean meat. It's amazing.
I don't really eat bread. I don't really eat vegetables.
I'm gone off carbs altogether.
Yeah.
You know.
I need vegetables in my life.
Uncle Artie's Bar and Grill of Stupidity, my buddy. You sent me something earlier.
We need to link up.
Are you in Dallas?
Yes, he's in Dallas.
Artie, I know you messaged me on Discord earlier, and I know I didn't get back to you because I saw all the messages, but I haven't read them yet. I'm just gonna pull it up right now.
Uncle.
Yeah, I think Uncle sounds better. Uncle Artie. Here's some advice for your Uncle Artie when you have to deal with the TSA at the airport. Yeah, man, I nearly got violated by the TSA, man. Actually, they weren't too bad. Like, they did check everything, like, including my gentleman's region, like my meat tube. I'm not even kidding, like. They didn't actually look at it. They looked at the region and asked me to shift some weight around. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, legit. Because they did that thing with the swabs, you know? And it flashed up red. I don't know why. It must have been something that...
Man, that picture's so clear.
Oh, yeah. We're streaming. You guys can switch to 4K, right?
No.
Oh, because of the capture card, yeah.
Well, you can't stream.
You can't stream in 4K, 1080. On playback, this will be in 4K, right?
No, but because I don't have it set up here. I'd have to go in and set something up real quick. But
Amateurs.
It's not a big deal. Yeah, I'm just saying the picture quality is amazing. And if the camera hasn't turned off, it's been in 4K the whole time.
Is it heating up?
If it was, it would turn off.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. We'd just hit the limit, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, Artie, if you're in, I'm not seeing the side chat right now, but if you're in Dallas, hit us up, man. It'd be great to have you out. But he says you should meet your Uncle Artie at Twisted Route before Wednesday.
We drove by Twisted Route.
Oh, yeah, you pointed that out to me, actually, yeah.
Whenever. Tell him to tell us what...
Is the storm going to affect you going to Seattle? I forgot about that. There's a storm due in a couple of days.
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
We'll be in Vegas, so we won't give a fuck.
Yeah, we'll be in Vegas.
Just warm.
Like, if it's a case where we, like, they tell us a couple of days in advance, you won't be able to fly because of the storms.
We'll just get a cancellation on the ticket.
We'll just get a cab up there, man. It's not that far.
A what?
We'll just get a cab up to Seattle. It's not that far.
Okay.
America's really small. People don't realize that.
Okay.
I realized that today. I could have walked all over Texas today if I wanted to. I just chose not to. Logan says, how was your trip through U.S. Customs? I really want to know. All right. They were very probing. I felt like I was on an alien spacecraft. But they were very nice to deal with. They were really kind. The gentleman that searched my bags, he was like not apologetic because he knew he had a job to do, and I understand that too, and that's fine. But he was very just like cool, very laid back. So what happened was, I think something must have been wrong with me, right? Which sounds terrible, but so when I was going through Amsterdam, they were like, "Excuse me, sir, we have to stand over here and do a random test." I was like, "Yeah, okay." So they swabbed me, and I was fine, right? And then they swabbed my duty-free bag, which is where your whiskey was. And that flashed up red.
Oh, yeah. Look.
But they didn't tell me what it was for.
I gotta show it off.
It flashed up red, and they didn't tell me what it was for. So then they searched my bags, and straight from the source, baby.
Gift from Demon right here.
They searched my bags, nothing to be found. And then I got to the TSA, and they swabbed me, and nothing happened. And then they swabbed my duty-free bag, and it flashed again. But then I remembered...
Are you making bombs?
But here's the thing. But no, here's the thing, right? Then I remembered where I got that duty-free bag. Amsterdam.
Oh.
And what do they like to do in Amsterdam? Smoking the doobs and stuff.
Yeah.
So obviously there was residual or something. It wasn't me because I didn't leave the airport. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's some residual from something. People says, America's not small. Texas is a state. And then there's 49 more of them. That's the size or bigger. Well, Some are small, but America is not as small as you think. No, America's tiny, man.
Hey.
Let me tell you this, right? Myself and JL took a wrong turn earlier, and in 10 minutes we ended up in Arizona. It was that quick. I saw the Golden Gate Bridge and the Statue of Liberty in the same half-hour period. That's how small. It's all lies. It's all lies. He thought New Zealand was enormous, and I was like, bro, New Zealand's not as big as you think. He was like, man, I'm telling you, New Zealand's blah blah blah. He thought New Zealand was way bigger than Texas.
Yeah, 'cause it's a whole country.
And he was like, nah, man, nah. And then I Googled it because we got out to the car, realized that we left all of our equipment in the house.
Yeah.
So we were walking back into the house and I was Googling it and I was like, dude, Texas is literally 3 times the size of New Zealand. He's like, what? Really? I was like, yeah, it's just really long. It's a really long, it's like Peru. It's really long, but it's not a lot of surface area. But, hey, I'm going to break this news right now. Texas is tiny. It's tiny. I'm telling you, we went from the panhandle all the way down to the border wall, and it took, 15, 20 minutes? 30 minutes on the way back because of traffic.
You didn't go to no fucking border wall.
Yeah, we did.
Sure.
You pointed, it was Johnny pointed out the fence to me yesterday. He was like, there it is.
That's not the border of Mexico.
I didn't say it was the border of Mexico.
Oh.
It was the border of somebody's farm. So it's still a border. But that's what I'm saying. It is quite small. You might be surprised, people, but I'm telling you, unless you've been to Texas, you won't realize how small it is. Ireland's way bigger than Texas. They're lying to you, folks. It's NASA. It's NASA. So yeah, we're going to Vegas. We got some great plans for Vegas. So we're going to be picked up by one of our supporters. And she's going to be showing us around some of the cool places because she lives down that way and she's very familiar with the area. We're going to be meeting up with some people because we know quite a few people in Vegas, so we're going to do that. I'm going to go out to Pawn Stars, Gold and Silver Pawn Shop. Dream come true for me because I loved the show growing up. Do yourself a favor. If you've ever watched the TV show Pawn Stars and you like Pawn Stars, watch the pilot episode. It's available on YouTube. It is creepy, man. Let me tell you this. If they went with that pilot episode, totally different show. Yeah. Totally different show. It's like, we got this original 1776.
It'd be like, if they went with that pilot episode, if they went with that thing, it would be like a tow truck show, but inside of a pawn shop.
Inside of a pawn shop. It would have been more like that other pawn show. What was that one called? The one in Detroit, really messed up. But like, in the show Pawn Stars, right, you see, a guy comes in, he's like, I've got, Abraham Lincoln's shoe or some shit like that. It's like, wow, that's amazing. In the pilot episode, it's like, I found this DVD player. You know what I mean? It's like totally different show, man. Teeth? How much how much for my gold teeth? And it's like,
he said there was somebody that was like, how much for the teeth?
And he was like, maybe $200. And he went and pulled it out.
Some pliers, went to the bathroom,
yep.
Pulled
his teeth out, came back, washed the blood off, came back and sold them. Totally different show, man. Totally different show.
I would watch that.
I would watch that too, man. One of my friends has been running. We can't have pawn shops in Ireland as such. It's a little bit different. There's one or two that get under the radar and it's kind of semi-legal or whatever. And man, I used to hang out in there all the time. Some of the stuff you would see come in there, man, it's crazy, man. Stuff with tags still on them, and
There's a question that says, are Irish Demon and Team Skeptic sharing a bed?
Yes. Well, a couch.
Yeah.
Or remember what we said to those ladies in the pub today?
You're a little bit bigger than a normal size human.
And he's a little bit smaller than a normal size human. So we average out on a 2-seater. Yeah. But I was like, we had them in some state laughing.
Oh yeah, we had a good time with them.
We had a great time.
She knew me.
Oh really?
One that was sitting in the middle, she's a lawyer.
She was really. Oh, I knew she was a lawyer.
Yeah,
I knew.
Had long conversations.
I knew she was a lawyer. I could tell because I worked with lawyers for years.
We just didn't talk.
Because she had lawyer vibes for sure. She was really cool though. They were really nice. But we got talking and because I think a lot of people don't understand the Irish humor. We're very sarcastic people, Irish people. And so when I was like, oh yeah, we've been just sharing the backseat of a car, and they were like, oh okay. And I was like, it's a joke. And then they burst out laughing once that kind of was obviously a joke at that point. But Hardcore Pawn was the other show. That was a really good show, except it became super fake. Like really quickly, it became super fake. But Texas is 32% larger than Ireland. Fake news, okay? You're wrong. That's wrong. That's fake. You're fake news. I don't want to hear it anymore. Sit down. Don't be rude. Okay. Yeah. Ireland is approximately 8 times bigger than Texas. Approximately. I might slip in 9 times, something like that. Actually, though, funnily enough, it probably takes longer to drive across Ireland than it does to drive across Texas because our roads are so bad. You're dodging potholes nonstop.
Now, I told you before that to drive from Dallas to Chicago, which is pretty fucking far north,
is shorter than across Texas.
Than driving from
I had a car like that too, man. I had a car like that too. It sucked. Let me see here. Simon Coey, thank you so much. I thought it was Simon Cowell there. I thought we were in luck for a minute that we were gonna get a deal. For $17.99 of Her Majesty's pound, says Irish Demon in 2001. I flew from Dublin to JFK to fly to Toronto, and a TSA agent walked up and grabbed my blind man's cane and never identified either. And the army was in the airport, and the sergeant let the agent have it. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I remember the first time I ever encountered a U.S. soldier. I was 12 years old. It was when Iraq was ramping up. And we were in Shannon Airport, right? Which was a big stop-off point for U.S. aircraft at the time going over to Iraq, right? And I remember, I'll never forget it, because this young soldier, he was like maybe 18 max, right? He came up and he was crying. And he said to my mom, he was like, "Excuse me, ma'am." He was definitely from like Texas. I mean, he was from South anyway. And my mom was like, "Oh, what's wrong, love?" You know, because she's, my mom's really motherly kind of. And he was like, "What country are we in right now?" Because they weren't told where they were or exactly where they were going or something. And she was like, "Oh, you're in Ireland." And he was like, because it wouldn't have been, mobile phones wouldn't have been very common then. And they weren't allowed to have any cash. Would that be right?
Where? Who?
When they were on their way on their deployment, they weren't allowed to have any cash, or they only had US dollars maybe or whatever. So my mom gave him, because it was just before the millennium. So my mom gave him like £2 to go and make a phone call to call his mom to tell her where he was, because he was just so upset, man. He's walking around holding his rib here. Now he's got a paddy hat on. Show them.
Oh yeah.
You look like my late grandfather right now. That's not even a joke. Oh my God.
Last night,
Today on the show, we have my grandfather.
Last night, this guy's like, "Hey, wear your
you
paddy
were gonna bring
hat.
this up again, man.
Wear your paddy hat." And I'm like, "Bro, I don't like looking like a fucking communist, you know."
Like a painter.
Like I walk into Texas, like everywhere in Texas. First off, you gotta understand, everybody's like super conservative. So if I walk in looking like this, the first thing they look at me and they're like, "Yeah, that guy wins free healthcare over there." Or they're like, he lives and paints under a bridge somewhere, you know, like he's got to probably massive
on his parents' dollar.
He's probably a good painter, you know, probably has like a huge, massive, badass mural underneath some bridge where he lives.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that was funny. I get there and then I look over at Irish and I'm like, "Where's your fucking hat, bro?"
I forgot my hat.
I don't have it.
Because we made a deal that we would all wear
Me
the
and
hats
JL
basically
both
all
wore
the time.
it.
But JL pulls it off so well, man.
He looks like a commie though.
I don't think he's got a bit of a kind of a bit of a Bolshevik beard looking thing going on there. Yeah, man, you put him in a black suit, and that is Karl Marx, Texas Karl Marx. Like,
you put the beard on top of his head, and he's Karl Marx.
No, you put double his beard on the side of his head, and he's Karl Marx. That's a good point. JL, he's got a good point there, man.
The painter's hat worked for JL.
The painter's hat was awesome on JL.
Oh God, come here.
And the pink beard.
This. Guys, look. Okay. You have to respect the game. Remember we were telling the story.
Logan, my pleasure. I will pass that on to her, absolutely.
Remember we were...
She was handing out pound coins like it was going out of fashion, man.
Who was?
My mom, because a load of these soldiers were really young, like, and they were the age of my brothers. And obviously, you know, our country has seen its fair share of war, but usually internal. So what she was seeing, these kids, man, the same age as her sons, going out to war, and it was during the ramp up too. So she was just like mom mode. And I remember she went down to the cafe, or like would have been a tea house in Ireland at that time in Shannon Airport, down by the smoking area. I remember it so clearly. And she gave the guy behind the counter like a £50 note or something, which was a lot of money 22 years ago or whatever it was. It was a lot of money. She gave him a £50 note and had just all 50 pence and pound coins. and just started handing them out. And they were all at the phones, like ringing their parents, telling them where they were.
Man, I'm thinking I can plug in that other mic.
Yeah, we could.
And I
Yeah,
can use that right here.
yeah,
so
we
if
can.
I
Yeah, man, that'd be
pick up
awesome.
my voice.
Yeah, I'll allow that. That'd be cool.
Let me get that set up real quick. You don't have to stop. You can keep going.
I'll keep doing it. Yeah, I'll keep rolling. Show the picture of you in the white Stetson. Oh man, your dad's face. He did not expect me to say that. I bet he did not expect me to know what that was. So we went to, for anybody who's just joining us, we went to Team's dad's work yesterday. And it's the most amazing place I've ever seen. It's incredible. It's like an aircraft hangar full of awesome truck parts and trucks and power strokes and all that kind of stuff. Truck gang. And truck gang. And I was walking along, we were talking about his truck. And then I was like, hey, did you ever go roll some coal? And he just kind of like left out a wry smile, side-eyed him and went like, and then walked off. So for those of you who don't know what rolling coal is, it's where you blast a lot of black smoke. It's the most Texas thing ever. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like pure, unadulterated freedom.
Kicking out exhaust from a diesel truck.
Yeah, you get a diesel truck.
You can't do it in a regular gas.
No, you can't do it on a regular petrol vehicle. Basically,
It has to be an extra strong car.
it has to be, yeah, oh yeah, it's got to be like the diesel burning straight coal. And you basically, what you do is you mess around with the fuel air mixture. It's usually just a button that overrides the fuel air mixture for a couple of seconds. And then when you put the throttle down, it blasts like thick black smoke out the back of your truck. And yeah, it's just pure unadulterated American freedom, basically.
Is that your phone? Will you turn your flashlight on your phone and hand it to me?
I don't have a flashlight.
Not a flashlight, dickhead.
All right, give me 1 second here. I got a super duper chat I just got to read out real quick.
Okay.
This is from, I don't want to read out your full name just in case, because unless you have, oh wait, okay, so she actually did give her unreal name, so I'm glad that I spotted that. Now, I don't know how much it is specifically you're saying because it shows me in Australian dollars. So I'm just going to read it out in Australian dollars. For 65.38 Australian dollars, thank you so much. And this is from Jane Doe, as you guys will know on YouTube. The awesome Jane Doe. Thank you so much for all your support over the past few months and everything. It's just been awesome. It says, bummed I won't be able to meet with you guys when you're up my neck of the woods, Washington. But give Glenn a good old taste of his medicine. Let me tell you this. We're going to audit his ass.
Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
No, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to. Look, you. Right. I'll just say this, right? I'll be very. What would you say? Diversionary in how I'm going to approach this next couple of sentences, right? We want to make it very clear, though, from the outset that we don't intend to do anything untoward to anybody or say or you know what I'm trying to say. We're not trying to go mess up somebody's day. Oh well, maybe we are, but we're not gonna hurt anybody. We're not gonna, you know what I mean? That's obvious. We're not gonna do anything that we shouldn't be doing or that we're not allowed to do, or whatever the case may be. But I will say this: if we are able to pull off what we have planned, you guys are not going to want to miss it. So that's one of the reasons we're not going to tell you what it is, because we don't want people to be disappointed, obviously. But I know you guys are going to enjoy it. We have some plans. If things don't go to plan, then we have other things that we're going to do while we're up there. Well, we're going to do those things anyway, but we've got awesome things. We're going to do some recreation of past events. For example, I can give one away, right? The gate. We're going to go to the gate and we're going to ask Luna for super chats.
Hey, hold on 1 second.
We should do that live. We should stream that live. Go up there and be like,
Don't say anything for a second.
oh, fine. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck's sakes.
They can hear you now. I just unmuted you.
How does his mic sound?
But hold on. Oh well, hold on. They can't hear me yet. I just gotta
We got to get another one of these and do these podcasts.
another one of those.
Yeah, and do these podcasts. These are fucking dope.
Oh yeah. No. If we had
So,
it set up like,
all right, we can talk about this openly now because the channel,
Yeah,
we've
yeah.
got that pretty. Okay, all right. So we'll all right. There's only 200 of you here, so you're getting the early insight. So myself and team have a new channel planned. we're not 100% on exactly how we're doing it yet. We'll talk about it more over the next few days. We've both been doing a lot of sleeping and stuff like that, cuddling and things. So one of my ideas, I definitely, we have some like reaction stuff we want to do and all that. So I'm thinking the other side of it is maybe on a separate channel because algorithms and stuff like that, but doing like an uh-oh podcast, the uh-oh podcast basically, where we just sit down, shoot the shit, talk about current affairs, but like in a lighthearted way, not in the usual dreary fucking podcast way. Just shoot the shit and have fun, basically. Yeah. But what I want to achieve from it long term, because it is true, right? When it comes to podcasting, there is no substitute to being in the same room. There's no substitute.
Yeah, there's no substitute between our interactions right now.
No, there's not. Because you can, exactly. And like we can see each other. We can, you know, because when you're doing it online, especially when you're running a stream, you don't really see the other person as much because you're interacting with the chat, you're interacting with other things. So you don't really get that same conversational feel.
Give me 1 second.
Roger that. All right, so I'm back on. So you guys might, or if we can get this microphone sorted out here, you might be getting the first taste tester of the uh-oh podcast. The other good thing as well is myself, JL, and Johnny O, right? We were in the car together for a few hours yesterday, and I tell you what, we laughed so much, man. We had such a good time. I have a hilarious video to share with you guys. I won't be able to share it today, because of the way things are set up right now. But I will be able to share it with you in the next day or so. Johnny and JL arguing for a good 5 minutes about directions and time of travel. And I was weak laughing in the background. And then Johnny turned around and I was just like, yeah, I'm just in the back here minding my own business. He was like, yeah, with your motherfucking camera. Oh, man, we had a great time yesterday, I gotta say. I've just had a great time since I got here. The minute I got off the plane, we hung out, fucking had some fun. It was great. Regios for $10 says, couldn't hear anything. Does that mean it's perfect? Yes.
You know why? Because I had the wrong fucking thing plugged
in. He had the wrong effing thing plugged in. So, yeah, we met up with Mark today. I'm going to send that picture to the team so he can bring it up on the stream later. I got to try on Mark's awesome silver belly Stetson. I'm going to try find the Stetson before I leave.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I think you're... Mic check, mic... Oh, yeah, they can hear us now, look. Hold on, let me turn this up real quick so that way... Mic check. Mic check.
Mine's super low now, is it?
No. Yours is the same. Mic check. Oh, why is it not? Hello. It's coming through, but it's coming through. Oh, I know what it is. Hold on. Fixing it.
Working on the sound. I'm going to send you a picture to bring up on the stream here in a minute.
Now they can hear you now.
All right, now you can hear me. Okay, he's fixing it right now. We're doing, this is like a live, I don't know, what would you call it? Live teething. There we go. So I'm going to send team the picture of me and the Stetson. This is actually Mark in the side chat Stetson. I'm going to try to get my hands on one. I think I look, the only word I could use to describe myself in these pictures is glorious.
Give me 1 second, okay? Let me try
something. Yep.
Mic check. Okay, whoa.
Well, there.
Hold on.
God damn.
This will be easy to fix. Right there.
Oh, I got some great
line out.
pictures to share, actually. I don't know if am I hot right now, or?
I think they can hear us through this mic, but hold on, let me turn it up.
1, 2.
Mic check. All right, they should be able to hear us.
All right.
So anyway, now we'll have...
I just sent Team a whole bunch of pictures. He's going to run the stream side of things here. I'll keep an eye on the chat. So I sent him... all of them. So these are some pictures. So today I got to try on Mark Stetson. And as I say, the only word I could use to describe myself in these pictures is glorious. I got a really funny video of myself in JL, actually. I won't share it today. I will be doing... So tomorrow, I'm going to have a bit of a mega mash over on my my second channel, Irish Demon Vlogs. If somebody could pop a link in the side chat, I'd really appreciate it. We're going to be... I'm going to do some... a kind of a mashup of some videos, some background videos that we got over the past few days over there. Myself in jail, just laughing a lot for the most part. Mostly jail. So, oh yeah, when you get home, go to see a neurologist. Why is that? Why would I go to see a neurologist? What did I do? Please tell me you're going to Schrodinger's cat's funeral. I think he can't be replaced. We can't. We do. Johnny O is going over there. He's leaving tomorrow, I think, isn't it?
I'm not sure what day he's leaving, but yeah, I think it is tomorrow.
So Johnny is going to be doing, man, exactly. So like Johnny is going to be doing some serious traveling, man. Like he's flying over to Virginia, then he's flying back to Texas, then straight out to Vegas, then from Vegas to Seattle, and then back to Texas again. So he's doing a lot, man. He's doing a lot of travel. Chicago next stop. I'm hoping to get to Chicago on the next time around.
Why don't you read off or address these pictures?
All right, so
You're looking at that one.
so the first one, that is me looking glorious in a Stetson with some elephants in the background, actually.
Oh yeah, that's the mural I was talking about. One day we walked outside. That's in front. Okay, so that's in front of our. Let me turn on the mic.
That's right in front of the tattoo parlor.
Okay, so now they should be able to hear me. All right, so where Demon is standing right now is directly in front of my sponsor, the one who gives me all my hats, and a lot of times the shirts I wear come from his shop, but not recently. But before I started wearing these new shirts, he was the one that was always giving them to me. So took Irish Demon down there. Those elephants. One day we all came to work, and there were elephants on that wall back there. That's like a huge wedding ceremony place. It used to be like a historical break place.
Sorry. We just got a really funny super chat. Go on, sorry, I'll read it in a second.
No, it's okay. But it's just that's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get that in the background, because I thought it was cool. So this is me looking all kind of DVD cover of Brokeback Mountain. Again, looking generally glorious here, if I do say so myself.
This is going to be amazing.
You guys are going to love this one, right? So this is right across the way from where we parked the car when we were going to Hooters, which is basically Texas fine dining. We found a place called Uplift Luna Preparatory. And we made a video there, and it is hilarious. It's beyond funny.
Y'all will see the video.
You'll see that tomorrow. It was beyond funny. Next up, we've got myself. That's me there in the middle. Johnny O and JL Warren all wearing our paddy hats.
What did that guy say about his purple beard?
I can't remember.
Remember? You know what I'm talking about, though, right? When we were at the taco shop, and JL was sitting next to that guy Scott.
Yeah.
And he said something, and he made a comment about his purple beard.
Oh yeah, what was that? Because it was funny, but I can't remember what it was.
But I can't remember what he said either.
Yeah, he said something about, because JL was doing the usual. JL's got the.
And do you want to share this?
Can I
picture?
just say this, right?
Do you want to share this one with the whole family?
Oh yeah, okay.
I
think that's fine. You've all seen JL laugh in videos and stuff, right? But I can tell you this, right? When JL laughs right in front of you in real life, it is the most overwhelmingly awesome thing ever. Because he just fills you with happiness. Like JL, ever since I started, JL, Johnny, everybody has been super kind.
Yeah.
But JL in real life is one of the warmest, kindest human beings I've ever met. Johnny and Johnny's wife, Johnny's kids, just amazing people. Yesterday was overwhelming, to be quite honest. It felt like I was, returning to family that I've never actually met in real life, but it was just an amazing feeling. His kids are just awesome kids, man. They're his whole family is just amazing.
Hey, so I'm gonna ask a question for the chat, so we can test this mic out.
So what's up on screen right now? Is just this?
Oh, Johnny's family, yeah.
Oh yeah, we can take that off and go back.
All right. Well, I just want to say that I want everybody in the chat to let me know, what does it sound like right now with with this microphone. This is a new microphone I bought for recording and broadcasting podcasting
And he
on the
still
road.
hasn't figured out how to keep a fucking cable together, by the way.
No,
Anyway.
we're good. But anyway, how does it sound, chat? I want to know.
So
How
let's
does it
do
sound?
this, right? Let's go. Right. So you've got me first, right? So I'll say, give me a sentence to say. So, all right. What I'll do, I'll read Uncle Artie's super chat,
And then I'll reread
and
it.
then you reread it, and we'll see which one sounds better, right? So me first. I'm the one with the Irish accent. Uncle Artie's Bar and Grill of Stupidity for $5 says, I made a Glenda Serio video for you last night. We might want to watch out for his fat man foo combat skills.
All right, I'm going to have to... All right, how do I...
Just read it off my laptop.
Okay.
And now over
I
to
made a Glenda Serio video for you last night. We might want to watch out for his fat man foo combat skills.
sweep the leg.
I'm telling you, if I get the opportunity, I'm going to take a broom and I'm going to sweep
Don't
the
be
leg.
saying that on here. You get me nuked.
Well, sweeping the leg.
Everybody says it sounds great. A bit
that's
crunchy and range of volume varies quite a bit, but it's okay, team.
Okay, that's fine.
But this is only just for tonight anyway.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me do something. 'cause
Oh yeah,
there's
this
actually
the
some
noise
settings.
gate or something on there. Is it?
Yeah, there's settings on here that I can.
How do we switch back to my glorious face? I want to switch back to me. Was it fade, merge, wipe?
Okay, the limiter is on. It should be
How do I?
pretty good. Should keep it from.
I don't know how to use this software, by the way.
Oh, here, right here. Cut.
Where?
Right there.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Mike Bridges says, I look just like an Irishman wearing a cowboy hat. A lot of cowboys would have been descendants of Irishmen. Right?
Probably.
Probably.
Nah, Irishman I don't think came over until after we had already done the
The Civil War.
No,
Oh,
no.
pre-Civil War, you mean?
Yeah, it was pre-Civil War for sure. But I think the Irish really came in when we did the Western Gold Rush.
Oh, yeah. Oh, big time, yeah.
So that would be post-Civil War then. It would be post-Civil War.
That would have been post-Civil War, yeah. But the cowboy era...
No, because weren't there Irish slaves? I thought maybe were they just
there
indentured
was
servants?
indentured servants,
Okay.
but they
So
were
it was after
mostly
slavery.
so the Irish indentured servants were mostly stuck in New England and Virginia.
I thought they went. No, I guess that would be.
So there was a lot of Irish
the
indentured
Asian.
servants that ended up in Virginia who were indentured servants to Scottish Protestant families.
Yeah.
And Catholic Jacobite families too in Virginia. A lot of Irish indentured servants there. Yeah. And New York, there was a lot of them too. They were kind of a forgotten generation. We didn't even really learn about them in Irish history. Despite, when we learn about Irish history in Ireland, we learn about it in depth because we had a rocky history. We had a tough history.
Yeah.
Like even in living memory, I remember... I don't remember the bad troubles, obviously, because I wasn't born then in the 80s. But, I remember when I was a kid hearing about bombings in Northern Ireland and all that shit. I remember that vividly. Like Mrs. Demon's great uncles and stuff, they were all interned for being in the IRA. But that was back before they were the modern, dodgy Irish Taliban, basically. They were just, But, having Irish ancestors, you look like I would in a hat. I got that a lot, actually, since I came over here. A lot of people with really thick Texas accents, I'm Irish, too. I'm like, really?
They want to be Irish.
Oh, yeah.
For sure, they want to be.
But, we tended to infest places, Irish people. We just, as Conor McGregor would say, we're not here to take part, we're here to take over. Slowly but surely building your country for you. That's how we roll. Adam says, shut up and put on some mankinis. No thanks.
I have my mankini within reach at all times.
Really?
Yeah, I just gotta reach in my butthole,
Oh,
yank it out.
it just
throw
it just
on.
retracts.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can pull it out and just pull it straight over his shoulders.
I just go like this,
Oh,
and it just comes out.
like the condom trick where you go up your nose.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I didn't want to say that too loud because I didn't know if it got picked up. Lots of Irish also ended up in the South about the end of the Civil War and were adopted by the Choctaw or accompanied from the Trail of Tears. Then many went to Oklahoma and Bakersfield. True story. They went down California way. A lot of Irish soldiers fought in the Civil War, mostly on the Yankee side, for the most part. But there were Irish Confederates too. It was mostly just for the money. They were just what you call them? What are they called? Guns for hire, like that kind of thing. Mercenaries, yeah. Mercs. Because a lot of those guys fought in the Irish wars, you know, the rebellions and stuff like that. So they would have been hardened fighters. Uncle Ardy's Bar and Grill of Stupidity for 5 US says, taco party Friday morning in honor of Glenn's daddy. Each taco comes with a free restraining order. I'm not responsible if you get your legs swept. Yeah, so how American... I said this to my mom the other day. I was like, could you tell me a more American sentence than this? I know a guy that got a restraining order against him for throwing a taco at his father. That's pretty Jerry Springer right there.
Yeah.
That's straight up Jerry Springer. And then he swept his leg.
That's Jerry Springerish.
My father was an Irish Choctaw from Bakersfield. That's how I know. The White Choctaw followed the Railroad West. That's fascinating. I knew about... So actually, that's funny you mention that because in the town where Jameson comes from, Middleton, there is a huge monument there to the Choctaw Nation. Which is very random because, you know, you wouldn't expect a link between a small village in the south of Ireland and the Choctaw Nation. And during the Great Famine in Ireland, the Choctaw raised a load of money and sent it over to feed Irish people in the area. So there's a massive... I might be able to bring it up here, actually. Hold on. I think they were Choctaw. Choctaw Monument in Ireland. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, so it's called the Kindred Spirit Sculpture. Kindred Spirit Sculpture. The year 1847 was an extremely difficult year. It was known as Black 47. This was the worst year of the famine in Ireland, where close to 1 million people were starving to death. It was a genocide. Humanitarian aid come from all around the world, but the unexpected generosity of the Choctaw Nation stands out and began the bond between the two people that continues to this day. The Choctaw Native Americans raised $170. That was a lot of money in the 1800s, man. Equivalent to thousands and thousands of dollars today in aid to supply food for the starving Irish. This exemplifies the incredible generosity of the Choctaw people because just 16 years before they were forced by US President Andrew Jackson, bastard, to leave their ancestral lands and to march 500 miles on the Trail of Tears in terrible winter conditions.
I'm trying to remember what his executive order was called.
Yeah, that...
I had to do... It was on a video that I recently did, and I looked it up. I mean, it was a fucked up order. It was the order that basically set in motion the Trail of Tears. But I'm trying the Indian Removal Act. That's what.
Yeah.
The Indian Removal Act.
Yeah.
And it was it was fucked up. Like Andrew Jackson is the one who signed it into law.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it there. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up stuff, man. But yeah, so that's a kind of a random thing that in a town like 5 miles maybe from where I live, there's a monument to the Choctaw Nation.
That's cool.
It's a really random link, isn't it? It's like, but a lot of it, I remember going there and learning about it, but a lot of it was because during the Trail of Tears, as I say, 16 years earlier, a lot of Irish people had emigrated to the States at that time. And a lot of them, there's some really interesting diaries and stuff from back then from Irish people who went out there. A lot of them, and it was the same actually with Aboriginal Australians, because we were able to understand what they were going through. Because Irish people were seen as... So when people say you can't be racist against Irish people, tell the British Empire that, because it was a totally different deal. Because, I mean, obviously, I've always made this point, right, that when I go to a country...
That'd be xenophobic, wouldn't it? That wouldn't really be...
Well, they saw us as a different race back then.
Well, I mean, if they saw you as a different race, that's different.
But yeah.
It would be...
If you guys...
Be classified as...
Oh, yeah. Well, like today it would be different. But if you look up cartoons, look, if anybody at home, I won't bring them up here because we'll be here all night. But
like Italian...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you look up the cartoons that the British made about Irish people, like it was unbelievable. Like the way they saw us.
The American cartoons did the same thing to Irish.
Oh, yeah. We were treated terribly here too for a long time. But like,
You don't like your kind around
but
here.
here's the difference though, right? And this is a point that I always made, and I don't go hard on the whole race thing or anything, because I grew up in a country where 98% of people are white anyway, so we just didn't have that, and we never. In our country, whenever anybody came that had a different skin color or whatever, we never treated them differently because we had no benchmark for that. It's only since like it, became a big thing on social media that people now are kind of just talking about it constantly in Ireland. It's like, this really doesn't apply to us because we don't have that issue here. Like, but because we put up with so much shit in Ireland for so long, we were able to see the problems that people were having in other countries. We were like, yeah, we were treated that same way too, man. We understand. And that's how we were able to build these bonds. And that's why you have so many Indigenous Australians with Irish last names, because the Irishmen that worked on the farms, who would have been the overseers or whatever, they would have given them their last name so that they could get paperwork. So a lot of Aboriginals in Western Australia have the last name Riley or McGrath, things like that, because the Irish guys that worked there would have signed the documents for them and given them their last name. So they could get legal papers and were legally allowed to get married and vote and all that kind of stuff. So there you go. Yeah. But yeah, so they saw us as a different race. But as I say to people now, I could go into a shop, but because I'm white, I wouldn't get followed around. You know what I mean? I would just be treated differently. I can accept. I don't know about here so much, but
they treated us like second-class citizens at Walmart tonight, telling us, "You got 1 minute."
Yeah, you got 1 minute.
1 minute to check out.
I was like, this is America. I can take as long as I goddamn want.
Goddamn America.
But in Australia, though, to be fair, in Australia, I could walk around a store, I wouldn't be followed around.
Yeah.
If I was Aboriginal, I would be followed around. Like, I remember I worked for a security company for 1 hour in, I won't say where, in an area that was about 50-50 Indigenous to white, which is rare enough. Usually it's like mostly white. And one of the first things I was told was, if you see X, Y, and Z type of person go into that shop, follow them. And I was like, fuck that. And I handed in my badge right there. I was like, nope, I'm out of here. Sorry, I'm not doing that shit. So I just left. It's Australia. Loads of work. No, I'm still really hot. I'm hot-blooded. This is a 78-year-old man sitting next to me right now. I wonder if people get more of an idea for scale now that we're sitting next to each other.
Well, my chair's lower than yours. Let me pull it up.
It really isn't. No, it's not. You're going to hurt yourself.
I am. It hurts trying to do that.
Somebody get the grandkids to take grandpa. He's even wearing grandpa pajama pants.
I am.
And a grandpa hat. You look like every old Irishman ever.
I really, because of the hat, man, people think I'm out fucking getting ready to go either tag a fucking expressway overpass
or go see the grandkids for the weekend.
Eat pudding for dinner. Look.
Yeah, tapioca.
Now that we're sitting at the same height.
Yeah. Look, you can't even see the height difference in our obvious height difference in our chairs right now.
Hold on, I gotta put my leg hole open. Trying to look at my penis.
Oh, Jesus Christ. My ancestors were...
I need a second mic.
Aaron says, my ancestors were Scots who were forced
What's up,
to
chat?
Ulster, intermarried with the Irish and then left because they weren't welcome there. That was very common. So, like, in Irish history, we always learn about how terrible the English were to us. We were terrible to them when they came over. Rightly so. You know, somebody goes to shits in your yard, you're not going to be nice to them. No, but we did...
Fucking tase them.
Awful stuff. Let me see here. He must be my daddy then, Artie says.
I am his daddy.
Yeah.
Hey, Artie, come on, man. We need you out to come have a drink with us.
He wasn't kidding about the leg hole, by the way.
I am.
I thought I had enough meat tubes for one night, but...
I'm scared more. I was trying to show my hand. Look. No, I'm going to do it this time without trying to tear it. Look, see?
Jesus Christ. Demonetized. Okay, that looks really bad. Like, that looks awful. Glenn Sterry was born in 1986. Was he? I didn't know that.
He was born in 1986? He looks older than fucking me.
No, he doesn't. I'm sorry.
No, hat on.
Even without the hat on.
Yes,
Somehow you look older with the hat off. I'm just saying. Hey, dude, facts don't care about your feelings. Christopher O'Connor says, most of my ancestors didn't make it to New York because of the tuberculosis on the ship. That was really common. Yeah. Ellis Island was full of really sick Irish people for most of the time. the first person ever to set foot on Ellis Island as an immigrant to the United States was an Irish girl called...
Was she the first ever immigrant or the first ever Irish immigrant?
So she was the first immigrant in Ellis Island. Her name was Annie, I think. And she actually got money for being the first one or something like that. Really? Annie Moore, I think.
She was a fake news.
Fake news. First
plant.
Irish
No, she was a plant.
immigrant on Ellis Island.
She was really just an American girl that they told her, talk like this.
It's like, no, I'm not going to say that actually. The Steve Buscemi meme. Hello, my fellow... I'll tell you later. I can't say that one. All right, so yeah, Annie Moore was her name. So she, on the 1st of January, 1892, she was 15 years old. There's a beautiful song. If you like Irish music, there's a beautiful song called Isle of Tears. Isle of Hope and Tears. It's all about Annie Moore, who was the first Irish immigrant to set foot in Ellis Island. It's a beautiful song. And I'm not crying, you're crying. It's one of those kind of songs. Cutting onions kind of songs. Happy birthday, Simon Cowie is 41 years young today. Happy birthday. Extra J says, I'm watching on 480. Team looks like he's in the 80s with that hat and glasses.
You see what I'm saying?
I wish I was that skinny though. No, you don't. Trust me.
Shut up.
When you see it in real life, he can walk right through other human beings. He just straight through.
These are facts.
Hello Baby says, facts don't care about your feelings. I agree. They don't. It's unfortunate.
Go ahead and pop this.
I also don't care about your feelings. Just it's not just facts.
I don't care about my feelings. What are you talking about?
I jumped. God dang it. Yeah, she was the first Moore in Australia, in Ireland, in the US. Annie Moore.
That's
so yeah, that's how it happened. When she came through, they were like, Annie Moore? She was like, yeah, there's loads of us. I was really happy with that one. Hey, Team and Demon, wish you a great day. How are you doing today? Salute 74. We're doing great, man.
Yeah,
we had a rough spot there about 3 hours ago. We were exhausted, man. Myself and JL were out checking out the read.
I left. I was so tired. I just was like,
you had to go. We were out chilling.
My camera died, and I was like, I'm going home.
He was like, I'm going home, charge up my camera, see you in a couple of hours. And then 4 hours later, we rocked up and
I was asleep.
So what happened was, myself and JL went on a bit of a joyride. Not a joyride. Like, we were going out, we were checking the weird parts of the city.
Uncle Artie, they went to Harry Hines.
We went to Harry Hines. And
look it up, chat. Look up Harry Hines.
Look up. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say where we went, but look up Harry Hines, Dallas, and you will find out very quickly. And yes, we did go into those shops. We did, and all right. I won't get too much into it. There's one out there called Paris. There's a shop out there called Paris. You can Google it if you like it. Paris and Harry Hines, and we went out the back. Because I saw the door and it looked really intriguing. And I said to the guy, hey, what's behind the door? He's like, you guys want to go check it out? We were like, yeah. Yeah, obviously. So he let us in there and...
Like, which one of y'all want to go on this side?
Yeah.
Which one of you go
it was one of those kind of joints. And I mean, more power to you. Fuck it. If you're having fun, go for it. But we went in there and we were like, that is awesome. That is awesome. Yep. Susan Ray says, Harry Hines, good Lord. I was not expecting some of the things that I saw there. We went to what was it? Pantera. The band Pantera had a gentleman's club in the region, and we were going to go in there. The clubhouse. We were going to go in there because, like, I mean, it's not every day you get a chance to do that, but it was shut down.
Oh no, that's a badass club. That's a badass titty bar. It used to be. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's gone. It's shut down.
Yeah. I need to take you to DG's.
I'm there.
Gentlemen's Club.
Let's just do it tomorrow.
We can go there for lunch. Go to DG's for lunch.
I'm so glad there wasn't a camera on you right there, because I would have fucking immediately gotten shut down. Liquor in the front. Oh Jesus, I'm not reading that out, Keith. Nice try, bud. Nice try. Whataburger is like.
In the rear, that's Big John's
Ooh, hey. ZB or Z? Yeah, ZB says Whataburger is like a cheap version of Sonic. I was in a Sonic yesterday.
No, you didn't go to a Sonic yesterday.
I did, yeah.
Who took your Sonic?
JL and Johnny. Oh, no, we didn't go in, actually. Sorry, we just parked up outside.
Sonic's alright, but... Yeah, I know what you mean.
Ruthie Tiger Girl for 5 US says, wish you could stay longer no matter where you would go in South Carolina, we would feed you, hug you, and call you hon. I would love that. That sounds lovely.
South Carolina's a lot like Texas.
So is what's the main city in South Carolina? Is that Charlotte? No, that's North Carolina. I've got a friend in North Carolina in Charlotte. And I've got a friend somewhere in South Carolina as well. Maybe it's the same friend. Oh yeah, maybe it is, because I know he moved between the two of them.
We got the SD card working.
You got the what card working?
The memory card.
Oh yeah, okay. I was like, what the fuck is a D card? So let me see. I've got a feeling we're gonna have another Whataburger fight here in the side chat, because we had a big fight in the side chat the other day.
Who wants to fight about Whataburger? Shit. Oh my god.
I wish you could see this guy right now. We need to get another one of these microphones. We need to get another camera so you can see him.
Feel this. Hold on. Can you feel my the muscle like twitching in there?
Yeah, that's broken.
Oh my god, it hurts, bro.
I thought it was the muscle. That's broken. What you've got there is called muscle guarding. Look it up. Muscle guarding is something that happens to when you break certain
feel
bones.
The muscle, like twitching around that?
Yeah, that's muscle guarding. So when you break a bone or you put out something in your spine, your muscle mounds around it. Not every bone. Some bones do it. But like, have you ever had, the two big ridges of muscle down your spine, the back strap?
Yeah.
When that gets really, really tight, that's called guarding.
And mine is like that constantly. My back muscles.
Oh, you need to get a good pop.
No, I can't do it.
Oh, you can't do it. Yeah. But your rib is broken, by the way.
It hurts.
Well, it's squishy, so your rib cage feels.
When I felt the muscle going like, it was like.
That's guarding.
Pulsing.
Yeah, you're guarding. His rib cage feels like a bag of ice, so that it's broken. It's definitely broken.
I can live through this though. Just ice it down.
Ice it, heat it, ice it, heat it.
Yeah. I mean, there's no point in going to the doctor for a broken rib.
Well, they can't do anything.
Yeah.
They just tell you to do exactly what I just said and charge you $500 for it. So
I'm good. I'll ice it.
just ice
I'll
it,
pee on it.
pee on it, ice it.
I'll do the Dave Murphy.
You know what? Oh, yeah, the Dave Murphy therapy, the golden therapy. Kitty says, "Why am I feeling you up?" You ain't seen nothing yet. If you want to see the rest of that, go to our OnlyFans.
OnlyFans.
You know what's really good for that? Dr. Pepper.
Drink a lot of Dr. Pepper. What, for the OnlyFans?
Yeah, you know who doesn't have a Dr. Pepper?
Who doesn't what? Who doesn't? I got one here.
No, I'm talking about me.
Oh, okay. I'm not saying.
Oh, he really didn't pick up on that at all, did he? Just hold him up to the light, Mark Short says, rather than getting an X-ray.
Ow, stop.
Oh, man.
Stop it, Mark.
Oh, yeah, Me's got a really good point there, though. It's not just about fixing it. They can check to make sure there's no complications. Like pierced muscle or pierced lung.
Yeah,
Well, you'd know if you had a pierced lung.
Yeah, I would know if I don't think it's anything serious. It just hurts when I do certain movements and like deep breaths or any breath really.
Yeah, basically any breath. He's not really breathed properly. Breathed?
Breath.
No, it's not breathed.
It is breath.
No, that's how Mike Tyson says titties. No. The other word for titties.
Breath.
Breath.
Stop it.
Dr. Pepper rocks. No, Dr. Pepper's a liquid. I'm pretty sure. I had Dr. Pepper today, and I had Dr. Pepper with your dad yesterday. It was pretty good. I don't have a Dr. Pepper. I don't have one right now, but, whatever. Trucker convoy just invaded my town. Oh, yeah, Tasty Treat, where are you? So I know there was a trucker convoy in Canadiaville. Really can't do anything for a broken rib. Yeah, pretty much. Same as broken toe. I would have said same as a broken clavicle, but you elevate your arm for broken. Thank you.
Yeah,
I've broken my collarbone a few times, man, and it's not nice. It is hot. It's one of the.
You know what I did when I was a little league in baseball? I swung my bat at a pitch
and broke your collarbone.
It's like a crack. It wasn't in the bone. It was like right up here. I had to go to the hospital for it. And they put my arm in a
Was your rotator cuff or something?
I don't know what it was. I don't remember what it was. Because
You're very fragile, man.
No, but I've been through, bro, I've been through some shit and come out uninjured.
Yeah, like a cough, like one cough yesterday and you broke your fucking rib.
One cough yesterday. Yeah, if that would happen like non-stop, I would say.
Will tell people that he jumped in front of a car for me yesterday. Because there's no cars in Ireland, so... But, well, then we'll just tell him your story that you're an old man and you literally coughed your rib out.
I'd rather tell him, alright.
He probably... What? I can't even see that, Mark. He probably on drugs and took him out from all this shit. I miss his voice. I don't really understand the message. I'm probably just misreading it now, Mark. Sorry about that, mate. Aaron says, I owe you. Thanks for your trip. I get to guest host Week in Horror. Oh yeah, I heard about that today. JL was telling me today that Aaron, because apparently Aaron has an incredible amount of knowledge about horror movies. So he's actually going to be hosting the Week in Horror this week. So thanks to this trip, he's going to be co-hosting or guest hosting it. That's awesome, man. Oh, Angie, you'd be very welcome to come and join us anytime. If you ever do get to Ireland, do let me know, any of you. I'd be happy to show you all around. Maxwell's Hammer, how are you getting on, my friend? Tell the police in Washington that Glenn swept his leg and that's why you broke your rib like an old man. Well, I've had my friends that broke ribs and the thing we love to do is make them laugh.
No, don't. That's what I'm struggling with right now. I'm laughing and it hurts.
I've been making him laugh all day, man. I can say one word right now, and I guarantee he'll laugh and start hurting his ribs. Oh, no, I won't. I definitely... Okay. If somebody... I'm not doing the whole Luna thing here, right? Because I don't do it.
See that? Remember when I was doing that on the sign? That was hurting.
All right, let me tell you, right?
When I was like this. When I
yes.
was like, no,
yeah.
that
right.
was hurting right there.
I'll give him a brief overview. We can't show the video right now because it's on the camera we're using, but I can tell you. Basically, we found a sign that said Luna, and he started screaming, "Luna!" What was it you were saying? It was like
Luna.
No, but you said something. You were like,
"Nah, Luna."
Oh yeah, it was me who was shouting "Where you at?" But he went up on the wall, on the window of this business, and started shouting like "Luna!" And we interrupted like an interview or something, and they were pissed. So we had to go. Well, we had to go really fast. This
and then there was the evangelist too. Tell him that.
The evangelist, yeah. So there was these evangelist guys.
You've seen a bunch of shit in 2 days.
Seen a bunch of weird stuff in 2 days, man. So there was these evangelists like going like, oh, on this guy's head under the overpass where we were parked.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, there's some evangelists
next to
over
Hooters.
there. Next to Hooters, yeah, next to Hooters. In between Hooters and Luna. There was these fucking evangelists like, hey, the power of Christ and all this kind of shit. So we were like, hey, let's go fuck with him. And he was like, yeah, let's do it. So I pretended to jump out of the car to go talk to these guys. He did jump out of the car, went straight over there and came straight back. He was like, bro, these guys are crazy. I'm not doing this.
Yeah. It looked like they were doing like a video. Like
they were. That was great.
Something was set up about it because the guy was standing right there.
Yeah, and he was
filming, and the other guy was like going like this.
We should have just went over and joined them, man, or started feeling the power of Christ at the same time.
You know what we could do,
bro? We should.
Now?
Hold on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna do the whole hey Luna do a super chat, but theoretically, if somebody did super chat or at least even just tag me with the word that you don't want me to say, I would be compelled to say it.
So we'll put in the
I'd be compelled to read this word. I'm just saying.
But we won't play them with sound since we haven't mastered the sound out on them.
I would be compelled to say this word that would definitely make him laugh. What the hell?
This was at my dad's shop.
Oh, I was wondering. I thought it was a camera looking down at the desk. I was like, what the hell?
No. So you go ahead and keep doing what you're doing. This will just show the footage of some of the...
oh, yeah. This was at... This was at Team... Hold on. There's no sound, right?
Yeah, there's no sound.
You're 100% sure?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It's blue.
All right. So yeah, this is in Team's dad's work where he.
Well, you can keep talking about what you were talking about.
Oh,
you
just
leaving
it in the back.
A visual thing to see what we were doing.
But yeah, may as well just tell him what was going on.
Okay.
Oh, what happened there?
No, it's okay. Got another video.
The sound in these videos came out so well, by the way.
We can hear it.
Oh no!
Okay.
No.
Well, this one's clear. This one's
no.
clear.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
Just to be safe.
Okay.
because there's words on there that YouTube don't like. Not anything that we said that is like bad, like not at all, but just words that YouTube would take the wrong way.
Yeah.
It would be taken out of context. It wouldn't be taken out of context by anybody watching. It would be taken out of context by the algorithm, basically. So we have to be really careful. That's why I don't do my usual intro anymore, because they think I'm saying lads and German guys from World War II.
Lads and Nazis.
Yeah, they think that's what I'm saying.
This was when we were going back towards the tires, though. Remember, this is where he's taking us all the way back.
Yeah,
that's the warehouse. Like that's a big warehouse full of
huge.
Nothing but truck parts.
He brought me down an aisle, right?
Look
where there was
that's
these.
4-inch leaf springs right there.
There was. He brought me down an aisle where there was these enormous.
That's
tires.
the next video that's gonna run
And
through.
then I thought they were the big ones, but they weren't. They were the small ones.
Yeah, when he's like, "Hey, come back here. I'll show you the big boys."
Yeah. Aaron Reese says he hates the steel shelving.
Oh yeah, but you have to. You have to have that steel
forklifts?
strip. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not just the forklifts, but a lot of that stuff, like those leaf springs, are about.
Oh, they're really heavy.
To about maybe 120 pounds a piece, about 200 250 a pair.
Yeah.
So, and they send them up there in pairs. Oh yeah, this is where we walked in and saw the big badass shit. Getting
Oh
put on.
man, yeah, that old like Willie style Jeep. That was my favorite actually. And then there was the 250 Power Stroke.
That's probably a 6-inch lift that he's putting on that Jeep right there.
It's a 6-inch lift. I'm putting
So
on my
that'd be-
jeans right there.
Yeah. And there was the Power Stroke.
That Power Stroke was cool, man.
Yeah, that's the gray truck I think in front of us.
Yeah, the Power Stroke was the gray one. If anybody's ever watched Ginger Billy, he's one of my favorites. I got a 250 Power Stroke. I like your itty bitty truck.
That might be an F. Oh, that's probably F250, not F350.
It's a 250 Power Stroke, yeah.
This is 250.
Power Stroke.
The 6.7 is what he said. Look at those little ass tires. He's got to get bigger tires than that. That's little tires for that truck.
Yeah,
you saw
it's
the
like
tires in my dad's
little
shop.
bitty
That's
wheels.
little bitty ones right there.
Well, he's got 38-inch rim tires.
Yeah. They have
fucking
44
insane.
inches there. They have 44-inch tires there.
Oh, man, it was insane.
Here,
Heat Shield says, I just want to drive my truck in there and be left alone for a week.
That's exactly what it is. Like that's the inside of the shop. This was us walking around checking
Mr.
out. all the-
E-Man says, pics of coins showing hardship from Oz. Oh, is that an email? My phone just died, so I can't check emails. I can't check them on this laptop.
How come?
It's signed into my other account, and I don't actually know the password to it. It's only on my phone. But I'll will you remind me that tomorrow? I will bring that up on tomorrow's stream, because that was really interesting. So the word of the day. Well, we'll wait till the camera's back on. That 250 is only an average pickup. Not after his dad's finished with it, I can tell you that
No.
much.
Yeah, after you put
I've
them up-
seen the finished products, and boy, are they! Oh yeah, that was the part that we definitely couldn't play on YouTube. Remember?
Yeah.
There's definitely no sound
Talking
coming
about
out.
that brush guard right there.
There's definitely no sound, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, all
no
right.
sound.
And again, it's not that anybody
Yeah, we wouldn't be canceled, but the algorithm can't.
like we wouldn't be cancelled by people because you guys would probably find it hilarious as well. But YouTube would definitely pick that up the wrong way. What we said right there.
Let's see.
So needless to say, actually the people.
Well, okay, there'll be uncut versions.
Yeah, the people will be getting uncut versions to their emails and stuff like that. So, I take it Irish Demon hasn't seen pickup trucks in person before. I have. Yeah, I lived in Australia for 5 years.
These are different styles. These are like lifted trucks there.
Yeah.
And then
Well, like I've seen like one of the most common ones in Australia was the lifted Hiluxes. They were quite big, but they weren't as long. But you do see big American trucks in Australia too, but not very common, and certainly not in Ireland. But yeah, no, you're right. I would never have seen I've seen like Suburbans and stuff today that are the size of my village. So it was like. Ruthie Tiger Girl says, seriously, y'all, this is interesting to you? Yes. Yes.
What part of it's not interesting to you?
Ben is saying YouTube can be so uncool. I think this is pretty cool. I don't know. I like that. I had a lot of fun, man. I got to meet Team's dad.
I had a fucking blast doing all
Yeah,
this
me
shit.
too, man.
Oh, hold on. We got to tell the story. You see that? Hold on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Hold on. I'll pause it right at the right time. So you guys can see something. Oh, we're gonna get past going in and meeting people. There we go. Okay. For those Americans and non-Americans, what is that state at the bottom? What is that state at the bottom right now?
So
Put
there's
it in
like
the chat.
there's a big Texas and a baby Texas, and then there's another one at the bottom. What is that?
Yeah, what state is that one at the very bottom? And we'll let Chad answer.
Oh, the microphone went AWOL.
That's gonna be really loud for them.
Yeah.
Crash, but oh well. It happens. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, we got a right answer and a wrong answer.
Now, what do you think Irish Demon said it was?
I said, well, actually, somebody's already wrongly answered the same thing as me. So I went, is that Florida? And he was like, no, that's California. I was like, how the fuck would I know, man? It looks kind of like Florida.
It don't look like Florida.
Man.
It looks exactly like California.
Yeah, well, no shit, it looks like California, but it looked like Florida as well. Extra J says California. That's what Dave calls it, man.
Is it really?
Over there in California. Yeah, the high voltage thing. It was really funny because I was like, "Oh, what are these things called again?" And then a voice comes from behind the thing, and it's like, "It's called whatever." Doug, yeah, the guy who made them. He's like, "It's called blah 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 blah." He was a cool guy, man. He's a really nice guy. And I was like, I was a little bit buzzed when we were in there.
Yeah.
And I was walking around. I was like, "That's some nice wood, man. That's some really nice timber."
You got
I was
nice
like,
wood,
I was
bro.
like, look at the grain on this wood, man. Look, just check this grain out, man.
All you heard was him unzip his pants and go,
Just go,
yeah,
dude, that's some
pretty nice.
nice timber
That's some
right
nice
there,
wood right
baby.
down there.
That's real nice timber. All right, turn that shit off, and we'll get ready to get out of here.
All right, hold on. Let me pull the tire so they can see how big the tires were.
Angie says California. Yeah, so that comes from what's his name? Dr. Dave. He made a video calling it California.
Those are like 32-inch tires right there, and he takes us to look at the 44s.
Just to clarify for people who are getting salty already, I'm not the one calling it California. I literally said that immediately after I said the word California. I was like, it's quoting somebody else.
Yeah, people get mad easy.
People get
bro.
big mad so
God,
easy,
bro.
man. It's like people,
I've never seen somebody so salty about emotions. Like
I saw
they will be
dude.
your friends as long as you fucking say what they
Exactly.
like. But the moment you say something, be like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you hold." I mean, come on now.
But like,
we're here making you laugh.
I've seen it in my side chat right today. I triggered so many people today when I was saying about how Americans get in the wrong side of the car, and I was like, well, actually, and I'm like, dude, it's a fucking joke, man. Chill.
Yeah.
It was the same the other day with the Whataburger. It's like, relax, man. People fighting over Whataburgers this and Whataburgers that. It's like, chill out, man. Chill the fuck out.
We love you all.
Yeah, we love everybody, man. We we fucking don't hate anybody, man. Jane Doe says, We've been saying this all week, by the way. Like, we pulled into this really, really kind of Confederate-y type town a couple of days ago, and we were walking around. We just like I was like, team, we got to blend in. So I was walking around. I was like, all these goddamn communist vehicles and all this kind of shit. Man, people didn't even bat an eyelid. It's like they've heard that shit before, man. Yeah, Angie, I agree with you. Shit the sensitivity. Fuck sensitivity. Man, hey, look, I'm Irish, right? We have a thick skin. You have to, man. You can't enjoy life if you go around being pissed off. Hey, here's the thing, right? Some people get upset about specific things because it really has an impact on their life, and that's fine. I still think people should try to get over shit, right? But I find, like, people are just so quick to just freak out about such small shit. I saw somebody the other day get so bent out of shape because I said that Americans get in the wrong side. No, sorry, not the wrong side of the car thing. This guy got so angry with me because I said that the American date system of month, day, year was the stupidest thing ever.
Because,
obviously a joke.
No, obviously you're wrong.
No, I'm right. That's not the point. But no, I'm just saying, this guy was like so bent out of shape. Another guy last week when I was talking about frauditors, I was like, these guys call themselves patriots, but they act like dickheads to their fellow Americans, whatever. This guy was like, while I agree with what you're saying, I think you as a non-American citizen don't get to say whether or not someone's a patriot.
That's fine. I'll speak up on it because I'm a fucking veteran. We'll say he's a veteran, right?
I tell you what. I was like, you're talking about freedom and all this kind of shit, and then you don't want other people to have the freedom to say what they want to say.
Yeah, and as much as they like freedom, what they need to realize is dumb is never free, no matter how free people say it is.
Exactly.
Dumb is going to cost you or the people around you at some point in your life. Stop being stupid.
And you know the thing is, right? Like, I've been called, and you've been called, all sorts of shit. All sorts of shit. Because you might say one joke, or you might say one thing that people are like, that's whatever phobic or whatever. And it's like, you don't know me, you don't know what I'm about, you don't know what I think. You know what I mean?
I caught it so bad when I called Jake Paul a functioning autistic YouTuber.
Is he autistic?
No.
Oh, I was just like, I don't know.
But I didn't realize that I was gonna offend all these people. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I wasn't trying to offend you. I was just trying to offend him.
But the problem with that is, there's no recourse unless you're prepared to grovel. And that bugs the shit out of me.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, you should be able to go, right, so I have no problem with if somebody says something offensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with somebody going, hey man, that's kind of offensive, or that's not cool. And then that person go, oh, sorry, yeah, no, I didn't really think about that. That should be where it ends. Not this grovelly, you have to make a video to apologize. Sit on it.
The first thing I did was I contacted Bullionator. This was back before he passed.
Yeah.
And, he was autistic, and I was like, did I fuck up somewhere? Because, like, I really don't know. And he was like, nah, you're good. But here's why people will get offended by that. Or here's why people will say something to you about that. And I was like, okay, I can understand. I haven't done it again.
And that's reasonable, right?
But the thing is that I had so many people, like, screaming at me, oh, I can't believe you're such an autphobe.
Or like, what was the other...
Or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, and it's like hold on a sec.
What are you talking about?
Making a comment that you may be somewhat ignorant about, or maybe don't see the nuance in something, doesn't make you a phobic of whatever description. It just means that you just don't know.
This is the Jameson.
Like my mother-in-law, right? Let's just. I was telling the team this earlier. I'd love to have my mother-in-law, Slancha. I'd love to have my mother-in-law on live streams, but I can't do it because she says things that would be considered politically incorrect.
Yeah.
Not out of nastiness, just that she uses the wrong words to describe things. That's all it is. So like we would say I don't know. Let's say we were being totally down the line PC, and you were saying, I don't know, referring to somebody as a trans woman, right? Yeah. Which would be a fairly PC way of describing somebody. Like for me, I would just say a woman. But if you needed to have that specific descriptor, you would say like a trans woman, right?
Yeah.
And that would be a fairly reasonable. But it changes. That's the thing. It changes so quickly. But what one group of people would say, oh yeah, that's perfectly acceptable. Another person would be like, you are a transphobe, you can cancel immediately.
Exactly. It's
so
subjective.
It's subjective. It's
not an objective fact.
It's like people using the word retard. Some people are like, oh, that's fucking terrible. Other people are like, I don't give a shit. No, fuck that.
But like, retarded is retarded.
But my mother-in-law wouldn't know because she's in her she's in her 60s. So if she was to describe a trans person with all the love in her heart, what a weakling, man.
No, I'm good.
With all the love in her heart, because this woman is super based, man. She may be in her 60s, grew up in Catholic Ireland, but she doesn't care what you are. She doesn't care what your sexual preferences are, what your gender. She doesn't give a shit. She just loves everybody. Yeah. But she would use the wrong word to describe somebody, and people would jump down her throat for it.
Hey, how many people hate me now because I called Logan? Now they've never known that I called Logan Paul that. Now
actually, that's a really good.
I want to see if there's anybody I want to see if there's anybody that hates me because of what I just said.
All right, I'm gonna put a poll here.
Hold on. No, anybody that's changed their mind about their opinion of me because of what I just said about Logan Paul in a previous video. I haven't said it before or again, but I want to know if there's anybody that believes that I'm being like a bad person for saying
I want people to be truly honest here.
Yeah, I'm not going to be offended if you do. Because if you do,
so I'm going to put up a poll,
that's the only way I can learn from my mistakes. I'm going to put a poll up real quick.
So, do you think... No, so let's say, has your opinion of Team Skeptic, now knowing that he said that horrible slur, has your opinion changed? Are you now mad at Team Skeptic? Yes or no, and just be honest. There's no, you know what I mean.
I can't see who says yes and no.
Yeah, we can't see whether you vote yes or no.
Vote
So
yes,
be
vote no.
totally honest. Like,
we want to know where you sit. Where do you sit on the scale of offensiveness?
That's
do you find that offensive or do you not? And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to admit how you feel about it.
I want to
know.
say this too, right? Because I think this is very reasonable. I know I'm open to correction if I'm wrong here. People are a lot more quote unquote woke. I don't like to use that word specifically because I think it's overused, or it's used to. Some people would say woke is a good thing. Other people go, "Oh, you're just woke," as a bad thing. But we all know what we mean by woke, like politically correct or whatever, right? So just to get a gauge of the type of people that watch our videos, it's important to know how people feel about these things, because we might be the creators, we might be the people on the screen, but all of you are involved in this too. So it's important for us to know. Now, I'm just going to be straight with everybody here. Just because one or two things that I say might be offensive to somebody doesn't mean I'm going to change what I say.
Yeah.
I might say, I'm sorry that offends you, and I understand if you don't want to watch my videos anymore.
Now, see, I changed, though, because I didn't use any more autism jokes, because I understood how some people would be offended.
Reasonable.
But I can say other jokes instead of autistic.
But that's exactly it. And that's exactly how I would see it. Like, I wouldn't use, me personally, and I know we've talked about this before, I wouldn't say, like, I'll say it now, because, I generally wouldn't call someone retarded. I don't like it.
I mean, I wouldn't call someone that had Down syndrome
that being said,
I would call, like, a First Amendment auditor that.
Oh, yeah. But that being said, right, like, I wouldn't be offended by that word. I was just kind of brought up not to use it because both my parents, my brother, they all work with special needs people, and so it would be a sensitive word in our house.
I can understand that.
And my niece has special needs and stuff like that, so it wouldn't be a word that we would use in our family. But it wouldn't, if I heard it, it wouldn't offend me.
So if the people in your family read a book that said the properties of electrons on electromagnetic radiation the retardation of electromagnetic radiation waves, okay?
Yeah.
Then that would be using the word retarded in a completely scientific and non-medical way. I should
clarify, though, none of my family would get offended by the word retard.
Yeah.
At all. Like, I'm sure my brother who has...
kick you out.
But that's what I'm saying. My brother who has a special needs child, profoundly special needs child.
Yeah.
He would every now and again, I'm sure he would say, "Oh my God, that's so retarded," or whatever. But it's just that in our family, we just didn't use that word. And it wasn't taboo, it wasn't verboten. It was just something we didn't say. And so when I hear it, I don't cringe, I don't get offended. It's very hard to offend me. Because I think...
Well, in a video, I said, I actually clarified why I call them retards. I said... these guys are retards. And I said, not because they suffer from mental illness, but because they are literally responsible for the retardation of society moving forward. They are retards. They are retarding our society.
That being said, right, I know, I do 100% get where you're coming from there. But we have to acknowledge the fact that word does have a connotation.
No, I
you know what I mean? So, like,
but it's also been removed from medical connotation and medical terminology.
Exactly.
So we now put the offense on it.
What it all boils down to is, if I was in a group of friends and one of my friends goes, "Oh, that guy's such a retard," or whatever, that would not offend me. I wouldn't say it personally because it would make me cringe if I said it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be offended hearing that, just because I have like a special needs niece, or because I grew up around people with special needs, like profoundly special needs. It wouldn't offend me.
Yeah.
Now, I don't get offended. There's actually pretty much nothing you could say that could offend me. Like, genuinely, fat jokes, I've heard it all. Irish
when
jokes,
people
I've
call
heard
me
them all.
fat, I don't really get offended.
Oh, I can imagine. But you understand what I mean? And I think that, like, the other thing that bothers me even more, I feel like I've got a very thick skin because I worked in jails. I've been through it all. I was a bouncer for most of my adult life, so I have been called everything. I've had every form of insult thrown at me. It completely rolls off my back. And I understand that some people have, you know, issues and aren't able to deflect those things as easily as me. So I totally understand that. So people getting offended on their own behalf, I totally understand that. Especially really sensitive stuff. Like autism, like,
What's
you know,
the poll
skin
say?
color. So far, 92% say no, that they don't change their opinion on you.
Okay.
And 8% are weak. No, I'm only kidding. No, look, I do...
8% you eat shit.
I do respect
Love you
that
guys.
8% of comments.
I know, I do
totally-
too. I respect anybody that'll stand up and say, "Hey,
Yeah,
Skeptic, you're in the wrong."
I have a lot of respect for somebody who is willing to say, yes, that did offend me.
Yeah.
Now, I'll still say, look, I don't think you have a right to be offended. Like, you know, it's probably taking it too far. But that leads into my point of, I have no problem if somebody, let's say somebody is, so actually, I'll give you a really good example. I obviously won't say any names here, right? But somebody reached out to me the other day about the Glenn Serio videos. Not just mine, but other creators' videos about the fat jokes. Because this particular person...
I did say, pull out a spear gun and aim for the blowhole.
Absolutely. But this particular person, like myself, has struggled with weight problems their whole life. And while they expressed to me that they didn't find the jokes offensive to them, that it did make them feel uncomfortable. And when I was much bigger, because I was a 400-pounder at one stage.
Yeah.
So I never got offended by people calling me fat, because I was used to that, right? But when people made fat jokes around
other
me,
people, it made
me
yeah.
so uncomfortable. So
I can see
definitely understand where they're coming from. So if somebody said to me, I was uncomfortable by a joke about X, Y, and Z, I'd be like, okay, that is reasonable. And I would, if I saw that person in the side chat or whatever, I would avoid that subject because it would make them feel uncomfortable. So I definitely get that. But what really
That's kind of
bugs
why I
me-
went to Bullionator to ask him
And
about
that's a
his opinion,
reasonable
because
thing
I
to
was
do.
like, explain to me if I am wrong, you know, where am I wrong and why, what should I do about it? And he was like, well, I don't personally find that offensive, but this is why other people will. And he said, and you know who's going to be the most offended? Not the autistic person, but the person who takes care of autistic people, because they're going to be the ones that are
Exactly.
like, you don't know their struggle, and they will find
that's
offense
reasonable.
for other people.
And that is reasonable.
Do you really think that's reasonable?
I do, if you have the direct involvement in it. So I know, like my brother, his daughter, my niece, she's the most beautiful little angel in the world.
Yeah.
She can't walk or talk. She struggles every single day. So if somebody mocked her, my brother would get very upset. I would get upset if somebody actively mocked her directly. But what really bothers me is when people who have no connection to it whatsoever, don't know the ins and outs of it, don't know the daily struggles of it, get offended on somebody else's behalf when they themselves or the people around them aren't offended.
Yeah.
That pisses me off. Because
You get a lot of that happening with like race and sex.
oh yeah, all the
You
time.
get a lot of that happening where people will
Absolutely.
find offense for somebody else.
Absolutely.
It's not like, why, if you're going to find offense for somebody else, then what are we even talking about?
Yeah. 'cause
You're
it's-
not offended then.
It's literally
You're
a
not
case of
personally
it's
offended.
none of your business. You're just inserting yourself into it.
Right, and
Go
there's
and
some
tell
things
that
that are
person
egregious that you
if I-
should step in
and you know
say,
what?
but
If I said something, oh yeah, like really
when it has to be
egregious
something,
stuff-
when it's very subjective, when you have to like apply your personal opinion to come up with the idea that somebody's in the wrong, then and you are not personally affected by
Exactly.
it, then you're really finding offense for somebody else, and
what I
that's
would
not.
say to somebody in that scenario is if you are getting offended on somebody else's behalf, go and tell them what I said
Yeah.
and let them come to me and tell me why I was wrong in what I said. That's reasonable. Or go and talk to them and say, do I have a right to be offended on your behalf? They
Yeah.
go, no, fuck no.
I personally got offended by you standing up for women as a feminist, as a male feminist.
I am a male feminist.
I personally got offended. I feel like you're trying to weasel your way into the crowd of women.
So I've heard this argument. All right, so I'm going to tell you straight up, right? There's a YouTuber that I can't stand, and his name is Vosh.
Yeah.
Not because he's a leftist or a commie, which is the most ridiculous thing ever, because he makes millions of
He
dollars.
has some based opinions.
I gotta like. There's a lot of things.
He has a socialist
Right.
ideology,
I think
but
Vosh,
he's based.
I'm going to be straight up here. I saw Vosh on Tim Pool's podcast.
Yeah.
Vosh, whatever the fuck, Vosh is not what he portrays on his channel. Because he said one thing on that podcast, and then he goes to his channel and he's like, so anyway, guys. And he's like this character. But when you see his real arguments being questioned, because he's never questioned on his channel.
Right.
But when he's being questioned and he accepts things and he's like, oh yeah, that's a good point, and he makes great points himself, you can see the veil drops.
Yeah,
it's an act with this guy.
It's like Hassan Piker when he tries to defend having a freaking $6 million home.
As a communist.
And say he is a full-blown socialist communist. Nobody should have money. Everybody should give the money to the people. He says this now.
Why don't you start that?
And then he has a mansion in California.
All right, my example that I always
He's living beyond
use.
his means.
I like Bernie Sanders. Now when I say
I
that,
don't mind Bernie. Bernie's cool.
Bernie's cool, right? I might not agree with him on everything, but I like the guy. I watched him on Rogan. I thought he was brilliant. I really do like the guy, right? But once upon a time, one of Bernie Sanders' favorite quotes was, "The millionaires and the billionaires." Then he became a billionaire, and his quote changed to "the billionaires."
Yeah.
So now it's automatically okay to be a millionaire.
Yeah.
Just not a billionaire. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Due to inflation, that's really about 50,000.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
The new
but
millionaire is
still,
only 50,000.
I'm just
He's
saying,
good with
though.
that.
It went from the millionaires and the billionaires to
But
just
a lot
the
of those
billionaires.
people, like off camera, they don't portray what they do
Dude,
on camera.
look at the video we watched this morning.
I try to always be the same
Arnold
person.
Schwarzenegger did a video last week where he was like, we all
Oh,
need
yeah,
to
yeah,
save
yeah.
the planet
Yeah, yeah.
and drive smaller vehicles and not use the chopper.
And then he has
What
the
did he do?
largest car on
He
Earth.
crashed a car. He crashed a car
Oh, fuck.
the size of a fucking aircraft carrier. Basically ate somebody's Prius. Literally ate somebody's Prius, and he's lecturing us about don't burn the planet with your big gas
Yeah.
guzzling cars.
They-
and then he
I'm telling
crashes
you,
his
man,
fucking monster
A lot
truck.
of those people are that way on camera and not that way
Absolutely.
off camera.
If
No,
some-
hey,
hey.
you know what? Hey, I'll tell you this for all of you listening right now. Irish Demon has been, since he's been here, the one thing I can say about him is that it's the same the same Irish Demon that was on camera in Ireland that I grew to love is the same one that's sitting right here in front of me. It hasn't been this totally different person
No, not
that's
at all.
off camera.
I
And
always
then-
say that to people, man. You get what you see.
and I try to portray that too. I'm like, look, if y'all are gonna like me or hate me, then like me or hate me because I'm always gonna be this way.
Exactly.
If I stay this way, I never have to worry about offending somebody else who's grown to love me
Exactly.
and my opinions because I can keep that original and I can keep that consistent.
The way I see it is this, right? I said this to you today, and I stand by it, right? I respect every single person that watches my videos, everybody who donates, everybody who's involved, 100%. Be it a like or $1 million, I don't
I
care.
just
I respect them all.
Luna.
But here's the thing, right? If somebody who has been a follower of mine for a long time is going to watch this back later and go, oh, Irish Demon is this, that, and the other, and disappear and call me all the pricks and not watch my videos anymore, then they were never truly a friend or a fan or whatever. Because I had this one person that I mentioned earlier about the weight jokes reached out to me and said, you know, it's not that I'm offended by them, but here's how they make me feel. And I was like, you know what? You're actually right, because when I was, well, I'm still fat, but when I was much heavier, I actually experienced that too. And I'd forgotten that. I'd lost sight of the fact that those jokes made me uncomfortable when I was overweight too. When I was more overweight, under tall.
That's another thing. I'll say that when Irish describes himself as being overweight, when he got here in America, he's a normal sized person.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You're not like.
Did I tell you what Johnny's kid said to me when I turned up? So I went into Johnny's house, and his little girl, the little one,
Yeah.
was she 6? She's 6 years old.
I don't know how old she is.
She's the cutest
Yeah,
kid
yeah.
ever, right?
She was the one that told me last night that he's like, Team Skeptic's channel sucks.
I know, right? She's so funny, man. She's right, but like she walks in and
Right.
I walked in the door. First thing she came up, she gave me a big hug, right? She called me Irish Demon all day. And we kept saying, no, babe, you can call me John. You know, you don't have to call me Irish Demon.
I
And
still
she was
call
like,
you Demon.
okay,
I'm like, hey,
Irish Demon. And then anyway, she turns around, she looked at me really hard. And I was like, she's going to say something brilliant. The mouths of babes or whatever, like that they just say what they think. And she was like,
Yeah.
you're a lot smaller than I thought you'd be. And I was like, oh my
You're
God.
a lot smaller than I
And
thought
then
you'd be.
one of the other girls walked in and she was like, oh, is Irish Demon here? I can smell him. And I was like, what the? I was like, I just had a shower, man. She was like, no, I can smell your cologne. I was like, oh, okay. Then. I was like, that sounded bad at the start. But anyway, back to that point of like the whole wokeness thing, based and all that kind of stuff. It used to be a case where, see, everything now is just binary. You're either based or you're woke. And
Yeah.
it's like, there's no in between. Like, I would consider myself what would have been originally based, which is where you are just reasonable about stuff.
Yeah, you don't get offended by
I don't
jokes.
get offended by anything. Man.
I don't get offended by jokes. I don't care. Anybody can say anything to me. If it's a joke, it's a joke. If it's offensive, then I'm not going to laugh.
Exactly.
And I might not like you because of the jokes you choose to say.
But I'm not
going
gonna
to
try
get
cancel you.
offensive.
No,
I'm not going to be
hell no.
offended because I know that there's no real homophobia
that-
or
it's like
transphobia or
that,
xenophobia or racist.
What's that Australian comedian?
Look, if we can all get together and laugh about comedians doing racist shit in movies,
Yeah.
and then say, "Oh, but it's a movie. He's playing a character," then there should be no problem with someone who's a non-movie actor star doing the same thing. You know, I don't. And if you find offense in the movies, then that's fine. You can be consistent and find offense with other people doing the same thing. But if you write it off as the movies are okay for making racist jokes and offensive jokes, but when a YouTuber does it, he's in the wrong.
Yeah.
Then you're holding an inconsistent belief, internal belief. You're saying that entertainment on a major level is okay to be racist and homophobic and transphobic and all these other phobias, but on a smaller level, you're not allowed to be. Now, I choose not to be. I don't make racist jokes. I don't make trans jokes. I can do better. You know, I just feel like I can. I can be funny without having to step down from that.
And here's the thing. I don't particularly find racist jokes or trans jokes funny. I just don't find them funny.
But that's subjective.
And it's
there
subjective.
Might be somebody out there that does.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. I don't find them funny, but I don't find them offensive.
Yeah.
And I'm not one of these people that, you know, if I hear a trans joke or a racial joke or whatever, that I'm going to go, oh my God, that's offensive.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, it's probably offensive to somebody, sure, absolutely. I'm not offended by it. I just didn't like it. I thought it was poor taste.
Yeah. And if you find that's a person
like,
that
I don't
holds
like
those jokes all
disgusting
the time,
jokes, right?
then you just say, I'm not going to surround myself
Like, I
with
never
that
like
person.
disgusting jokes, like sexual jokes or whatever. It's just never, to me, it's just low-hanging fruit. It's just not funny.
Yeah.
Like, for example, what's that comedian, the blonde chick? I can never think of her name, man.
Which one? The vagina girl?
Yeah.
God, I can't think of her name. Somebody in the chat will know. The one that's like...
You guys know what I'm talking about. The one with the really gross stuff. The reason that they got rid of the star rating on Netflix.
Yeah.
She's awful. My favorite comedian in the world is a woman. So I got stick for this a few
What's
weeks
her
back. Deirdre O'Kane. She's amazing.
Okay.
She's so funny, man.
I have to watch it.
There's a few really, really good female comedians from Ireland and the UK in particular.
There's only a few? You hear that, guys?
Well, yeah.
Sexist confirmed.
No, but that's true. There is only a few because the vast majority of famous comedians are
He
men.
opens his shirt up a little bit more. It says, women can't be funny on the side.
No comment, because I'm not going to offend people with what I would have to say.
Yeah. So who said that? Was it Richard Dawkins that said that?
Richard Dawkins said that,
Richard Dawkins.
Women can't be funny. I was like, man, I tell you what.
Oh my God.
Mrs. Demon's the funniest person I know. My mom is hilarious, and my mother-in-law is absolutely hilarious.
I know some hilarious. When a female is truly funny, then it's amazing.
See, here's the thing, right? You take
when they try
somebody
hard to be funny,
look at
it's like...
Catherine Ryan, right? She is one of the funniest people on this planet. She's hilarious. You've got
Betty White. She
Betty
was
White,
fucking hilarious.
and you know,
A legend.
You know what I love, right? You know, and here's the reality of the situation, and this will probably trigger people and tough shit if it does, right? The reality is this, right? The type of comedy that men do and the type of comedy that women do are different because we have different experiences of life.
Yeah.
We could experience the same situation in two totally different
Men
ways.
can talk about shit, have shit jokes.
We have totally different...
Women don't shit.
Exactly, right?
So any joke they say is
Exactly,
disingenuous.
they fluff in the woods is totally different, right? But so when you get somebody like that lady, what was her name? Not Lisa Lampanelli. I don't like her, man. I just don't.
I don't know.
Maybe this is too old fashioned. I don't like crude comedy anyway. I don't like shit jokes and stuff. I just don't like
I don't
it.
either.
To me, it's not funny. But especially from a female comedian, I find that very off-putting. Like immediately, I'm just like, oh, it's just
I find it off-putting
because
for both.
it's kind of like it feels to me like as if you're trying to be one of the lads or whatever. You don't need to be one of the lads. You be you because you're fucking hilarious as you are. There was another female comedian I came across lately. She's South African. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, she's so funny. She was talking about like she got offered to have a threesome. And she was like, except this time it was different because I wasn't asked to just hold the camera. Yeah. Like, she was so funny. She was like, in Australia, the police say stop, and then they might shoot you. He was like, and then in South Africa, they'll shoot you in half and then investigate your suicide. And it's like, she was just so funny. She didn't need to go on the whole self-deprecating humor, all this kind of stuff. She was just hilarious, man. It didn't matter if she was male or female. She was so
I'm
funny,
a self-deprecator. I like that.
There's nothing wrong with self-deprecation. It's just if you look at
That's just
male
part of my
comics,
style of
but
comedy.
if you look at male comics versus female comics, right?
Yeah.
You will find, for the most part, that the female comics feel like they have to rely on self-deprecation. It's like, you're so funny in your own right. You don't need to self-deprecate. You're an awesome comedian.
See, with me, I think it's because I tend to be offensive towards people, like individual people. So I allow myself to be open to self-deprecation as a means of bringing myself to their level. You know, to say, I don't feel like I'm pretentious or better than you. I'm judging you based on the merits of your actions right now. So it's not that, you know, I feel like I'm better than you and you're just a piece of shit for what you're doing because you're doing it.
Yeah.
No, I say, look, I'm an idiot too.
Let me
right?
see how you respond to this comment. This is from Ted in Atlanta, I think. It says, Jesus, Catherine Ryan, the whitest white girl in the world, the chair of Kardashian studies, really. I don't
even know
care
who
what
that
color
is.
she is.
Yeah, but I don't even know
She's
who that is.
funny, man. She's really funny. Like, a lot of people don't like her because they call her, you know, like a radical feminist or whatever. I don't care if she's radical feminist. She's really funny, man. She's hilarious. I watched her on a lot of panel shows in Ireland and the UK. She did her 23andMe, and she was like 99.9% Irish. She was as Irish as you could get.
That's funny.
She's so funny, man. Ursula Carlson, that's the one. Man, I've got to show you her before we go to bed. Or while we're in bed. Ursula Carlson
Oh, shit.
is absolutely... She is, at the moment, one of the funniest comedians I've seen in a long time. She has a style that I have never seen in other comedians. I don't know what it is about her, man. She's so funny. Let me see here. Sarah Milliken is a prized example of self-deprecating humor. She does it in a really good way. I don't know if you've come across her. She's from Northern England. She's like, I like cake. She's really funny. But a lot of people do say like it's an hour and a half of her just shitting on herself.
See, I do
But
that all the time.
she does it the right way, I think. I don't know why. She's really funny.
I think it makes it easier when you tear down the wall that other people may think exists.
Exactly.
So like with my with me being skinny, for instance, you know, there's people that would think, oh man, I can't really joke about his weight because there might be somebody who suffers from an eating disorder in the chat, you know, and they may suffer from not being able to put on weight as well.
Yeah.
And they'll see that my humor with Team Skeptic as really insulting to skinny people. But I think once I tear that wall down and say, look, it's okay, you know, joke about my weight, I'm not going to be offended. I think that kind of helps people be a little bit more free in their own expression.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big point to me to have people express themselves in my chat.
You know who's a really good example of that? Ralphie May. The late Ralphie May. Ralphie May was probably close to 500 pounds. Like, he was a big boy. And he was really good at self-deprecating humor. He, like, on one of his shows, right, first thing he says when he gets on stage is that, I'm going to be honest with y'all, because he's got this really funny southern accent. He's like, I'm going to be honest with y'all, I got a medium dick. It's just straight up as that, I got a medium dick. And, like, I love that style, man. I thought he was really... Oh, Catherine Tate, she was hilarious. Sue Perkins, another really great. So, yeah, when people say, like, oh, women can't be funny, that's bullshit.
Do you think Lily Singh's funny?
Who?
Lily Singh.
I don't know who that is.
She's a moron. She ain't funny.
And that's the thing,
But
it's
they
okay
prop
to say
her
that.
up. They prop her up to,
And
as
that
if
bugs the
she's
shit
one
out of
of
me.
the new female
What was the name of that
comedians.
lady again?
And there's people that are so much funnier than her, but she just happened to be in
In the right place at the right time.
place,
What,
right
can you
time.
remember the name of that lady?
Of who?
The comedian I was trying to think of.
The vagina lady?
Yeah, man.
I actually have that video downloaded.
Don't play
She
it.
says vagina.
I'll get
vagina,
lewd.
vagina.
She was like, it
But I
smells
mean,
like a
that's-
farm animal. I'm like, that's just gross.
Yeah.
It's not funny. It's just gross. If a dude said that same joke about his junk, I was like, oh, it smells like a farm animal. I'd be like, that's just gross. That's not funny.
I think I can just type in vagina
You know?
in my computer
And it will immediately come up.
be the only. Yeah, Amy Schumer.
Amy Schumer. Oh my
There it is
God,
right
she
there.
Sucks so bad, man.
Saying vagina.
And just to
gazillion
clarify, in
times,
case it
super
does
excited.
trigger anybody,
Vagina. Vagina. Vagina.
Vagina. Vagina. Vagina's
and she's a joke thief too, man, big
Just
time.
do women's comedy stuff, you know, talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with talk about how fat you are. Just do women's comedy stuff, you know, talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex
Oh
with
goddamn!
Just do women's comedy stuff, you know, talk about how fat you are and how you want to have sex with guys and then say, my vagina.
Oh my God, man.
Vagina.
We could play that.
And like, there's no need for that. And she's a major joke thief, man.
Is she?
Oh, dude, have you never seen the video of her joke thieving?
Oh, yes, I have.
Bro.
Well,
oh,
she's
that's-
not really... Okay, so she takes those jokes and she does transform them a bit, but she's still into
Dude,
the idea, the concept.
Some of them are word for word, man.
Let's take a shot. What's it, the Mexican guy that does the comedian that stole all the jokes? The Joe Rogan.
Oh, that Joe Rogan shot on stage.
Yeah, on stage.
I can never remember
That's
his
just a
name.
great clip of him going up on stage and confronting that.
And he
guy.
just roasts him live,
Yeah.
man.
Here you go, shot.
Slancha.
This is to you, chat, for helping him get here.
Ah,
Wouldn't
fuck
be here
yeah.
without you, so thank you.
Let me have a look here. I can't remember who that was, man.
All you gotta do is type Joe Rogan roast on stage. Or Joe Rogan confronts. And it'll pop up.
Yeah. Let me have a look here. You know your... Oh, you got your mic started, yeah?
Yeah.
George Lopez.
No, one George Lopez.
Oh, Carlos Mencia.
Yes, Carlos Mencia.
Yeah, that was brutal, man.
Oh, this is a 30-minute video. No, we ain't watching
No,
that.
fuck that. Let me see here. Joe Rogan. Guandes Ryber says Joe Rogan is a big time asshole. I don't think so. I think Joe Rogan's really good. I like him.
You know, I'll say this,
Like the whole elk meat thing gets a bit boring, but
Yeah, he has some bad opinions.
Oh,
but
yeah, he's got bad takes,
I
man.
have bad opinions and bad takes
Yeah,
on things.
everybody
so
does.
I think that the most important thing about Joe Rogan is that he allows for conversation.
Yeah.
And that's what I've always said is, even though I think people are wrong, I never try to shut them down and not give them a chance to speak, because I say let the stupid people speak so we can call them fucking stupid.
exactly.
Like that's
Can
my
I just
opinion.
ask, right? And this isn't to try to
And
like.
it's my opinion.
This
I-
isn't trying to put anybody on the spot, but Goddins, I'd just like to hear what in your opinion makes Joe Rogan an asshole.
Oh, he's an asshole.
I don't think he's an asshole.
He's an
man.
asshole.
I don't think so. I don't
He's
see
an
that.
asshole.
What makes you think that?
I heard something a couple of days ago where someone called him out, a doctor called him out, and Joe Rogan flipped out on that person and told them that their degree, their PhD...
That turned out to be a fake doctor, though, man.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
maybe
it
if that
did.
does.
It did. That's
But-
why he called that guy out.
But did
If
he
it's
know
the same
that?
guy.
But did he know that?
Yeah, apparently so. That's why he
Okay.
called him out. So there was a letter.
I want to know if that's the case.
Right, so
'cause
there was
I
a
think he's an asshole, but I think I'm an asshole. So that's okay to be an
But I
asshole.
don't think he's an asshole for the reason people call him
No,
an
I
asshole.
don't. I agree with you on
Like,
that.
here's the thing,
But
right?
I think he's
a
an asshole.
multi-millionaire celebrity, right?
Yeah.
He's been around the block a long time. He's got a right to be an asshole. Because
Yeah,
he's going to
and
have
so
people
do I.
annoying him
So do
all
you.
the fucking time, right?
We're assholes. Look how we talk about people in our videos.
Yeah,
we
fuck
are
him.
assholes.
Yeah,
It's okay.
you have to be.
But
So Gonda says it's his opinions acting at least wasp.
his opinion's what?
It says his opinions acting at least wasp.
At least wasp.
I think that might have been a mistype,
Yeah.
maybe.
Retype that. So there's people that will talk about his, say,
Are you being
he's
picked up okay,
providing
anyway?
medical misinformation. First off, he's not a fucking doctor.
Yeah,
if he's
exactly.
not out there telling you this will cure you, this will do this, then he's not giving you medical information. Number two, if you're not fucking adult enough to know that he's not a doctor, and even if he says what you agree with, you should take that tongue in cheek, because he's not a fucking doctor. Even if he says, "Oh, the vaccines are great. Oh, wear a mask."
I got another comment to run by you here, actually.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you know what I'm saying?
Karma.
It's like,
Oh yeah, no, I
you have
agree.
to- you have
But
to-
here's the thing,
you have
right?
to- as an
It
adult, you have
it
to
goes
say-
back to the old thing, man. If your friend told you jump off a bridge, would you do
Would
it?
you do it?
No, you tell him get fucked.
Well, what if he is a doctor that
No,
told you to jump
but here's
off
the
a bridge?
thing,
Would
right?
you
But
do
here's
it?
the thing. I do understand where people are coming from because he does have a lot of people that just blindly follow.
Agreed.
So
but
I
that's
get
what
that.
we're here for.
Exactly.
We
Because
counter him.
yeah, people can call out the bullshit. Just driving the shit underground doesn't help anything. But
No,
here's an interesting one for
It's
you.
called the Streisand effect. People will go, "Why did they push Joe on the ground?"
Exactly.
Because of this interview.
Oh, because
now,
so it must
instead
be
of
right. Oh,
150 or 200,000
they wouldn't be
people
hiding
seeing
it. Yeah,
there's
that's
2
what they.
million people
And
seeing
that we've seen that with flat Earth and stuff. They're like, well, if they're hiding it, it means they must be trying to hide
There
something.
must be truth to it.
But here's the
right?
thing, right? This is Karmapur says artists are leaving Spotify because of him.
That's fine.
Yeah, fine, leave him. That's their choice.
right?
That's their fucking choice, man.
I would prefer they have a choice to leave
And
Spotify.
and even though I might not agree with them, I respect them for saying, you know what, fuck this guy, I'm leaving Spotify. Good,
Yeah.
do it, man.
And
James Blunt
as
threatened.
as a listener, if you say they have Joe Rogan on there and they continue to support him,
I'm not gonna
refuse
support that.
to give them money.
More power to you.
Yeah, speak your mind.
So
speak your pocketbook.
that's a
not
good
with
point.
censorship.
But I don't know if this was your point, Karma Poor, but I've seen this point being made. So I'm not going to attribute it to you. If you want to claim it, then that's fine. Just because artists are choosing to leave Spotify doesn't make him wrong.
It just means they don't agree with
Just
the
means they
policies
don't agree
of
with him.
Spotify.
And
to
it means
choose
that they
to
don't
keep
agree
them
with
on.
him. Now, in the case of Neil Young, he was fucked off Spotify because he said, if you don't take Joe Rogan
Yeah,
down,
he
I'm
threatened.
going to leave. And that is against their terms of service. So they got
Oh,
rid of
is
his, they got rid of his ass, man.
I didn't know that was part of it.
Now,
I thought they just said, okay, we'll
And here's the thing,
acquiesce
right?
to your
at the end of
demands.
the day, right? At the end of the day, I respect people who are willing to say, I don't like Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
I'm not going to share a platform with him. Fucking A. More power to you. Do
Mm-hmm.
it. I have a lot more respect for that than somebody who's going to go, oh, you know, it's going to affect my bottom line, so I'll just be quiet.
Yeah. Or someone who's like, yeah, you know.
But just because Neil Young and some other people don't like Joe Rogan and want him cancelled, that doesn't make Joe Rogan wrong.
Right. So he has an equal amount. So a lot of people like to point out the fact that he brings on a lot of right-wing people, right?
Yeah,
Like he's
and he
brought
does.
on Milo Yiannopoulos.
I
he's
can't
brought
stand
on.
Milo, man.
I can't really
I
stand
hate
him
that
either.
guy so much.
But
man.
he's brought on a lot of right-wing people. But guess what? He's also done. He's also brought on a lot of left-wing people.
Fuck yeah.
A lot.
Sanjay Gupta. You ran
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. But like he had Sanjay Gupta on. That guy is a piece of shit in my eyes, man. Because he said one thing to Joe Rogan, and then he went on CNN the following day and he's like, I thought he was going to jump over the table and throttle me if I didn't say what he wanted me to say. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, I don't listen to any doctor that goes on to
CNN or Fox or fucking any of them. Any of them. Because
I'd rather just read studies.
read
and,
the studies,
and read
yeah.
the
Because
abstracts
if
and
you're
try to
going to
learn
be,
from what they're
if you're going
trying
to be
to say.
listening to somebody who's on CNN or Fox or
They
whatever,
have an agenda.
there's an agenda.
They have an agenda.
They have.
That's
their
how come
pu-
they can take two. They can take one event and have two different narratives.
Exactly.
That are being pushed by doctors. So
Exactly.
you say, I believe a doctor, and then you look on CNN, and there's a doctor saying this
The
data
opposite
supports
thing.
this, and you look over on Fox,
Now it's a
and their
different
doctor
story
says,
if you have a doctor that goes on CNN and says ABC, and then they go on Fox and say ABC, and
Yeah,
then they go
yeah.
on MSNBC and say the same thing. Then you go, okay, that guy's not got an agenda. He's telling it how it is, and I respect that a lot more.
I don't know. So I don't see I see Joe Rogan as a way as a means to an end, right? You have to have Joe Rogan to have Joe Rogan's podcast to bring on all the different voices.
Oh, we got some sexism in the side chat, by the way.
What's
Angie, I'm cancelling you. I'm calling you out.
Call-
Angie says, yeah, I'm a girl version of an asshole. Why, you think only boys can be assholes?
Yes.
I'm calling you out, Angie, you sexist. No, I'm only kidding. I love Angie. Angie's awesome.
Angie's cool.
She says she's a witty broad. That again,
No,
sexism.
women
Sorry,
can be
Angie.
assholes. Women can be bigger assholes than men.
Fuck yeah.
Because a woman can easily pull the small penis card out of her.
That's a
out of her
brutal
hand.
fucking
No matter
thing.
how big your penis is, she can always just whip that out in front of everybody and go, "But you have a fucking 3-inch penis."
And here's the thing: you legally
you're
can't just
fucked.
whip it out and prove them wrong.
Yeah, you
'Cause
can't
get locked
that's
up.
it, you get
Yeah.
in trouble. Oh yeah, bitch, look right here.
Well, then we
That
do
3 inches to you?
we have to come back out. That's not what your mama
your hands
said.
behind your back, sir.
Oh man. So Angie says Joe Rogan is someone I'd like to smoke a jib with and converse about hella subject. Hey Angie, we'll send you our address. Come
I
smoke.
would sit down and I would challenge him on a lot of things.
Oh,
if
I
I
would
had
too.
an opportunity, I would say,
Here's
Joe,
the
I'd
thing.
like to speak to you about a few things, and I'd challenge him.
I'm no Joe Rogan fanboy. Not in a
I'm a
million
fan
years.
of his, but I'm a fan of the show.
I wouldn't call myself a fan.
Well, I'm a fan of the show because I get to see all the different points of view
Sure.
that come on.
I think for me, I couldn't call myself a fan purely because, as I was telling you earlier, I don't watch his show often because I don't know most of the people that he's got on there. But I've enjoyed the ones I watched.
I think
the
that's
Milo
what makes
one.
his show badass.
I love how
is
he
that-
trashed Milo, because Milo was like this fucking go-to alt-right kind of thing. Milo's a psycho, man.
Yeah.
This whole pray the gay away thing. He's fucking kidding nobody, man.
Yeah.
He's a nut job. And then you had like Lauren Southern. You had like Lauren Southern is just a simp meister. I'm sorry.
Yeah. she's
Like I
weird.
used to like her back before I realized what she really was. And I'm willing to say that. I used to think Lauren Southern was brilliant, but
I'm
she's
trying to think
changed, man.
who the new Lauren Southern is. That other lady, Marjorie Green Taylor. I think.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Taylor Green, yeah.
If anything,
She's a weirdo,
well, she's more
man.
extreme than Lauren Southern by a
Oh
long shot.
yeah, for sure.
Like
She's
Lauren
way
Southern
more
is.
fundamentalist.
Lauren Southern used to just be based, but now she's just gone further and further and further to the right.
Like now she's fundamental.
Oh, big time! Oh, big
Fundamental
time! Yeah, she
conservative.
used to not be a fundy, and she was really funny and good back then. But
I
now
never
she's
really paid attention.
I liked
to
her back then because she would challenge Milo, she challenged all those guys, but now she just falls in line. It's a
Milo's
sad thing.
was more of a prominent
He-
figure
he-
in entertainment,
and the
so I
thing is-
saw him a lot more. But I thought he was an idiot.
Yeah, Milo used to just be a provocateur.
Yeah.
His whole thing was just being a shit stirrer, and you knew he didn't believe what he was saying. He was just
Yeah.
being a shit stirrer, right? But now he's doing the whole pray the gay away, and I'm this, yada yada yada. It's like fuck.
How's
you,
he gonna
dude.
say that? But he's still gay. Is he
Did you not
praying
see
to
where
God?
he threw his ring in the ocean?
Is he
his-
not? Is he saying he's not gay anymore?
So, yeah, he's saying that he prayed the gay away. Bro, have you?
Excuse me.
Oh my god,
I have
dude.
not seen that. Oh wow.
Oh
okay.
man, it is the most cringe thing. It looks like this guy is on North Korean TV being forced to say shit. It is
I'm gonna watch
it's the
that
weirdest
tonight.
thing
I
ever,
wanna
right?
see this.
And you know the thing is, like Milo he was a provocateur. And he ended up in a situation where he got cancelled. It was like, early cancel culture kind of thing, right? And he was one of the first to get really, really hardly hit, right? That destroyed his bottom line. His books stopped selling. All this shit started happening. He had to go. He had to go further to the right to be able to keep an income. Of course he did. Because where else could he go? Everybody hated his ass. I never liked him, man. Victor T says Spotify chose money. I would say, yeah. Okay, I would say Spotify did choose money, for sure.
But they're a
they're a
fucking-
business.
Yeah, they're a business.
They're a business. And here's the reality of it, right? Look, you might hate...
And don't support them. If you don't like it,
If
don't
you don't
support
like
'em.
it, don't support
I
him.
will support you, not
And
support
I have a
them.
lot more respect for somebody who goes, I don't disagree. I don't agree with him, so I'm not going to support
Yeah,
Spotify
it's what happened.
anymore.
It's what's happening to Netflix.
And it's what happened with Netflix, man. And I'm like, yep, fucking A. You do that, man. I'm with you.
This is how you
100%.
kill a business, is by making bad business
Exactly.
decisions.
And here's the thing, right? The vast majority of people out there, and I'm just being real here, right? The vast majority of people out here are pretty based. And I don't mean based in the new way, the kind of just horrible fucking mock everybody because you can.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the old school based. Just reasonable. Respectful, reasonable, and not going to be like taking, everything overly PC to the point of just nausea.
Yeah.
But like where you just respect people and you just don't actively disrespect people, willing to change your language if you feel it's the right thing to do. I'm not going to change it just because somebody tells me to. If somebody can show me why I should not say something, then I'll look at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and if
But
if
as
they
for them
come to you and
choosing
say
money-
the reason why you shouldn't do that is because I'm offended by it,
Tough shit. That's your problem.
Tough shit.
That's your problem.
because
Now, if
I don't
somebody
care
said
about
to
your
me,
feelings.
maybe you shouldn't say this thing because this is how certain people might react to it because of what they have to go through every day, I might say, that's actually a really good point. And then reach out to somebody like you did and be like, hey, would this thing that I said offend you or other people in your situation?
yeah, I
do you
wasn't
think?
about to listen to somebody
But
that's
some
just,
random that
random
goes, I
person.
feel offended. Yeah, and then what? What
because
happens?
they literally didn't start the thing. It was like, hey, look, I have autism and this is bothering me.
Yeah.
It was, hey, you shouldn't be making autistic jokes. Those are very offensive, and you're better than that. And I was like, yeah, I am better than that. I don't have to rely on saying that somebody's autistic just as an insult. So I don't have to do that. I can do other things. And I didn't even see it as an insult, but maybe I'm wrong. So what did I do? I reached out to someone who had autism and said, hey, man, can you tell
and
me?
that's the right way to
And
do
he
it.
did. He said, hey, look, while I don't feel offended by it, and you're probably not going to get a lot of autistic people that'll tell you they're offended by it, the people that are going to be offended are those that
Look
take
after
care of
them.
them.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
And I-
they're the ones that see the struggle for the person.
And I would still say that that's pretty reasonable.
And that is reasonable.
Yeah,
That's
I
why
think
I
it
don't
is.
do it anymore. It's why I don't have to do it, So when I look back and I say, if I have to reach for offensiveness to make my joke, that where I'm intentionally offending people who shouldn't be offended, and I'm using their struggle as a way of insulting somebody else, then I'm not a good comedy writer. I'm not a good sarcasm guy. That means I'm real lazy with my jokes. I'm
Yeah.
really letting someone else's plight really dictate how I entertain the audience, and I don't need that. That's a lazy writer. That's somebody who's not truly
that's a good
funny.
point. And the mark of a truly good comedian is to be able to overlook the obvious joke and go for something totally different.
Yes.
Something totally different.
That's why I
You
do a
can
lot of
mock somebody's-
alliterations and I do a lot of things in my...
You can mock somebody's weight. You can mock somebody's speech impediment. You can mock whatever. But if you can find the thing in there that's funny that people don't see coming, if you can do what what's his name, Dave Chappelle does, where he thinks he gets you to think that he's on your side and then he flips it. He's a master at that. Like with me the other day, like what was the one that I did the other day? Oh yeah, the one about the guys in Georgia, and the cop. I was giving the frauditor hell the whole time, and then the cop arrested him at the end, and I called the cop Peter Griffin. The guy looked like Peter Griffin though.
Yeah.
He legit looked like Peter, and I was like, Peter Griffin over here, and people were like, I didn't see that coming, and that was really funny. I was like, yeah, I couldn't let that go. Like the guy looked
That's
like
one
Peter
of
fucking Griffin.
my favorite things to do is read the comment section on every one of my videos and find the person that says, "Oh man, you killed me with this joke right here."
That's the best feeling.
Dude,
ever.
it's the best. I love seeing all the good, like, hey, that was a great video, and that's great. But I love it when people point out specific things about
I
the video.
kind of like it though when people point out the shit that they hate too. Like when I say, I get comments of people, and I gotta say I respect those comments where people say, this particular video wasn't for me for X, Y, and Z reason. That's like, okay, that's actually really helpful because it makes me think, okay, is there 100 other people just like them that are having that same opinion? And it allows me to look back. But when I get people like, oh, fuck you, man, you mocked X, Y, and Z, I'm not watching you anymore. Okay, fine.
Yeah, fine.
Fine, see you, bud. You know what I mean? Sorry that you feel that way.
Every video I put out is immediately started off with negative subscribers. Because I offend somebody who found me funny at the time, and now they find me offensive and unlikable.
I just want to say really quickly, big hello to James Morrow. I did see your chat earlier. Let me just go back up. Saying, I'm in Las Vegas watching you two. Kicking back. It's wonderful. Welcome to USA. Thank you so much, man. I've been having a great time since I got here. And then says, what do you think is the biggest difference between comedians in Ireland and the US? One word. Or, two words made into one. Slapstick.
We have more freedom of speech here, though, right?
You have more freedom of speech, but Irish people, I find, push the boundaries a bit more. And I mean no disrespect to American comics, because some of my favorite comics are Americans. Irish comedy is much more... It's kind of more fly-by-wire. There's no punchlines. There's no slapstick involved. Irish comedy is very straight comedy, whereas I find American comedy is a bit more slapstick and a bit more Hollywood. Obviously not all comics, but a lot of the big ones, like Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
It's very performative comedy.
Yeah.
You know what
Eddie
I mean?
Murphy.
Eddie Murphy, performative comedy.
Richard Pryor.
Loads
Some of my
American
favorite people
comics.
to watch, Richard Pryor.
Oh, yeah.
He's so funny.
I love that style of comedy.
He's
I'm
so
not a fan
funny.
of Kevin Hart, personally. I don't particularly...
Kevin Hart, to me, is a bit too over the top.
Yeah, it just doesn't appeal
like
to me.
Chris Rock, kind of.
Jen loves Kevin Hart. I like Kevin Hart. I like Sebastian Maniscalco.
He's funny.
I love Sebastian Maniscalco. He's from Chicago. He's Italian American from Chicago, and he's one of my favorite comics. And he's very slapstick. But Irish comedy, like, it's a bit darker. It's a bit sharper as well. Like we don't in our style of comedy, we don't use punchlines really. It's kind of the story is the joke. The story is the punchline.
I'm a sarcastic punchline
and that's the beauty
guy.
of it. Well, that's the thing, and I think that's more of a cultural thing. Like Scottish comics don't use punchlines. English comics don't use punchlines. Irish comics never use.
I do my
punchlines.
best to write one-liners, because if I can,
And that's
if I can
something you
kill
won't-
it,
that's something you
if I
won't
can
find
kill
in
it
Irish
with one
comedy.
line, oh man.
And that's a beautiful thing to be able to do. But Irish comics don't tend
Again,
to do
I'll go
that.
back to the joke that I
Like you
said
look at
about
Darrell
Glenn Serio.
O'Brien, you look at Deirdre O'Kane, one of my favorite comics in the ever. She's amazing. Never find a punchline in her jokes. It's just the story is the joke, and then the story blends into another story. Yeah. It's beautiful. Mystery Man says, "Are you talking about observational comedy?" So, the difference I think between American and Irish observational comedy is American observational comedy tends to be satirical, whereas Irish observational comedy is kind of like, so what is it with these people that do X, Y, and Z? Whereas an American
yeah, okay.
comic would be more likely to act it out and satirize it. An Irish comic would just rip the shit out of them, you know?
got you. Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just a different style, really. Jimon is an Australian-Irish comic. So he's Irish, but he's lived in Australia for a long time. He's a really, really, really funny guy. But it just isn't my style of comedy.
Is he like is he observational comedy?
He's a...
Is that Seinfeld is observational comedy? What is it with these?
Yeah,
guys?
Seinfeld is a perfect example
Okay.
of like brick
Just to-
wall.
just to
they
make
call
sure
it brick
that
wall
I'm getting-
observational comedy, yeah. Whereas then you take somebody like
The Walking Talker.
you take somebody like I'm trying to think who's a good Irish comedian as a good example. I can't think off the top of my head, but actually Dara Breen is pretty good. He'd be a good example. It's all about the story. Jimmy Carr then he's kind of a mixture of one-liners, and Jimmy Carr is very funny. I've seen him live a few times. George Carlin, I haven't seen much of George
Carlin's funny.
I mean, he's brilliant,
No,
but I haven't
he's-
seen enough
he's
to really
funny.
have a huge view on him, really. But
I like George Carlin.
Eddie Izzard is brilliant. Mrs. Demon loves Eddie Izzard. Oh yeah, that is a great joke. Tony Regime talks about. Jim Owen is great. Third Draw Down is a song that he plays, right? Third Drawer Down. And it's about all of the just random shit that you have in the third drawer in your kitchen. He's so funny. But yeah, I guess tonight's conversation, here's the thing, right? What we're talking about tonight is the kind of stuff that me and team talk about when we just chat to each other.
Yeah.
Because it's important to us. Because it is true that people are so afraid to say what they actually think. Mm-hmm. And I've noticed it in the past few months where I've had people comment on stuff saying, oh man, I wish I could say this. I'm like, say it, man.
Say it.
Say it.
Especially in my chat. In my chat, you speak your mind.
Oh yeah, I'd much rather people speak their
I don't
minds.
mind people challenging other people in my chat.
And here's the
but
thing:
I don't
if
want
somebody's
to
just a
censorship.
straight up racist or a straight up bigot, I'll just boot their ass because I don't have time for that shit.
Yeah, we don't allow that in my chat either.
The
but-
difference is if somebody goes, hold on a sec, how come we're not allowed to say this, or how come we're not allowed to question this thing? That's a reasonable conversation to have.
Yeah.
But not somebody just coming in there being a bigot. I don't want to hear that shit. Because I saw, right, I'm not going to say any names or anything, but somebody came in my chat a while back and just asked a simple question about, this was going back a long time, about trans rights and stuff like that, right? All this person did was ask a question. And they prefaced the comment with, look, I'm in my 60s. I grew up in a different time. I don't understand all this stuff. Can somebody explain why I can't say whatever it was? I can't even remember what it was. And people jumped down that girl's throat. Jumped down her throat, just timing her out. I was like, hold on a second. She asked a question. She wasn't coming in there being nasty. She just said, how come I can't say this thing? I don't understand why I can't say this word.
Yeah.
And it was as simple as that. And I was like, guys, come on. I actually ended up ending the stream because I was so pissed off. But anyway, yeah. And then you have the other extreme where it was like, oh, PC gone mad. No, you're just an asshole. Like, you just have this outdated view and you're a dickhead.
Yeah, somebody said that. They're like, I thought this was a freedom of speech platform. I was like, well, I didn't say you could come in here and just fucking be a racist. And fucking
you can go do
homophobe.
that in your own time. I don't care. You know what I mean?
I just say that if you want to have these discussions about these topics, then
Yeah.
don't time that person out because we never talk. What you do is you're reinforcing that guy's bad opinions or that
And
girl's
you're
bad
creating
opinions.
an echo chamber for other people. And you're making other people who have legitimate questions afraid to ask those questions.
That's the other thing I hate. I hate when people pat each other on the ass for doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I'm getting super tired of, watching other people pat each other on the ass for doing something fucking retarded. You know, it slows down. It's retarding our advancement on this platform. And I'm like,
that's
God,
the thing.
damn.
It's opening up the speech and just being real, man. Because here's the thing, right? If you have a thought or a question in your mind and you really want to be able to ask that question and get a legitimate answer without being called a bigot, just for even thinking that you should be able to ask that question, but you're afraid to ask it, how is that person ever going to learn?
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mean that they have to accept your answer. Like with the Dr. Dave thing, right? Here's the difference between Dr. Dave's situation. when he said about like, oh, you'll never convince me that X, Y, and Z. Okay, that's somebody who doesn't want to be convinced. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, don't waste your
your
time.
fucking time.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was somebody coming in there like, help me to understand this whole aspect of life
somebody
for
who
certain
wants to
people,
learn.
right? And then you try your best to explain that to that person. They go, look, I'm sorry, but I don't understand this. I'm never going to be able to get this, and I don't think that I can accept this thing. I have to respect that as well. I'm not going to call them a bigot, because you can't make somebody understand something. You can't make somebody agree with you. You can try to explain something to them. They might not agree with it. That doesn't make them a bigot. That makes them just be a person that doesn't understand your point of view on something.
Yeah.
It's a different story. If you go, oh no, fuck that, I don't believe that, they're all degenerates or whatever. Then that guy's an asshole, fuck him, he's not even trying. You know what I mean? But somebody who really tries to understand, but doesn't get your point, you can't shit on them for that. That's not their fault. They've tried. If they've legitimately tried, then I respect them for being honest enough to say, look, I don't get this, and I just can't reconcile with this. I respect somebody for saying that.
Yeah.
I might not agree with them or respect their point of view, but I respect them for being honest enough to say, I
Yeah.
don't get this. You know what I mean? Takes a lot of balls to admit that, you know, it takes a lot of balls to say something that you know you will get cancelled for.
Oh man,
You know what I
I
mean?
said this the other day. Like I was so proud of my mom because my mom originally, when her and I talked about my niece's significant other, who identifies as a male, born female, identifies as a male. I'm good with calling it him. I said calling it.
That just came out wrong. But you see, that's the thing. That's
But
something
that's
you will
not
get
what.
cancelled
Yeah,
for
that was
right
not.
now.
That was not intentional. I was saying the situation. I'm okay with the situation saying that this person is him and not her. But I felt so bad now because
That came out so wrong.
I know it was in the moment, but see that's
Worst
even,
possible
that's even
timing.
Me, that's even me growing from my own ignorances from when I was younger. It still happens to me. You know, it's not like I thought to myself, be offensive in this moment.
Absolutely.
So the thing is, though, is I was trying to compliment my mom because the next time me and my mom were talking about my niece, she said him, referring to her significant other, and I said, wait, who are you talking about? And my mom was like, you know, her boyfriend. And I was like, okay, the same person we were talking about the other day, right? Because I wanted to make sure that my mom, and she was like, yeah. Because my mom was like, I don't understand this. And I was like, well, you can't look at it as if it's, you know, such a, like, you can't see this, calling this person him because they want to be identified as a male. You can't see that as an attack on your own belief system. Because it doesn't. You don't have to believe anything. All you have to do is recognize that
It's basic
they
human
want to be.
decency.
Yeah, it's decency. Why do you
Absolutely.
feel like you have to call him her
Why do
because
you
she
have
was
to
born?
impose that on
Right.
them?
But and my mom, the very next time we talked about it, it was like came out completely clear, so clear and so natural that I had to ask my mom,
Yeah.
are
yeah,
you
that
talking
have to
about this
clarify.
person to make sure that you're? And she said, yeah. And I go, Mom, I'm very proud of you because
Yeah, and that just shows just basic respect, man.
I still can't believe I said it.
That's awful. That's terrible.
I'm canceled.
You heard
bro.
it here right now, Team
I
Skeptic.
really-
He's a
that was-
bigot.
that-
He's a
that was
transphobe
like-
bigot.
Yeah, I'm a transphobe bigot. I really can't believe I said it. But it was funny because I didn't, like, I never meant it to be offensive when I said that. I said it just speaking on the situation and speaking in general because I didn't want to impose, you know, I didn't want to confuse the
Yeah, I get
audience
you.
to say
But like what
him
that
and
shows
her
there,
and-
right? Like you made a really good point there that like it's not an attack on your belief system. It's just a matter of basic human respect.
Yeah,
and here's the
respect.
thing, right? Like I've got a lot of trans friends, especially since I started doing YouTube, because you know obviously I've met thousands of people, right? But in my real life, right, in my home life, right, I have a lot of friends of mine who were, you know, I grew up with one person. I won't say their name, obviously. I grew up with one person, and we were two blokes, two boys, two lads, right? And now the person that I knew as, you know, we'll say Brian, right? Now identifies as female. Whenever I see her on the street, I see my friend who is now a female. I don't say, oh, I remember when you were Brian. Like, you know, obviously I do remember that, and I have fond memories of that. But when we hang out now, we meet at Starbucks once a week, right? Because it's just down the street from both of us. But we talk about our childhood as little lads.
yeah.
You know what I mean? But then we talk about our current lives in the situations that we're in. You see what I mean? So like she would tell me about, you know, what's going on in her life. You know, she's really like unbelievably successful. In fact, some people here might even know who she is. In fact, she's really successful. And we chat about that. But then when we talk about the old times, we're talking about when we were little lads. She's not offended by that. When I say, do you remember when, you know, when we were little boys and you said such and such thing and we did this thing and or whatever it might be, because they're fond memories that two human beings have together.
Yeah.
It's got nothing to do with gender. It's got nothing to do with anything like that. They're the memories we had when we were both little boys. Now we're both adults, one of which identifies as male and one of which identifies as female. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be like, oh, this is my friend Brian who now goes as Brianna. Like, I'm not going to, of course I'm not going to.
That's funny. I was thinking the name Brianna.
Because that's one of my best friends growing up. I respect that person. I love that person.
It's not a different person, man. Same
No,
person.
it's the exact same person.
Same person.
They might look different. They might act slightly differently.
Your perception, your outward perception may be
Maybe
changed,
different.
but that's not a
But
different
when I see
person.
that person, I see the same
The
person.
same friend you made back
But
in the
I don't
day is the same
necessarily
person that's
see
right
that
there.
person as a male. But I see it's the person, not the gender, not the outward appearance.
Yeah.
That's the exact same person as it was 20 years ago.
New
May
poll.
identify differently.
New poll. Am I canceled? I need to go look at my. See how many people are here?
I
200.
think- yeah,
I probably lost
teams,
200
team
subs.
subs are flying out the door.
No, I'm just kidding.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just like, you know, people, and here's the thing. This is the danger of this whole thing, right? If I was to say the term, oh, it's wokeness gone mad, that's like a calling card of bigots.
Yeah.
Right? And it is. But if you're just to break it down to the brass tacks, in a lot of ways it has gone mad to the point where people who are on the fence and just don't understand how other people feel or don't understand the things that people are going
Or being
through
called bigots.
are being called bigots because just because they don't understand or they're not exposed to it.
Yeah.
Now some of those people will never understand it. They're too old or they have a certain way of
grandmother's
thinking.
like that.
Your grandmother, right?
She's
A
way too
different
old to try to
generation.
convert.
Now my
to
grandmother
become more
grew up in
aware.
Catholic Ireland, right? My cousin
my
came on
grandmother's
as
a
gay.
fundamentalist.
Oh, well, there you go.
She believes you're 6,000 years old.
Oh, well, see, there you go. And you're never going to shake that out.
Nope.
Does that make her a bigot?
I don't know. Well, I would say, I'm not going to put my grandmother on blast here. She said some extremely offensive things that I found very offensive. And she didn't say them to me. She said them to my mom, and my mom repeated them to me. And I was like, wow, you can never believe that, Mom. Don't ever believe that. And I was like, but you can't also convince her to change the way she thinks.
It's
She's
never
got
gonna
a year and a half left on this earth at most.
It's never going to
So
happen.
why would my grandmother have any consideration of changing? Maybe maybe she does. Excuse me, feel like she could change, and maybe she wants to. But it's a year and a half. Like there's no point in even trying to convince a fundamentalist
In
that
their 80s,
to
whatever.
accept somebody that she chooses not to accept because the
Especially-
Bible says so.
Exactly. And being brought up that way.
Yeah.
But then you have to ask yourself, the other question that comes from
So,
that
but
then,
is she a
right?
bigot though?
That's a really good question because here's the thing.
Does bigotry require intent? Because the
I
things
would
she
say-
said makes
I would
her a
say-
bigot. I'm tell you like
The
that. I'll tell
things-
you off camera.
I would say this, right? The things that she may have said, I think I know what you're talking about because I think you might have mentioned it to me before.
She said some crazy stuff.
Right. So here's the thing, right?
Some stuff I wouldn't say about straight people.
If you hold an honest belief, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
as in, so you take someone like Nathan Thompson who knows they're wrong, but they espouse a belief anyway.
Right.
Right? Or Dinosaur Adventureland Dick, what's his name? Dr. fucking whatever.
Kent Hovind.
Dr. Kent Hovind. That's bigotry. Because they know
There's
they're
intent,
wrong. There's
right?
intent.
There's intent.
They know they're wrong. Your grandmother doesn't know she's wrong.
She knows she's wrong.
genuinely. Oh, does she? But like,
She
let's
does.
say somebody
She-
like your grandmother who was brought up a certain way has no concept of this other way of thinking.
There's no way you can say what she said about any human being and say there's not evil intent
Let me
there.
ask you this here, just to add to that point. Right, we were talking about these people today, the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah.
Right, those kids who were brought up to believe this stuff.
But
are
is she
bigots?
responsible for? Yeah. I understand the moral conundrum there, because when you're raised in that type of environment, are you truly at fault for continuing to hold those beliefs? We do that all the
I
time.
would say
right?
no.
Right? Yeah, we do it all the time. We as parents raise our children to have certain beliefs. Should we blame those children for having those beliefs when we're the ones who instilled the beliefs in them?
There's a pivot point there. When that child is in a position that they're able to learn and actually understand the contrary viewpoint.
Yeah, my life changed when I left the
That's
house.
exactly it.
When I got to go down to Austin and left I wouldn't say the home I was living in was fundamental, but there were still a lot of fundamental people around us that influenced our belief system, you know? Like what we believed to be right and wrong. And when I moved off and went to college and I was exposed to a wider viewpoint from the population, you know, where more
everything.
Hispanic people were influencing my life, more I had more homosexual and trans people in affecting my life at a college, at a major university. You get exposed to that, and I always kept coming back and saying, why am I supposed to hate these people again? Like, my church tells me I'm supposed to hate them. Why?
Why? It makes
and then
no
that's
sense.
why that was my beginning of saying, maybe I should change my views. So in a child's position, once they are able to experience the world for themselves, they can no longer say, I can hide behind the umbrella of what my parents taught me. At that point, you are an adult.
When it becomes a situation where you have the ability to learn otherwise, you've been exposed to it, you've seen it, but you make the conscious decision
right, which is
not
back
to
the
accept
intent.
that, then that's bigotry.
Which is back to intent.
And that's intent.
Yeah.
So
because
if you have
you don't blame the tribes of the Amazon who attack the settler or the
because they don't know any better.
They don't know any better.
Exactly.
Right. There's no intent to be an evil person.
Exactly.
The only intent is to preserve themselves,
Exactly.
and that's all they know. They've been raised that
concepts,
way.
Right?
Right.
So like if you have let's say a 20-year-old man, right, brought up in a fundamental Southern Baptist household where everything's a sin and yada yada yada, right? And then like you know, they go away to college, they learn, and they're like, hold on, these people are all lovely, but no, my Bible says, and then they choose to go against their actual views.
Yeah.
Is that really bigotry?
Well, it all really goes back.
It's a fine line. It's a real fine line. If they're choosing to do it because they think, this is what I'm comfortable with, that's bigotry.
Once you know better,
and you choose not to.
You should look back and go, that's a bad way of living. Like, I don't look back and say that, you know, that there was ever a true belief in Santa Claus. You know, that my life was changed when my parents said Santa Claus didn't exist. I just kind of understood it to be a bad belief system.
Yeah.
Like, not a harmful one, just not one that's consistent with reality.
Exactly.
You know, so anybody that gets to a adult age and experiences the world, if they still hold those beliefs, then at that point they are bigots, yeah. But if they don't, I mean, you're welcome. You can hold the belief. And I don't want to say that people holding beliefs that they want to hold is bad. You hold the belief you want to hold. Like, that's the beauty about this world. This is what freedom of expression is all about. We're allowed to think the way we want to think. If you think that, if you hold, I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, no,
I'll
I
be
know,
canceled twice in one night.
exactly. But like, if you hold a view that would be considered a bigot's view, let's say, you have every right to have that view. I don't have to accept it.
But I have the right to judge you on that view.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Especially if you put the view out in a public forum.
Oh yeah, then you're open. It's open season. Then
just like we are. I mean, I'm sure people are judging us right now based on our conversation.
I'm sure. And hey, here's the thing: if those people are judging us right now for
We're
being
bigots.
what I would say is based, we're just being real. We're just being reasonable. We are willing to say the things that people think that aren't willing to say.
I want to change the landscape of how you and me and the people in our community really address these things and quit trying to have to address them with this fear of
tiptoeing.
Of being, I mean, I don't tiptoe. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's one of the reasons why I think I'm more successful than other people on this platform. Maybe I'm not the most successful, but you know what? I don't tiptoe around shit. I speak my mind, and I take the people that want to just unsubscribe. Because you know what? They're gonna unsubscribe
anyway.
They're
gonna unsubscribe anyway. And here's the thing: the way I treat people online is the way I would treat people in real life. If I was in a bar and I made a relatively harmless joke, and somebody came up to me and said, that was very offensive, I'd be like, okay, and what? Like, what happens now?
Yeah, what?
Okay, so you're offended, what happened? Do you need an ambulance? Like, what's the problem? Well, I'm offended.
Ambulance.
Okay, and what? Like, you can fuck off. Like, you can go somewhere else. You don't have to listen to me.
Exactly.
Is it your bar?
Yeah, I'm not standing on a platform with a fucking megaphone and yelling in your face, listen. You know?
If you overheard it and you were offended, you can tell me that. I can choose to go, I'm sorry if that offended you. but I'm not going to stop what I'm saying.
And hey, how about this? What if that person comes up to you and says, that joke offended me? Well, what if you're offended by me saying that?
Exactly.
So now I've offended you.
So there's a monopoly on offense.
Yeah, there's a monopoly. I'm allowed to offend you with approaching you and saying you're a bad person, but you're not allowed to offend me. You know, that there is, like I said, man, I'm all for freedom of speech, and I'm all for saying I will judge you based on your beliefs. If you hold bigoted beliefs, I'm not going to be your friend. Okay? I'm just not. You're not going to convince me that if you're a racist, you're a good person. You're just not.
It's never going to happen.
Yeah, you're not.
And
if you're a racist, the more I hang around with you, the easier it's going to be for me to identify you as a racist.
Exactly.
Because there's more opportunity for you to express your true views and me to see you for the person you really are, instead of seeing you for the person you're trying to project.
Like if I had a friend,
in one moment over a year, if I want to say, for instance.
If I had a friend who was expressing, I'm not just talking about making a kind of an off-color, if you'll excuse that fucking terrible cancelable pun, an off-color kind of racial joke, whatever, right? Yeah. Somebody who's just a little bit ignorant or a bit silly, right? I'm not going to necessarily call them out on it, but if it became like a habit where every time we go to the pub, I'd be like, dude, come on, man, cut that shit. Like, I don't want to hear that stuff.
Yeah, blonde jokes
and they might just say straight up, dude, if you don't like it, don't fucking listen to it.
Yeah.
And that's a reasonable thing. But I like you. I want to hang around with you. I don't want to hear this shit, like, you know? And then you get to the point of, right, is he genuinely a bigot and that's why he's making these jokes? Or is he just a bit silly and making silly jokes because he thinks it's funny?
Yeah.
And that's where the hinge point is. If I had a friend who started expressing genuinely hateful views, I wouldn't just cut them out straight away. I'd challenge go, dude, why do you think that way? Oh, I fucking don't like X, Y, and Z. And if you couldn't get through to them, I'd be like, this isn't the kind of person I want to be friends with. And I just wouldn't be friends with them anymore.
Oh, I got a Facebook friend that's like that. And I only friend him because he's a great artist. And he and I have had some conversations, but he is like a fundamental leftist. So he's like the whole Antifa, BLM, everything all far extreme. Like he's all for rioting, changing the system. And, you know, if you hold any belief outside of his, it doesn't matter if you're left.
Oh, you're a racist.
If you are not as far left as him, oh, you're a bigot. You're a racist, you're a bigot. And he would sit there and clown with me, flat earthers, and chats, be like, yeah, look at this video, this fucking dumbass guy. And then I'd say one thing, and he's like, oh, yeah, I can't believe you would hold those capitalist beliefs. And I'm like, come on, dude. Come on.
And
this is Facebook.
That's the thing,
we're
man.
joking,
like,
you know?
And, you know... Look,
there's no intent to offend there.
What bothers me is the... As I called it earlier, the binary view that people have.
Yeah, it's binary.
And that's
white.
the problem.
There's no gradient.
It's like, I've got friends who hold maybe views that I kind of wouldn't necessarily agree with, right? But not to the point where they're like full-on bigots or anything. It's just their view, maybe the way they were brought up. It could be something about... I don't know, it's hard to... Like a big one in Ireland was the pro-choice, pro-life thing.
Yeah.
That was a big deal in Ireland, repealing the 8th Amendment of the Irish Constitution. It was a big thing in Ireland, right? And it overwhelmingly passed. But, like, I had friends I had cousins and stuff who were posting, you know, loads of pro-life stuff, but not the really bigotry, not the really, you know, like, heavy, manky stuff. But, like, some of them were, like, things that I would challenge and go, hold on a sec, what about this view? Or, like, whatever. And I find that a lot of them will be like, oh, yeah, okay, that's a good point. I don't agree with you, but I can see where you're coming from. And vice versa, we throw that back and forth. We might disagree on that one thing. You're allowed to disagree on stuff. You're allowed to disagree on fundamental things.
Yeah.
Big things that could be important to you or me. I travelled back to Ireland to vote on the marriage rights because I felt strongly about it.
Yeah.
I felt strongly that if two people love each other and it's not harming anybody, it's nobody's business, they should be allowed to get married. Why shouldn't they have the same rights and respect
Did your
as everybody
vote
else?
matter?
I felt like my vote mattered. It was an overwhelming win.
Okay, so you just wasted money on a plane.
I didn't waste anything.
Good shit.
Because I stood up for
Way to
my
waste money.
rights.
Hey, all my capitalist friends out there, he's a fake capitalist. Okay, he's absolutely a
I can
commie
tell you right
here.
now.
You guys see that?
Right, Mike. I've got great friends who, well, they say they're communists. They're not because they tell me they're communists on their iPhones. But
You're a communist, bro.
I am not a communist.
He's
You're the
been
one
here.
wearing the commie hat.
He's been here appropriating my land and food.
Well, here's the thing, right?
The entire time in
I am a
Dallas.
balls to the wall capitalist.
Oh yeah.
And
I am
I
too.
don't care if I've got a friend who's a communist. He drives a Tesla, and he has all the latest iPhones, and he
I
drinks
want a
$6
Tesla.
lattes, and that's fine, man. You know, you enjoy that capitalism all day long, my friend, because you might say that you're a communist, but
But
that's
he's
just for
buying
clout.
all the- yeah.
You're not a communist, my friend.
Yeah, you're
I'm
not.
sorry, but you're not. You can't be a communist in a fucking Tesla.
That's what I was saying about
You
Hassan.
can't buy a car from the richest man on earth and call yourself a fucking communist.
That's
I'm
what I was
sorry,
saying
bro.
about Hassan. He's like, I'm a communist. He's a self-proclaimed communist and socialist, and that's fine. I've
got no problem with that.
honestly don't care about politics and economics and all that.
Yeah, I don't give a shit
I
either.
think there's a balance that will eventually be found between capitalism and socialism, and it will eventually it'll be the perfect balance. You know, there'll be a little bit a more social needs being answered for society.
Ireland is
but
a
maintaining
very
the
good
capitalist.
example of that. Ireland has a really good balance in that. If
Yeah.
you have a good business and you want to make money in Ireland, you can do it. But if you're on the bones of your ass, you need medical attention, you need food, you need a weekly wage, you will get that too. So we have a lovely balance of it in Ireland, but we've got 4 million people. So it's easy, and we're a wealthy country. So it's easy for us to do that.
Yeah.
Whereas a country of, how many's in the US? 300 and something million? It might not be as easy to implement something.
330 million.
And it might not be as easy to implement that here. And that's the reality of it.
That's
Ireland
why I
is a
say
really
it's
good example.
like I'm a big UBI fan.
And actually, I would just add to that really quickly. That's another big problem with political stuff. And this is why, this might sound like I'm a bigot maybe. This is why it's hard to speak to people from different countries about politics. Because everybody looks at politics through the lens of US politics.
yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
Irish political system, Irish Republicans are far left on certain stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
So they're not socialists, but they're not far off it, right? So,
And they're still considered Republicans?
they're Republicans, yeah. They're absolute Republicans. 32 county state Republicans, 100% nationalist Republicans, absolutely. I'm a Republican, but I'm an Irish Republican. I had people on a live chat one time when I had about 500 or 600 subscribers, and somebody asked, "Are you a Republican?" I said, "Yeah, I am." "Oh, fuck you MAGA fucking." I was like, that is literally the opposite of a US Republican. That is a totally different thing. But it's not really the opposite, because a lot of Irish Republicans are socialists, but are also extremely conservative Catholics. Really conservative on certain things, and very far left on other things, like social reform and things like that.
Yeah.
But that's because the lens that people are viewing politics through is the left and right of US politics. The conservative and the, liberal viewpoint, the Trump versus the Hillary Clinton, the MAGA versus the
See, I think
Antifa,
I think
whatever.
the whole MAGA thing, I think people get that confused. MAGA is not a Republican thing. MAGA is more like a fundamental, like an extreme Republican thing.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
like the Republicans, like, and okay, I live in Texas. Texas, huge red state, right? Look around, you'll see MAGA hats out here, but they're not on every fucking head. When you see a MAGA hat,
saw
you
one
know that
Trump
that
flag.
person is a
fundamentalist.
hardcore Republican. That's all you know about that person.
I
You
saw
can assume
one
that about
Trump
that
flag
person.
since I came out here.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Republicans that just don't wear the hat because it's a dumbass hat.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a dumbass hat.
It's
That's
not
just
even a
fine.
good looking hat. Like,
Yeah, so why wear something that's
I do
stupid?
have a MAGA hat, but it's not a MAGA hat. It just looks like a MAGA hat, and it says "Make cans cheap again."
Oh.
Because in Ireland, you used to be able to buy a can of beer for €1, and then the government fucking commies, they ruined it.
the fucking commies.
It's €4 for a can now, so somebody got me a "Make cans cheap again" hat. I got accosted on
That's
the
a
street.
capitalist thing, not a commie thing.
Well, yeah, like that's.
Unless it's all because
Oh
of
no,
the
it was the
tax.
government. It was all tax.
Okay, well
yeah.
then it's a commie.
It was one of the guys in the club gave it to me. I put the hat on, just fucking around because it was a funny hat, man. It was a funny fucking
Yeah.
hat. Make cans cheap again. It was a funny thing slapping in the face. It was a bit of crack, right? And it was like, "Oh, you fucking dirty Trumpist." It's like, what are you talking about, dirty Trumpist? You live in Ireland. I live in Ireland. And it says "Make cans cheap again."
Yeah.
You dumb shit.
Yeah, how does this even fucking tie to Trump?
Oh, man, I can't vote.
But
for,
that's
even
the
if I
thing,
wanted
like-
to, I couldn't vote for Donald Trump.
But that's the thing. It's like
It's
when you have
stupidest
like
shit ever, man.
when you have like a lot of people just see that and say, "Oh, every Republican must be this fundamentalist," and they say things. The other people say the same thing about Democrats. Every Democrat
Oh, yeah.
must
Oh,
be
yeah.
a complete socialist
complete
communists. And
yeah.
I hate that fact too, because it's not true. That's why my original point was to say we need to foster a community of people that are a little bit more central in belief. Wherever you're at on the spectrum, if you consider yourself at some point, at any point, a leftist or a rightist, try to find yourself moving slightly more to the center. Don't go to the fucking other side. I'm not asking you to do that. Just try not to hold such beliefs that are ingrained in you based on what other people have told you you're supposed to believe, because that's what the party believes. Stop going that. We got to be more critically thinking.
There's a really good example of that groupthink, and it comes from a place where you wouldn't necessarily I hate it too.
I hate it.
But here's a really good example, and it's ironic. It is the big L libertarians. So I watched a libertarian.
Are you talking about like anarchist kind of?
Yeah,
okay,
like proper big L libertarians, not small.
So I'm more of a libertarian.
Well, I am
than
a
anything.
libertarian.
I want the government to stay out of my life.
Like on the
I want the people to do right, so the government stays out.
What's it called, the Overton window? I'm kind of a left-leaning libertarian. That's where I
would
sit.
consider myself that too.
That's just an honest view. And people go, "You're just a fence sitter." It's like, no, I have my own views.
Yeah.
And that's what I have. I'm not going to go along with this view just because you think I should. No, this is how I feel about this subject. And if I add all those up and it makes me a left-leaning libertarian, then that's what I am.
So here's a good point, right?
But if I'll just finish this point. So the big L libertarians had this big meeting, right? And they had this guy on, I can't remember who it was, some libertarian writer anyway. Mm-hmm. And they asked him, do you think people should have to have driver's license? And he said, I think it's a reasonable thing. Boo, boo, boo.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be libertarians, you dumb shit. You don't tell people what to think. That's the whole point of what you libertarians, big L libertarians, are all about. And here you are booing this guy off the stage because you disagree with his ass.
Yeah.
Just before we go, minus for 2US says, team, please turn the chair. We can't see you.
I'll be over there in a second. I'm just standing there. I don't want the mic to pick you up.
I'm guessing I'm probably getting mad heat here on the side. Actually, no. People seem to be agreeing with us. People are based.
No, because we've done that. We've eliminated the people who are extremists,
and that's a good thing.
That's fine. I'm okay. Right or left, I don't care. If you're an extremist, just
I don't want to
leave,
hear about it.
Right? I don't need to hear you come in and tell me how I'm a fucking bigot because I misgendered somebody on accident, or that I'm a racist because I said something that might be considered offensive by someone, maybe.
Exactly.
And I get that all the time.
I told you about that stream I had where I had 2 comments in the side chat in a row. 2 in a row. Where one person said, this guy is clearly just fucking MAGA. And then immediately after that, a guy said, "You're just a fucking leftist."
No. I get that. I get that because I cover anti-maskers. So when I cover anti-maskers, I'm pro-science. Pro-science is generally left.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm okay with that. That's why I say I'm left-leaning, because I back science 100%.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna say because I back science, I'm a leftist, fine. Okay. At that point, I'm gonna admit I'm a centrist that leans left because of science, okay? That's all I'm going to say about that. But the thing is that I also believe in law and order. I believe in societal rules.
Same.
So then we don't have societal rules when we can't have any way of enforcing them. Exactly. Why don't I drive on the other side of the road? Let's say there's no traffic on the other side of the road. Why do I not just pull my car off and drive down the other side of the road? What if no traffic is coming down there and I know for a fact it's not coming? Why am I not allowed to do that? Because we have rules.
Because you have rules.
Because if we allowed some people to do it, it would turn into a dangerous situation.
Exactly.
So then we say, but do we live in a society where if we didn't have law enforcement officers sitting there waiting for people to drive on the wrong side of the road, that we wouldn't have 1 or 2 jackasses who didn't want to wait in traffic jump on the other side of the road and drive down? To the point that you get an even amount of people driving both ways on both sides of the road, making it a dangerous situation. So we have to have law enforcement officers to maintain society, to maintain those rules.
And society dictates those rules.
So I back science on one hand, I back the police on the other hand. So backing the police is a very anti-left thing to do.
At the moment,
extreme right winger if you back the police.
At the moment it is. But that changes, man.
Oh yeah, that changes when recently I want to say one of the biggest defund the police mayors, maybe about a year ago.
Lori Lightfoot.
They
in
fucking
Chicago.
The crime rate skyrocketed,
And they
the
said,
next
"What
thing they
the
were doing
fuck
is
is-"
like, please, we need more police.
And
we need
they
more
were trying to
police
bring
in here."
police in from other states and everything.
Yeah,
They were
it's
like,
like,
fuck no, fuck
y'all
you.
are the ones that are talking about defunding the fucking people.
And then
these
they
people
lie about it, man. And they're like, no, it wasn't about defunding. It was about reallocation of
Yeah,
funds.
yeah,
So
of course,
taking it out of the police, yeah.
Of course.
It's
Let's put it in
It's
a better
too
way
late
so that
then,
we
man.
don't look bad. you
Exactly.
know?
And
It's
it's
the
too
same
late at
fucking
that point
thing.
because here's the thing. Not only have you proven the point of the people who are against you from the outset, you've also have people on your own side that are now like, fuck, we were wrong about that, man. I'm not voting for that shit again. That's what happens, man.
But the point is that you and me both are going to catch it. When we cover anti-maskers, we're going to have the right-wing people saying,
Yeah.
"You commie bastard! I can't believe you won't stand up for the rights of the citizens." No matter how many times I say, "What about the rights of the business owners? They're citizens too." Are you telling me that you're okay with starting a business and allowing the customer to tell you how you're going to run
dictate
your
to you.
business?
Exactly,
Are
man.
you telling me that you're okay with that? Your business will never work because I'm going to come in there and demand one thing. You're going to come in there and demand another, and everyone in the chat is going to come in there and demand their way of doing things. That is an anarchical society. It doesn't fucking work. The purpose of law enforcement, of rules, is to get away from anarchy and bring us more into a society.
Exactly.
And that is what they fail to see because it inconveniences them.
It inconveniences them in that particular moment.
In that moment.
Now, when the story's flipped, and it's something that's being ruled against their favor, in their favor, then they're all for it. And
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the left or the right in this one. I'm
Oh, no,
talking
no,
about
you're
how
right, you're right.
one person will say, "No, that rule's wrong. I don't agree with that. You're fucking this. You're fucking that." But then the next rule that suits them, they'll give you shit if you don't enforce it. You see what I mean?
That's why I say, given time, I'm eliminating the far extremes on both sides, the left and the right. They're
the
leaving
best
my
way to
chat. They're leaving my channel now. I'm okay with that
And that's
because
great.
I don't want them there. I don't want them as viewers.
I'm
because
never
they're
going to be an
toxic.
echo chamber.
Yeah, it's toxicity.
And they are toxic because you see it in the side chat. People will ask a genuine question, and then everybody else will jump down their throat.
Yeah, they'll shit on
like
them.
the vast majority of people here in the side chat. I gotta say, in my opinion, I'm not blowing smoke up anybody's ass here, right? The vast majority of people here in this side chat are model subscribers.
That's who I want.
They're
watching
model
me.
subscribers because
That's who I want
these,
watching me.
And here's the thing, guys, right? And again, I want to be real with you here, right? I see everybody here the way as I would see Team or anybody else, right? I want to be able to talk to you guys in the chat as if you were in this room with us right now and having this conversation. Because if somebody came in, yeah, we'll take one more shot and then we'll go away. But here's the thing, right? I would hope that if any of you were here right now and you had a disagreement with what we said, you go, "Hey man, look at this point," and then we could talk about it. But it seems like now it's not about talking. It's not about educating. They say, "Oh, well, you need to be educated." No, bullshit. That comes from both sides, the right and the left. Oh, you need to be educated on that. No. You don't want to educate me. You want to dictate to me.
Right.
And you want to force me into a position that I don't fucking agree with. You're never going to win anybody like that.
Hey, chat. This shot's for you guys, okay?
I hope
We're
you like
taking
this
it.
format, by the way, because you're going to see a lot more of this.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, chat, are you enjoying this type of conversation? I know it's not our normal thing, and this just happens. We didn't even expect to have this type of conversation. It just led this way. And we've
But in
been
the
going for a
meantime,
while, but...
While you let us know in the side chat, legit, I want to hear what you guys have to say in the side chat. Do you like this kind of thing? Is this conversation you want to see? Because we've all heard the same shit over and over again. Sludge to the Queen. Oh, that's smooth, man. Frauditors love it, educate. Yeah.
Woo!
Alright, so GR619 says, "This is one of the best streams in the last 6 months, and I'm including LTWM, Artie, and Natalie Lawyerchick." I love Natalie Lawyerchick. She's so
amazing.
great, man. I love her. I don't mean that in a not love Mrs. Demon way. I mean, she's amazing.
Yeah.
But she actually has
We
been...
have a good set of lawyers online right now.
Man, they're awesome.
Law
And they're
Talk with
based.
Mike,
They're based.
Natalie,
but
Artie.
we need to find another word for based.
Kick.
Because that's used the
No,
wrong way.
yeah, I was going to say that. When we keep using base, because first off, you
Because
have to understand what
that
base
has
means.
been bastardized.
It has been. It's been said, oh, that's a far right
Bastardized.
It has been. It's been said, oh, that's a far right
It's
description.
alt-right. It's
It's
alt-right.
alt-right, yeah,
Yeah.
alt-right description. But that's not what we mean. When we say we're base, it means that we don't find offense in things that are non-offensive. Okay? If you're saying something's offensive because of your subjective opinion, then it's not really offensive. It's just offensive to you. Okay, so a base person is somebody who doesn't find offense for other people, who doesn't make it a point in their
You can
life to
probably
tell you.
see why it would be offensive.
No, I can definitely see why
Oh,
it's
yeah,
offensive.
and
Because
that's what being based
when
is
I
about.
tell you that,
Maybe we need to reclaim based.
that's what I'm saying, man.
True
We're reclaiming
baseness.
the whole fucking system. We're going to make
That's
the
the
centrist
best way
the
to do
point,
it, because-
the way to have the conversations
Here's
about
the
this is
thing.
to discuss
Can I
it
just
from a
say this,
centrist
right?
point.
Let
Yeah.
me ask you this, right? And ask yourselves in the chat. If you see yourself, if you guys see yourself, for the most part, agreeing with us, I don't mean necessarily agreeing with the points we're making, but agreeing with what we're saying in terms of we need to be able to fucking just talk without being called bigots, without having people jump down each other's throats, right? What I would say is this, right? If you agree with this style of thing, think about it for a second. If you feel like you're kind of like myself and team and that you're maybe a bit more centrist or, whatever your views are, but you're based, let's say true based, not alt-right based, true based, right? Think about your real life interactions with other humans, not internet, real life. How many people do you really meet in your daily life that has that binary view that you couldn't go up to and say, hey, this is how I feel about this, but like I get why people think this, but I think this, and they're not going to jump down your throat. They go, yeah, okay, that's a fair point. That's real life. Because what you're hearing online, man, it's the empty vessels make the most noise.
Yeah.
The squeaky wheel gets the oil, and then everybody has to fall in line behind morons. Intellectual morons.
And the thing is, my biggest problem is everybody is so afraid of being
terrified,
well,
man.
they're afraid of being called a racist or a transphobe or a homophobe.
And you know what the
that will
danger of
drive
that is?
them to walk on eggshells
Exactly,
to
man.
not express themselves, and that's the worst thing in the world.
You know
is
what
to
the
not express
danger
yourself.
about that is too? When you don't express yourself in your real name, who you are, put yourself out there and say, this is what I think, like it or fuck off, right?
Yeah.
When people don't do that, what you start to see is these troll accounts who are saying extreme things, usually on the right, to be fair, from what I've seen. Go into any comment section on BitChute, you'll see really fucking awful stuff. And that's because a lot of people are frustrated at constantly being told they're bigots for holding views, or even not even holding views, but just asking questions.
Yeah.
Because
Even
a
holding
lot of
views,
people are
like we
not...
said, man, but holding views is one of those things that it's really subjective to your experience. If you've
Absolutely.
never experienced, okay, so like for me, right, I have a hard time believing that everything is racist. So the reason why is because I grew up in a multicultural fucking community.
Exactly.
Some of my best friends were Asian. I did hip hop music for the longest time. My roommate and many of my great friends, there were times I would bring people over to do music at my house, and I was the only white person there. Everybody else was black.
It's
You know?
interesting you say that.
So we didn't experience racism. We didn't experience this idea that one race was better than the other. We just said, we looked at each other and go,
You're my
a
friend."
shitty rapper.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, so
And it's got nothing to do with
regardless
your
of
skin color. You're just good at your shit.
Yeah, or you're good, or yeah, you're cool, let's hang out with you and this and that. We judged each other based on merit. We didn't even consider race. That was never even a consideration for me growing up.
Exactly, man.
I don't get it.
You know
like-
what's really interesting about what you just said, right? I had that exact same experience, but for a totally different reason. And that reason was that almost everybody I knew was just like me, was a white guy. Because I grew up in Ireland, which is 90-odd% white, right?
Yeah.
So for us, race was never an issue. It never came into conversation because we didn't have exposure to it. So we had those same views, but for a totally different reason. And that was that we're all white. All of my friends growing up, bar maybe a few, were white. And the ones who weren't white got treated no differently to everybody else because they were just another kid.
Yeah.
So we didn't have... See, Ireland doesn't have that. There are races, of course there are. I've heard people say stupid shit. I'm like, fucking shut up, man. You don't know what you're talking about. But for the most part, the vast majority of Irish people, if you look different to us, if you've got a different skin color, or if you're wearing something from your culture that we're not familiar with, you're going to get, oh, that's really interesting. What's that hat? Oh, I'm whatever.
You guys are bigots.
And then you go, really? Wow, that's so cool. I never heard about that before. That's the way it is. You go and I challenge anybody who thinks that Irish people are racist just because we're white, right? You go to any pub in Ireland.
Hold on, y'all are. You're white.
Well, here's the thing.
That's a common. Being
That's the
white is a
thing.
racist.
Exactly. But here's the thing, right? If you look different to
I
me,
accept that.
look
Whatever.
at me. Anybody watching right now, there's 160 out of you right now, right? Any of you watching right now who looks different to me, you got a different skin color, different heritage, different religion, whatever the case may be. Get your ass to Ireland, go into an Irish pub, a real Irish pub,
All
right?
use bathroom.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'm allowing you to use the bathroom. Go into a real Irish pub and strike up a conversation with somebody, and you tell me if those people are bigots. I guarantee you they're not. They might be ignorant. They might be ignorant of your heritage, your background, but I guarantee you they're not bigots. I'm not saying there's not bigots out there. I know in the US it's different to Ireland. 100%. Of course, I understand the history here. I understand that the deep ingrained bigotry that does exist here. And I'm not denying that that's a real thing that really affects people every day. And even now, being here, I see it even more than I ever thought I would. But you go to somewhere like Ireland, where everyone is white, the vast majority. You go into a pub, you go into a shop, you will be treated just like everybody else. Now, you might feel a little bit uncomfortable because, especially if you go to a country pub, where in country pubs, you don't see people that don't look like you very often. It's the way it is. You go into a country pub and somebody go, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just wondering, where are you from? Oh, I'm Irish. And they might go, oh, you don't really look Irish. And they go, oh yeah, well, I was adopted, or, because that was very common in Ireland. There's a lot of people in Ireland who might look Romanian, for example, which is quite a distinctive appearance, but they're as Irish as me. And it's because in the 90s, a lot of Romanian kids were adopted out to Irish families because there was issues in that country. Chinese kids as well. I went to school with a load of different Chinese-born kids who were as Irish as me, and I wouldn't see them as any different. One of my favorite Irish artists is a guy called Fabu D. He wasn't born in Ireland, but he was raised in Ireland. He's as Irish as me. I don't care what color his skin is. I don't care where his grandparents are from. I don't give a fuck. It's about culture. It's about who you are. Oh, a little kitty cat. Now my laptop's about to die, so we're gonna have to end out soon. But just before I go, I just want to read out a couple of super chats. I do apologize if I have missed any, guys. I really do. Alien Spore, right? We figured this out the other day. Was one of the first 50 subscribers on my channel.
No shit.
No shit. And we have had some great conversations, man.
Alien Spore's been a subscriber of mine
Alien
for a while,
Spore is #NoHomo. Alien Spore is one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen, by the way. I just want to say, aesthetically pleasing individual.
#No straight.
#No straight mo. No,
Yeah.
seriously,
No straight mo.
Alien Spore, right?
Oh,
Now,
stop.
myself and
Oh
Alien
my God.
Spore will probably disagree on a lot of things. Myself and Skeptic Dank always disagree on things because he's a commie. I don't think he identifies as a communist per se, but he's a commie. But I love that guy.
Yeah.
And we can disagree, and that's the beauty of being a human being.
Part of being a skeptic.
But that's the
is
beauty
disagreeing.
of having the wonderful brains that humans have been given by the flat earth God. We can have disagreements, but we can love each other, man. Like Alien Spore, as I say, I've probably said things in the past that Alien Spore would disagree with. He might have said things that I would have disagreed with at times. Not saying you specifically, I mean just everybody. And that's the beauty of it. We can disagree on things. We can try to educate each other. We might not see eye to eye on things. In matters of sport, for example. Like I've got friends who are staunchly anti-gun, right? I enjoy guns.
And I'm staunchly pro-gun.
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm pro.
No, I'm pro-gun.
I would be to an extent. Like you know my view
But
on.
I
but you
think
know my
that-
view on self-defense.
Yes.
And I hold that view very strongly because I've been a victim of violent crime in my past. In a country where I did not have a right to defend myself. Now, I did it anyway. I chased a guy with an axe. I would have been the one that would have went to jail. Not him. Not the guy that kicked in my back door and scared the shit out of my chihuahuas. I would have been the one that went to jail. Because I chased that motherfucker out with an axe.
He's running away.
And
a
that's...
responsible gun owner doesn't do crazy stuff.
And that's the thing.
I'm while I say I'm very pro-gun, what I mean to say is I'm very pro-gun with extreme regulation, so that people who deserve to hold guns are the ones that are holding them.
I think it should be
not the
much
people
like
that
driving
don't.
a car.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
privilege.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you would argue that self-defense isn't a privilege, that it's a right.
But you can defend
and it
yourself
is.
without a weapon.
You can.
Without a gun, you can defend yourself with a
If you
knife.
have access to somebody, we won't get into this now because this is
Yeah,
a whole
it's a
other
long-
can of worms.
right.
But I would love to have this conversation with people who are more anti-gun.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Like JL Warren has some really, really good. Like I know you guys were talking about it last night. He's got some really good points too.
Yeah,
I'd-
no, there
actually
needs,
that would be a really
schools
good.
or, mass shootings need to be addressed.
We'll get into this
But-
in the next one. We should
Yeah.
definitely do this
Alright.
when JL is here because
Yeah, we'll do that
JL
because he's coming
is,
by tomorrow for my
and he's
for the
an,
stream.
JL is really one of the most intelligent people I know. I love the guy. He's one of the warmest human beings. Like I absolutely love the guy, and I would love to see that conversation play out.
Yeah, because I think heavier regulation would
And
make it.
you know
the
what's a
Second Amendment
beautiful
stronger.
thing about a conversation, a three-way conversation between us about guns, is that both of you are, for all intents and purposes, Texans.
Yeah.
So you have that experience of firearms. I don't. Now, obviously,
Oh,
I carry.
yeah,
you know,
we-
obviously, I used firearms in my life in Australia or whatever, but I didn't have that cultural connection to it or cultural disdain for it. But I have my own views on it based on my experiences.
Yeah.
So my views on guns would have nothing to do with the Second Amendment. Would have nothing to do with
Well,
experience.
I'm very pro-military, so by
yeah.
naturally I'm going to be pro-gun.
Of course, but I
Naturally.
don't necessarily. I'm pro-military too.
But I'm also that's because we were also trained heavily in the military. We were
Exactly.
taught how to operate the weapons, what not to do with them, what to do.
Well, I
with
would have
them.
lost my job in a heartbeat if I didn't know how to use them.
Yeah.
properly.
So the idea is not to say I'm just pro anybody having a gun. That's retarded. That's ridiculous.
I think that's
that
nonsense.
would be very.
I think
that
that's
would retard
very,
society.
Very stupid. I
Yes.
think it really is.
But responsible gun ownership, it becomes a more secure society.
And
in
that
my
would
opinion.
we should have this conversation with
Okay,
JL.
yeah.
Because he's got what I love about JL is very passionate in his views.
He's a fucking
but-
commie though.
He
Big time.
He literally is.
We're just gonna start calling everybody commies. Like
Well, we've
even
been
the
doing.
far right.
I gotta
Let's just
say,
call the far right
because I've
commies,
been
too.
trying to fit into Texas.
Milo.
So I've been calling.
What's Milo?
Oh, Milo's a straight commie.
He's a commie. Commie
Literally a
bastard.
straight commie now because
Commie
he
bastard.
he prayed the gay away allegedly. But if you watch the video, you would say no, he didn't. But he
Joe
threw like
Rogan?
150.
Fucking commie.
Joe Rogan's a pure commie.
Everybody's
Donald
a commie,
Trump.
guys.
Donald
Commie.
Trump's a commie.
Fucking big time, guys. The
Absolutely.
richest commie in the world.
Richest fucking commie in the world. Just like all the other rich commies, though.
Yeah, all
you know
the
what I mean? I'm just
Jeff
saying, like,
Bezos.
Jeff
Elon
Bezos,
Musk.
he's a commie.
Yeah,
Elon
fucking
Musk,
Musk.
Mars commie, Martian commie.
Everybody's a commie except for me and Irish. Except for you guys in the
we
chat.
have been.
Y'all are
I
the-
just
the
want to
big-
just
y'all
clarify
are
this though,
based.
right? Just so everybody can realize what we've been doing the past couple of days. We have literally been walking
Yeah.
around Texas calling everybody
Everybody's
commies.
a fucking commie, bro. Even us. We even
A guy
got-
passed us in a 16-foot tall Suburban today, and we called him a commie.
Yeah,
And he had like
walked
a
in-
gold Stetson on.
When I called JL Warren last night and I was talking to him from the bar and I was like, how far away are y'all? And he's like, 15 minutes. I'm like, please fucking hurry. Everybody thinks I'm a fucking commie. From the hat I was wearing. The painter hat.
You did look like a little.
I do look like a commie. I'm okay.
You know who you look like? A no, actually, I won't say
Steve
that.
Buscemi. So go ahead and say it. It's fine.
I wasn't going to say that, but now that you say it, yeah, okay. You actually kind of look like the guy from REM with that hat on.
What, does he have AIDS or something?
Look him up. You'll see. You actually, lads and lasses, he looks like the guy from REM with that hat on. You just look like him. I mean, it's not a bad thing. He's a good-looking dude. But anyway, Alien Sport, again, one of the fucking first 50. No shit, one of the first 50 subscribers. For 5 US says, we have a gift for Irish. Oh, thank you so much. How can we reach out to meet up? I'm in Irving. Where's Irving?
Alien Sports in Irving? That's right down the street.
Oh, dude, we're
Tell him CBC on
Alien Sport.
Saturday night.
CBC in
Deep Ellum.
Deep Ellum.
Yeah.
Deep Ellum. Next Saturday at 7 p.m. But hit me up
Tell
on.
him, you tell him to email you because
Well, he's got me on Instagram. We chat on Instagram.
Okay. Hey, Alien,
hit me
listen.
up, Alien Sport. Hit me up on Instagram. We'll sort that out, man.
Yeah, yeah,
I'd
if
love to meet up with Alien Sport.
Dude, if he's here in Dallas, then we can meet up with
yeah,
him
let's
tomorrow.
do it,
like,
Alien.
for
Yeah,
lunch or
absolutely.
whatever.
We'll be around a lot. We'll be working a bit tomorrow, but we'll have loads of time.
Well, we're gonna
'Cause
probably
hey,
daytime. We'll probably.
Well, I gotta go hit up the titty bar, so that's
Yeah.
happening either way.
Well, we're not doing
so-
that tomorrow. We're not going Monday lunch. Titty bars.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
We'll go Monday. We'll go either. Well,
Dude, we're going tomorrow. We should just we
Aliens
should treat
4, would you
ourselves.
like to
Here,
go to
we'll
the
treat
titty bar
ourselves
with us?
tomorrow. We'll make a video each in the morning, and then we'll go have fun and have some chicken wings. But yeah, Alien, reach out to me on Instagram. That's actually one of the better places to get me because I tend to check that a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll let you know where we're going. So if you want to meet up with
And
us,
Dave Madigan, for $4 sends a picture of Team Skeptic handing me a coffee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Did he really?
But guys, this was a groundbreaking stream, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, I like doing this live, man.
I love this because
This was good.
if we can't express ourselves, no matter how extreme the views may be, or how central or how base the views may be, if we can't express ourselves and challenge ourselves and each other's, there's no point in even having a conversation.
Dude, you know it'd be badass if tomorrow, if we got some two cameras, one here, 2 mics, and
If you buy me one of these, I'll do it. Motherfucker, man. You can't take
I'm
this
not
guy anywhere.
buying you one of those.
You can buy me one of these. You're fucking
$400 mic.
the richest communist in the whole of this house.
You're a fucking hey guys. Irish Demon's a goddamn commie.
I think you're more of a commie than I am.
I probably am. I'm wearing the painter hat.
You are wearing the painter hat right now.
That's
Well,
like-
my laptop's about to die, so we gotta end this. Otherwise, we're gonna have what happened earlier. Remember last night? We were eating fucking. People were complaining that I was talking with my mouth open. I was like, I was drunk. I can talk with my fucking mouth open. But yeah, we'll catch up tomorrow. The 3 of us. Looks like I've got a muzzle on. Hold on. We'll catch up tomorrow, all 3 of us. It should be a really good night actually, and we'll announce some stuff. And there's myself and team. We're working on a new channel at the moment called I
Thank
think
you,
we should do a
Glenn Serio.
podcast. I love
Yeah.
this. This was great.
No, I was. I had a good time, and of course, you know, we got plenty of time to do this. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow on my channel, and then we're gonna be.
That's the
Wait.
perfect super chat to end out this whole thing.
Maybe Tuesday.
Commander Darklight for 10 Australian says, and is born.
And has been born.
Okay.
Tonight, you guys were the witnesses.
You guys,
of
the
this.
165 of you left, you were the witnesses of the first, we should call it the first proper stream.
This is.
But this, I think this is what it should be all about.
I think we should do this maybe like once every 3 months and meet up somewhere in the world.
Well, that's the plan
Well,
anyway.
we can do streams. We can do streams without being in person too, but like
It's not the same though.
No. I know, but we can't also keep people. We can't we can't deny them this. We have good conversations.
Oh yeah,
So
it's
even
too,
if
it's
it's
too
just,
strong.
even if you're in Ireland and I'm here, we still shouldn't wait until the next time we meet up to have the conversation.
Oh
We
yeah,
should
no, I
just
agree. I agree.
Start planning out one about 3 months.
But like
in
if,
advance.
and you know, I don't mind talking about this stuff openly. Like if the channel gets big enough to the point where we can afford to be able to come and do in person,
like once a month would be awesome. Like fly around
we
the
could do
world.
that because here's the thing, right? The cost of flying from Ireland to here, because realistically, that's
About
the
$900.
it's about $900 round trip.
Yeah.
And once we start
Far enough in advance, we could probably get it for 6 or 7.
exactly, so if we had a schedule planned out where we could
Yeah.
record pre-record a stream and do live ones as well, and then live, you know, not in person ones too. And the thing about it is like we're in a position where we have enough of a subscriber base that we can grow that channel pretty quickly,
Yeah.
organically too, and that's the important thing.
Yeah.
And if we can do that and get to the point where that would just be one overhead of the podcast, and all it would take is me flying out here, you know, for a week once a month or whatever once every 6 weeks, that'd be worth it.
Oh yeah, because it's not that. It's not that much.
It's not. And
But-
and if we were doing it on a credit card and stuff, you get the frequent flyers, and then I
Yeah.
can fly first class, which is
Yeah.
only right.
And it would almost be like, to some extent, that channel would almost be like a non-profit channel, just
Well,
to have the
for a while
conversation.
anyway.
Yeah, just because we're
Yeah.
using everything we're making to pay for the expenses of
Alien
us flying.
Spore says, "What's your IG? I got a new account. It is at Irish Demon Vids. But actually, if you just email me irishdemonvids@gmail.com and I'll send you the link. It might be in the description of one of my
You
videos.
might not be taking a shot. but
I'm not because
when
I'm
we
hungry.
End, I'm gonna and then shut it down.
Deal.
All right, good deal.
But yeah, like if we could get that up to the level where we could afford to just cover the trip once a month, and then it'll
Dude, if we
build
do it,
naturally
yeah.
from there, you know, and that's fine.
And
Because
then I'll
the
move you into
in-person,
my basement and put you
yeah.
under the closet.
the in-person
Oh yeah, this was
podcast.
way better.
It's
This was
way better.
This is way better than because there's even at like the lowest delay, there's still a delay.
Oh, I'm at 1%. We gotta shut it down.
Hey guys.
All right, lads and lassies, thank
Hold
you
on.
so much for joining us
Watch
for the
your-
first ever podcast.
Love you guys.
And we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Get ready to
End
Oh,
stream.
shit.
I've
Move
got
over.
10 seconds.
over.
I've got 10 seconds. I'm not even joking.
scoot over. I gotta do my.
You got to do it real quick.
We're gonna do it real quick. All right, guys. He's Irish Demon. I'm Team Skeptic. This was the O podcast, and we're out.
Sláinte.
Done. End it when I lean back.
Done, done, done.